What do you know about this Giga life?
Simple, smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Watch me, feel me,
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme Dare to Leap.
don't pay cash. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
To Gillette Mac 3.
Let's get this over with. I'm starting to get bored.
Mega kill.
I am only a shepherd.
Monster kill. An enemy has been slain.
Name in the holy light.
An enemy has been slain.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
this godly power.
What is this?
Yu Zhang has combined the reverse scale and the primordial spirit. He cannot leave here.
The Black Dragon has returned. No one, nothing, can stop me now.
Let's take him from the side! Now!
Death to all who oppose me.
No!
So this is what I'm truly capable of.
Wake up! Yu Zhang! How is this possible?
You are getting rusty, brother.
No! How did it end up like this? No!
Welcome to reality, girl. Where the strongest rules them all.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
in hopes of stopping the guardian dragons from fully regaining their strength. Kraken sent his minions to attack the dragon sanctuary. The shield protecting the sanctuary was growing weak. Attack after attack, the guardian dragons barely had the power to guide the dragon warriors. How can a warrior from the Northern Vale enter the sanctuary, and what would await ahead?
Your team destroyed a turret! Mega kill! Double kill! Your team destroyed a turret! Mega kill! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Killing spree! Double kill! Godlike!
I'm perfect. Behold!
Legendary!
Behold! My
Legendary! Triple kill! Maniac!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
rocks need no protection from the wind.
You have slain an enemy! You have slain an enemy! Double kill! Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill! Legendary! Double kill! Triple kill!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means
Game over.
but the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
Game changing.
choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
smartphone. Dare to leap.
Watch me, feel me,
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Let's get this over with. I'm starting to get bored.
Mega kill.
I am only a shepherd.
Monster kill. An enemy has been slain.
Nay, in the holy light.
An enemy has been slain.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This godly power.
What is this?
Yu Zhang has combined the reverse scale and the primordial spirit. He cannot leave here.
The Black Dragon has returned. No one, nothing, can stop me now.
Let's take him from the side! Now!
Death to all who oppose me.
No!
So this is what I'm truly capable of.
Wake up! Yu Zhang! How is this possible?
You are getting rusty, brother.
No! How did it end up like this? No!
Welcome to reality, girl. Where the strongest rules them all.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
In hopes of stopping the guardian dragons from fully regaining their strength, Kraken sent his minions to attack the dragon sanctuary. The shield protecting the sanctuary was growing weak. Attack after attack, the guardian dragons barely had the power to guide the dragon warriors. How could a warrior from the Northern Vale enter the sanctuary, and what would await ahead?
Your team destroyed a turret. team destroyed a turret. Mega kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Legendary.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Killing spree. Double kill. Godlike.
I'm perfect. Behold!
Legendary.
Behold! My strength!
Legendary. Triple kill. Maniac.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Rocks need no protection from the wind. Power! Spark fire! Brotherhood!
You have slain an enemy. You have slain an enemy. Mega kill.
The power of
Legendary. Double kill. Legendary. Double kill. Triple kill.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means
Game over.
but the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
Game changing.
choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako.
Welcome back, esports fans, to another day of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 6. We are on to week 1 and the last day. We are on day 3. And I am going to be your anchor, Rockhart, alongside my analyst, Butters. And we are going to be giving you the action coming into the first match of the day, which will be very, very interesting for us to watch. But before that, a big thank you to our tournament sponsors. First, our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte of games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Dial *123# now and choose Giga Games 99. Our official sponsors, Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest and hashtag Dare to be Realme campaign. Visit their official Facebook page at fb.com/RealmePhilippines to know more. And of course, our official sponsor, Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach-Free Razor, Vector-Free Razor, or Blue-Free Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold stores nationwide. Hashtag shave the day with Gillette. That's hashtag.
You put a bit of a pause there.
Of course, our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get 7% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until August 31, 2020. Our partner in esports, TikTok. Search MLBB in TikTok to win premium skins. And official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Hear like a pro. All of this is powered by Moonton. So as I was saying before, we have a very hot day ahead of you for us. We're just basically just recovering from the previous day that we've had, which is filled with surprises. We can talk about that a little bit later. But Butters, how are you, my friend?
Doing fine. I mean, day 2 was a roller coaster ride. There were some, ups, there were some downs, but this is the MPL, and this is what happens when teams just prepare for the best. But looking at it right now, Rockhart, Blacklist International, they're actually the only team, right now at a 100% win rate. Because Next Play Solid, they did have a 2-0, but one of the things that lacked from their side is they lost in a fashion of 0-2 yesterday against Blacklist International as well.
That's true. And again, you cannot really count out this team, obviously, despite a very strong 2-0 loss, 0-2 loss. They are still one of the hottest teams, the hottest commodities, right, of the MPL so far. And yesterday was filled with very close free game series. That's why you'll see a lot of 2-1s here on the board, which is something a little new here for the MPL. I think for the past MPLs, there's on the first week there have always been a decided top 4.
Yeah.
Right? There's always been those teams that are obviously so much stronger than the rest. And now it is looking like a coin toss between a lot of the teams all the way up to top 8.
You know what? I'm actually surprised that Onic PH. This is the first time I saw them in the 8th spot. For 4th season and the 5th season, you really have to look at it this way. Onic has been very successful into securing their first series win and the first days of the MPL. So now the tables have turned. Bren Esports, they literally just deny that. And in not really in a dominating fashion, I've seen, a bit of a struggle for Bren Esports just because of the picks that Onic has made. But then again, I think for the next game that Onic PH will have, it's more the idea of just retribution. It's vengeance. They're on the trail to get back what they just lost. And I think for Onic, they're just gonna prove everyone that, hey, we're still one of the best teams. But looking at it right now, Rockhart, Blacklist International, Omega PH.
This is gonna be one very interesting fight. Yesterday, it was all about vengeance. Now, what will it be about for Omega? Right? I feel like Omega has been a team that, like we saw in the intro video, they have been the ones that are one of the strongest contenders, but of course always falls short when we get into the playoffs. Omega, and it's going to be one for the books here for Blacklist International. A minute to meet them.
Mahilig kasi ako sa MOBA games tapos bawal ako mag-computer lagi. Kaya sa cellphone ko ako naglaro.
Nagsimula kami nung SXC Imbalance Season 2. Then, nung Season 5, kinuha kami
Mas wala akong audio yung yung sa
team na
Discord.
Blacklist International na.
Nagsimula ako dun sa
I don't know, man.
South Isalan.
Meron?
Then,
Yeah.
nagpunta ako ng Digital Devils Pro Gaming. Nagkawatak-wata kami, so naghanap kami ng sarili namin pro team. Sakto, in-approach ako ni Captain Dexter.
Kinuha po yung opportunity, tinanggap ko po yung pag-message niya sa akin.
Mix kami ng veterans at saka new bloods. Mas uhaw itong mga to, lalo na itong mga bata sa amin. Kailangan ko kasi mag full time as a pro player, so nag-resign ako.
And this is Blacklist International. Dexter, Killer, Full Clip, Aqua, Edward, and Eson. A team that made a very, very big opening coming into the first week of the MPL Season 6. I have to say, Full Clip's KDA obviously is now super skyrocketed. Yesterday, we were super surprised by how well this guy performed on his debut game in the MPL. And do you think, what are the factors that you think contributed to that? Like, is the confidence in this guy very much well founded still, do you think?
And I think that confidence comes from, Aqua, Edward, Eson, and Dexter doing their jobs as well. Because remember, Full Clip might have all the mechanics in the world, but if the other four doesn't really jive with him or, follow his tracks, then they might still have trouble. But you know what? Full Clip is good, but having teammates, that made him the better carry or the better marksman for their game with Next Play Solid.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you hit it right on the nose. Like, anyone can be good in Mobile Legends, but is it a good combination? Is it the perfect mix of players? And we'll have to find out here for this time around. Omega, right there for a minute to me.
Nakita ko yung ka-work ko, nag-ML siya nun. Tapos yun, dinownload ko, trinay ko, tapos nag-enjoy naman ako.
Hindi ko siya agad nilaro. Kumbaga, after ilang months, nakita ko yung kapatid ko naglalaro. So yun, doon na rin nag-start na nilaro ko talaga.
Pa season 4 na. Chinata ko ni Coach Dale kung gusto ko bang maglaro sa SGD as part of their team. Tapos yun, tinanggap ko agad yung offer para pumunta agad mag-bootcamp.
Nainganyo ako sumali sa Omega. Nabalitaan ko na doon po sa org na yun, kumpleto lahat. May draft coach po, tapos may life coach, may mga analyst din po. So doon pa lang po na nainganyo na kami na sumali.
Siya sa tubig lang tapos maghapon kami maglaro.
Okay, chips in the water. I'm super curious about that next one. But this is going to be Omega PH Esports. Of course, they all want to be known as Omega with Kenji, Heath, Hajizi, Toshi, Hayes, and Curtizi.
And looking at it, Omega PH is their first series into the MPL Season 6. And surprisingly, Hayes is the sixth man for this squad.
I'm actually, I'm super surprised by that. I mean, some teams would, or actually some players or viewers would be so curious, like, why would you put the gold medalist, the SEA Games gold medalist for a team? The guy who has been a Season 1 champion, who has been touted as one of the best support tank players in the game, they put on the sixth man. Again, I'm so ready for these new surprises, and I really wonder, what does Omega have in mind doing that? I feel like maybe they have something else, because this is also a lineup that has not really changed that much since last season.
I mean, I think one of the problems that they encountered way back Season 5 was they weren't really any good communication in them. I mean, they're very good players, but if you see their roster and you see these players like just on the studio or on the set, they're pretty much, meek. They don't really talk that much. And I wonder how Omega, adjusted to everything that happened. I mean, right now they're under new management, and seeing that, how will they adapt? How will they cope up? Because The thing is, you might be good individually, but without proper communication, there is little to no chance of you winning this tournament.
That's true. I mean, communication has been some of the failing graces, right? Those have been some of the pitfalls, rather, of yesterday's games as well. I think some of those fights yesterday were lost just from pure miscommunication. You remember aside maybe the Loyi play, the last Loyi play that we've seen Hate had to endure? I don't know, maybe it's either there was a lack of audio cues or they did not communicate where the rest of the enemies were. Maybe that's one of the reasons why that game went so badly for EXA yesterday. So I'm wondering if that's going to be one of the things that will be changing alongside these guys. Because maybe last season, season, I was going to say season. Maybe season it was maybe some of them were a little bit more on the nerve side of things, but they are already, you can count them as veterans. They're maybe, I think they're already like juniors or seniors in the MPL already. A lot of them are
Not a
even,
repeat performance. More about
I wonder
how
if
they
that's going to be
will
changed at all.
utilize you.
So now on the head-to-head, Butters, this is a huge difference, I think, between these two teams. If you consider the performances that they've had, what can you say about that objective stat and the first blood count?
I feel that Omega has been playing a lot of hyper aggressive ML during season 5. But what happened was when it came to the playoffs, they just stayed away from that, and I don't really know what happened at that point on their side. But it seems to me that they're being very passive. I don't know what happened in terms of them talking it out in the team, but then again, it might be the adjustment that they thought that was worthy for at that time. But looking at the head-to-head right now, both teams have 25 games played. I think Blacklist International, just looking at their stats, well, they had their game against NSP Solid yesterday. It was very successful. So we might just see a bit of a difference in terms of their pacing right now. And I think that Blacklist International will be very, very aggressive at this point.
I feel so too. I feel like Blacklist International is going to be coming into today with such bravado, with such enthusiasm that I can't imagine them playing I can't imagine them playing passively, right? If you come into a match hot, you're bound to go strong right off the bat. And I wonder, is that going to be a weakness? Do you think that's going to be a weakness for Blacklist, or is it going to be a big blessing? Because on the player head-to-head, obviously Full Clip, he's got a lot of KDA, right? And usually when you have a lot of KDA in the games, you kind of feel good about yourself, right?
Yeah, it's the confidence that comes with it. I mean, even without the KDA, I really think that this guy is just comfortable in his own skin right now. This is his playground. He made it look so easy. And you know what? For a series or for these kinds of tournaments, you just have to get one win to get the ball rolling. And that usually happens a lot in the previous seasons. Like for Execration, it happens a lot. They win their first series. Then after that, they just, win it until enemy team finds out what they're doing. So confidence is there, but do not be too overconfident, because the thing is, if you're a bit too overconfident, then you'll probably try to go for those greedy rotations, greedy moves that if Omega is ready, they will 100% punish. You know what?
For sure.
You know what? I'm seeing a DQ ban happening for this game.
Are you really gonna talk about that?
I mean, it worked.
It worked, yeah, very well. Yesterday, that was one of the biggest talking points of yesterday, having Graflesia from Aura PH, right?
Yeah.
And
it's the law or the concept of diminishing gold in a MOBA. MLBB has it as well, and a lot of MOBAs have it also. So
that's true.
The thing is, the only difference in the law of diminishing gold for MLBB is that you can just, get yourself killed by your eighth death, that only means that you're not gonna get, the enemy team is not gonna get anything more from you.
That's
Because
right.
literally at that point, the gold has diminished. You're not gonna give out anything. And you know what? The thing about it is, they're not getting any gold from that, but they also get a streak. So that means if you have that streak and you're not getting the gold that you're supposed to get, your standing in the game and your items isn't really at an equal level. Let's say your items is at this point and then you're legendary.
That's right.
So that means when the enemy team takes you down, you're worth more.
That's right. It increases the value of the target. At the same time, the guy who has like a legendary, the guy who has 13 kills, only got like how much gold from all those 13 kills?
I mean, probably
right?
at the 7th kill, that's only plus 23 gold.
Yeah, that's right. Basically,
That's it.
like just one minion. It's like you killed one minion, right? Even less. I think a minion's worth more than that at some point.
And the thing is, you cannot ignore that Diggy. Because the
Yeah.
Diggy, give it time, he will punish you. He has the capability to take you down.
That's right. That's right.
That's the thing about Diggy. Those bombs, those time bombs, it will hurt. It will hurt.
Yeah. He doesn't need items for those time bombs to actually hurt. Right? That's the point of the Diggy. And at the same time, he's also giving vision. He's also stopping recalls, because if you're a Diggy egg and you spin, you have damage, right? So you're stopping recalls, you're giving position. I know what you mean. It's very, very annoying, and it's also very destructive to some lineups.
But
to be
then
fair,
again-
sorry.
You know what, Rockhart, just seeing how, some of the other players are doing it, they have to take into consideration that they cannot get a kill.
That's right.
Because if they get a kill, you reset your bounty. So that means when they take you down once again, you'll get gold and you have to make it out till, the 8th death of you again. And, that's the only time where the zero value Diggy or the sacrificial Diggy strat will work once more. But
that's true.
Your goal is to not get a kill. You just use the time's journey and bail out your allies. That's the only thing that you're gonna do.
Yeah, this issue was highly contested, I think, yesterday in social media, where a lot of teams are really discussing how efficient this technique is going to be, or how widely it's going to be used, right? It's not really a bug, right? It's a feature. It's a feature that originally it's meant to give players who are down. It's like they call it the catch-up mechanic, right? So if you're doing badly in the game itself gives you a chance to get back by slowing down the progress of the enemy who is killing you. So it's super, I know what you mean, it's super contested, it's very controversial, and I'm wondering if it's going to be a permaban here for today. And what do you think that's gonna mean for our teams?
Other teams are gonna follow suit. But then again, it's not really an easy lineup to it's not going to be an easy lineup to pull off. Because it means one guy is taking the bullet for your team. So that means that, the other 4 must do well. And the other 4 must get all the gold in the map just because, someone is sacrificing themselves.
That's true. I think that only happened for Aura because everyone was like super good, right? Super good in terms of their mechanics. Number 1, obviously, it's a champion team. Number 2, what were they picking? Selena, Diggy, Yi Sun Shin. These are heroes that provide vision all around the map. So that even though a lot of one of their teammates are falling hard, the rest can stay safe, right? And I really like that. So I think that's a big warning, right, to everyone to please don't do it on ranked games. Please, not yet.
For ranked games, we do have a system that how do you say this? Notifies you if you're already feeding.
Yeah.
Having a 0-21-14 will probably hurt your credit score.
Very bad. I've seen a few attempts yesterday, so it's really bad, right? So,
I've seen a couple. Like
yep.
people were showing it to me on my page, the messages. They have 5 kills, they have 4 kills, they have some had 6 kills, to be honest. And that means it was reset 6 times. And you give out another set of gold. So you know what? You should just avoid getting.
That's right. So we'll probably find out later if that's gonna be an issue or if it's gonna be permabanned. And I think a lot of what they're saying yesterday, the talks are that if you are that basically it's an automatic -1 for a team ban, right? So they're thinking, is that going to be a disadvantage for the enemy team or is it going to be a disadvantage for your team? What do you think? Is it gonna affect the bans too much? Or that much?
Of course, because you know what? Let's put it this way. First team won't ban it. First pick won't ban it. 100% sure. Second pick needs to ban it. The first 2 picks needs to ban it. You know why? Because automatically Diggy will just come out of nowhere and you guys will think to yourselves, we have made a mistake. It's but
Yep.
Our players are getting smarter.
Oh, for sure.
The thing is, they might have made this kind of strategy now, but who knows? Maybe at that point, like the 6R or 12R range, or let's say 18R range, that from that game that happened yesterday, maybe someone has already made a counter to it.
That's a very, very good point, my friend.
Yeah,
I wonder if we have 24 hours, almost 24 hours, right? I think a lot of people, especially the pro players, they're probably already like the laboratories, the boot camps are super busy, right?
And the thing is, I'm always, should I say this, grateful to I'm always hashtag be grateful. I'm always grateful to the coaches and the analysts because here is where their importance lies. The team needs to rest. Then that means the coaches will have to go into overtime. Like they have to do rapid thinking. They need to make let's say a counter or two for these kinds of strategies.
That's right.
So you know what? These kinds of things, it just makes the esports scene whole. It makes the pro teams whole, and it really just makes MPL more competitive.
Yeah,
but Blacklist, the coach Bonchan, did a live stream earlier on his page.
Right.
That they showed the way to stop it.
Okay, I mean that was like it wasn't an actual strategy, right? It was more of like a statement that it was a short statement. I saw that. It's very cryptic. He didn't specify how, but it's also kind of scary. And I think that's gonna happen. Something weird is gonna happen if they don't ban it. Right? If they don't ban it, if they start to not ban the Diggy, Blacklist will probably come up with something new. So that's also a reason why a lot of people are super interested, super excited for this matchup as well, because this is going to be the first match after that very big issue yesterday, right?
Let's call it on. And I saw Coach Arcadia actually post something.
Yeah.
He did say that it wasn't really the best strategies to run, and I do agree myself. Like I'm seeing that certain kind of strategy to be a one-off.
Right.
It wouldn't really work twice. Because you know what? If it works once, Diggy will get banned. Or players will realize that if the Diggy is rotating a lot, then just let him be. Just let him get a kill or two.
Yes.
If he's sacrificing himself, just let another support sacrifice themselves on your side, and you get the gold, and you just keep on resetting it, and you're just literally feeding at that point. Then the Diggy isn't really that important in the meta right now because it just counters the Fatal Links and the other big old team fight ultimates.
Yeah, usually that gets picked with Atlas, right? It gets picked with Atlas to counter against the Atlas rather to counter it, and it's not always going to be the best strategy because a lot of teams just want to. Actually, yesterday during the game itself, they were starting Execration against Aura. They were starting to adapt to it, right? They were starting to ignore the Diggy completely, and somehow they were slowly making a comeback. But overall, in the end, it just proved to be super, super difficult to deal with. So this draft, man, is gonna be super duper important, and let's get into it right now here for the first game: Blacklist International versus Omega. Now, no bans on the Diggy yet. I like it. No bans on the Diggy yet. We'll find out later on. And I'm pretty confident that Omega will probably have something else. They'll probably have something else in mind when they're drafting here. Like, I know they prepared for it for sure. But for sure they also had their draft that they've been preparing for months in preparation for the MPL, right? For sure.
Yeah, and I'm actually excited to just see how Omega will deal with this, and I'm actually surprised to not see Kenji right now. Hayes is actually the one playing, and we've been told that Hayes is a sixth man, but they probably made some last minute changes.
That's true.
You know what? To whoever is gonna play this game. So Blacklist International, I think they were caught off guard as well. So it's surprising. I'm not really comfortable in seeing this lineup without Kenji because Kenji is a really strong player and he's known to be one of the best offlaners in the Philippines. But yeah, if it's an adjustment that Omega has to take, then OMG, by all means, do it.
I think that is a very good statement to do, especially for Kenji. Like, they don't got those medals for no reason, If I had it, I'd flex it. Obviously, I thought. So, double tank setup here. So far for Omega, it looks scary, right? It looks scary. It looks like it's one of those picks that is designated, designed specifically to dig into the Yuzhong. Now, is this a good strategy for you? Do you want to see picks like this, or does it leave them a little bit vulnerable?
I think there is a bit of a leeway for this team to just adjust on the fly, and this could be done now because we are still in the 6-man band setup. But if it's going to be in the 5-man band setup, you have to be very careful into going on these kinds of setups.
That's true. I mean, right now it's available, right? You better get used to it. Go ahead, run it while you can. I think that's what we're talking about here, right? Because next week will be a different story. But before next week, obviously, these strategies are definitely very much valid. Although they are going to be a little bit hard-pressed to find a good carry for this. They are still leaving a lot of heroes available, right? They're still leaving, and I'm scared for Blacklist to pick up a Diggy against this lineup because if they do, that might just nullify so many things.
I'm not, if I'm Blacklist International, I wouldn't really, put it in my priority list to just get a Diggy right now because the Atlas was banned as well. But then again, Blacklist International, they put themselves in hard mode right now. They do have the lane, but look at all the control that MLBB has. If ever he gets caught out with a bouncing ball or the Wave the Dragon, there is no way that this Sling is jumping out. Yeah, these are the layers of stunts or crowd control that MLBB has. Now, bouncing ball, the taunt from Gatot, and the Wave the Dragon is going to mess him up real bad. So, I just feel that full clip will be a little bit, limited in terms of the things that he can do. But if he can get away with this, lane pick, if ever he's the one who's gonna use it, then I have mad respects for the guy.
Mad respects indeed. Right. I mean, this is just, I don't know if this is the bravado talking or that we were talking about, but it's very scary to use this against this guy. These are 3 hard crowd control. This is not slow. This is not like a small hold.
Yeah.
These are hard stuns. So
the thing is, Rockhart, there's a way to counter these kinds of heroes, and for Ling, one of the things that you can advise Ling players against this 3-man setup that Omega PH has is to not get caught.
Absolutely.
And how do you do that? You just fight at a later stage. Then just do the cleanup. That's what you do.
Yeah, so basically we'll just see them, see the Ling flying wall to wall all game long, right? And avoiding the engagements from these guys, which is gonna be super difficult. And the main carry here, for Omega is gonna be Hayabusa. Do you think this is a great idea? Because I really think that after the shadow kill, their damage output will be considerably less, especially if they use the shadow kill and the feathered airstrike.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be good. But you know what, Rockhart? I see an Akai. I press like. I see an Akai.
Right?
I'm a simple guy. I see an Akai. Akai is one of my favorite heroes, and he's picked. I'm happy, and people say I look like him, but whatever, man. He's back.
Welcome back, Akai.
Welcome back to Akai.
Yeah,
I do like the Akai pick, because one of the things that Akai does well is just control these kinds of heroes. Like, if it's ever like to the wall aggression coming out here from the side of Omega, what he's gonna do is just gonna use the Hurricane Dance. I actually forgot his ultimate name.
Almost.
It's been a really long time. Hurricane Dance, to just zone out everyone or to just stop these crucial initiations on the side of Omega. So I like the thought process, but the thing is, it's gonna take a lot of prowess or expertise to make this work.
That's right, for sure. I feel like that's gonna be up to their practice. It's gonna be up to their practice whether or not it's gonna work out. And if you guys, who do you guys think are gonna win? Comment it on the comment section and use hashtag #BeLegendary when sharing the stream, because we are heading into the matchup: Blacklist International versus Omega PH Esports.
Let's go. Blacklist International, Omega PH Esports. They have 2 concussive blasts on Toshi and Heath. That will give them a bit of a damage boost into the early game. While to the side here of Blacklist International, they do have the Avarice. So on Popol and Koopa. So that only means that they have 1 extra potential carry on their side.
That's right. Dexstar on the Popol and Koopa, getting that gold generation emblem will definitely be a prime candidate to get at least ease the tension, right? And if you think about it, they will start to look like they have free carries. Edward is also on the Chang'e, which means that's a lot of damage output that will be coming from Blacklist International here. So I don't know if a lot of people are happy to not see the Diggy today, or if they're kind of sad they want to see more, but that's not gonna be happening for the meantime.
And look at this. The teams here are just giving importance to their minions. They know that they can fight right now. They should give Haji and let's say Full Clip their level 4s. Just get them their first item, and that's the time that they will fight. There's no Purify here onto the side of Omega PH Esports. You have to look at it this way. So Eson here, if he ever catches them with a Petrify and the Hurricane Dance, that's going to be a big problem for the side of Omega PH Esports.
That's true. So again, the Essence gonna be one of the main components of Engage, right? For Blacklist International, it'll be up to this guy whether or not they will probably get a lot of kills or 2. Now we're seeing them actually circling around the crab area. Tyrant's Revenge will be hitting Edward, but no good follow-up yet, because I don't think they have the damage output unless they want to go for it. And the Feathered Airstrike will be available. Hayes was just waiting for the prime moment to do it. But yeah, without much items on Hajizi, on the Hayabusa, they're not that confident to fight just yet.
Okay, I like the thought process here onto the side of Omega. They're not really forcing a lot of things. Because if you would look at their carries, they don't really have that kill potential. Now Hayes has level 4. I think that they will try to fight, and this is the fight that they want. They have Feathered Airstrike. Hayes can just use it to deal extra damage. But look at this Aqua! Good positioning! Good targeting there coming up from him.
Actually, that's right. This is also one of the guys that don't want to fight as early as possible, and they are just sustaining as hard as they can here. But for the meantime, it looks like MLBB eSports gonna go in for that turtle, and it's going down very quickly. Dexstar is the only one in position to go for the steal, and will be secured here by Hajizi. But looks like, oh my gosh, he will be having a big problem here. He is very, very low, bouncing ball out, but First Blood still goes over to full clip.
And Hayes here is not, he's not given the chance to use, you know what, to use that Feathered Airstrike at its maximum potential, just because Aqua and the others, they know who to target. Dexter doesn't really have a hard time catching out of Farsa. He just sends out the dog. And the dog literally just bites Hayes. And he's forced out. That's what happens.
A big amount of damage, right? That bite from Koopa is just so scary at the early levels that even the Kufra can't really withstand it that long. So far, so good. I feel like Curtizi might be going for a kill here, but will be backed up here quickly by Hayes. Feathered Airstrike will not hit, but will not be needed as Curtizi will be the one to go for that kill. In full clip, he's just waiting and seeing if he can get that crab. And he is met with the bouncing baby ball there from Heath. Has to use that Tempest Blades to get out. And Dexstar is just going for the backup once more.
They will catch out Dexstar. Dexter here. Will he get out? That is the question. Curtsy, they don't actually get that kill. Even with the commit, they don't get it.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that should have been something. Because if you saw, Dexstar did get, like, he face checked the bush right to the face of the enemy, but they don't have that much damage yet. For some reason.
And you know what? MLBB, they're really just, trying their best to get a pick off of that Kufra. But the thing is, if Hayes isn't in the vicinity, their damage output isn't going to be good.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like the damage output is going to be so massively lessened because that's the only mage in the lineup, right? That's the only guy who has the burst. Hayabusa's more of the sustain kind of guy, He just wants to chill. He just wants to get that gold. He does not want to die, right, for the remainder. And that's what their plan is. With Eson, though, he is getting hunted down very hard by Omega. And they don't want to give Eson any opening to make an engage, apparently, here.
And this is really just one of the things that Blacklist International is abusing right now. I mean, Omega will skate. They will skate 100%, but
look at that!
Jumped on. Oh my goodness.
Man. This is what we were talking about, man. Eson, Anakai is not that afraid of a Kufra as long as you have good teammates to back you up after you lock someone down with the Hurricane Dance. And it's looking really good here so far. For Blacklist, they will have an opening on the Lord. Will they get something here for this?
Yes, they will.
In the back line, Turtle will be secured by Full Clip, and he is doing a good amount of damage here for the team fight. Tempest Blaze goes down as well. Hajizi is not gonna fall for it at all.
Keith and the others, they just run away. They realize that they don't have the damage. And I really like what Omega is doing here as well. They're not giving those unnecessary fights. Yes, unnecessary kills rather. Like, to be honest, looking at Toshi, looking at Heath, they use their flickers. But at least they didn't give one kill. We're still at a 1-1. But Blacklist International, they are getting the objectives because they are forcing Omega back.
That's right. Again, forcing Omega back, resulting in a 1.5k gold lead so far at 7 minutes of the game. And looking at Full Clip, he's 1-0-0, but he is actually pretty healthy with in terms of buffs. He's now on level 12, way ahead of some of the members here for Omega. And they want to go for a big engage despite that.
And even though Hayes got the position there perfectly, it's still going to be the meteor shower, even if Yuzhong and Popol and Koopa isn't there. Goodness gracious, this guy isn't getting any break. Isn't getting a break. Like Hayes, he needs to wait for the right timing, and I feel that Hayes is capable of doing that. He just gets the clock of destiny right now. And what do you say this? It's a bit late, to be honest.
It is, right?
It is a bit late. It's a bit
My
late because
gosh.
usually people get that at like 5 minutes, 6 minutes. 6 minutes is already a bit late, but acceptable. But 8 minutes, it's late. That's really late.
Super duper late. Is it even worth it to complete it at 8 minutes? I'm not sure. Maybe you just want to build a magic penetration item like a genius one or something like that. But or lightning truncheon, right? Well, we'll find out. Obviously, that's the usual combo, and they're just playing around with the timing. So for now, though, it is going to be a mid lane turret going down for Omega and an engage by Eson. He is behind enemy lines right now. No one to back him up except for Dexstar, which is super far on the back. And that will be Eson going down. But Blacklist International, they are not done. They want to go for the team fight still. Tyrant's Rage hits on the middle of the fight, but he does not have the damage output to follow it up. Here comes Edward with that Meteor Shower. And looks like Blacklist International, despite losing Eson, will get so much more in return with a double kill for Dexstar.
Hayes is just gonna try to run away just in time, just in the nick of time. He has his bird form, he will get out. And that is probably going to be a Lord take here. Kritzy, proper timing, he just goes in and he gives up his information or where he is. He will just back down from here, and Heath is getting a lot of these hurricane that is coming up from Eson.
Yep. Primary target, auto lock, hero lock. I'm gonna go for this coup right. There's nothing you can do to stop me. But you know what, Butters? It looks like it's working out fine. Here in this instant replay, hashtag shave the day.
Shave the day indeed. Hajizi, he tried to go for a kill there, but you know what? It's all about the scaling. As long as Hayes isn't getting the right position, not proccing 4 of those feathered airstrikes in one go, they're gonna have a lot of they're gonna have a hard time just taking down someone. This game, look at the kill score, it's really low. This isn't normal for a Mobile Legends game.
3-2, but you're at 6,000 gold lead. Like, holy cow, that is just magical for some people. And now it's gonna be the Lord walking up on the mid lane. Is this gonna be a team fight that they can take? I think not. Omega is now inside the base with the Lord in hand. Avatar Guardian on the backline does not hit anyone. It's gonna be still Eson protecting the backline. Edward is on a free hit inside the base, though Aqua might be in danger. Lord will go down finally, but I don't think they're done just yet.
And look at this, there is a fight happening on all sides of their base. Heath here trying to defend this turret as much as possible, but it will just go down. And that is still going to be a win onto the side of Blacklist International. They got the objectives. They got 2 turrets on that skirmish alone. It wasn't even a team fight at some point, just because someone just keeps on getting picked off onto the side of Blacklist International. And this is still one of the things that you have to look at for Blacklist International. They have this setup where the poke composition just works.
It is. Like the poke from Edward, the Meteor Shower, it's almost impossible to deal with for Omega. They're having a hard time dealing with it. Only Hayes can do... only Hayes can actually reach Edward at this point, right? And Hayes does not only have to deal with Edward, he also has to deal with Dexstar. If Eson goes in, he also has to watch it. So Hayes, his plate is looking so full right now. Not to mention Full Clip is just on the other side of the map, taking everything from Omega.
Yes, of course. Omega, they still have a chance to do this. I think that they have this teamfight capability to just layer all those stuns, crowd control, and just, punish Blacklist International from there. But you have to look at how Eson plays. He doesn't really, pull back on those Hurricane Dance. He's not trying to find the best Hurricane Dance, probably catch out Haji or Kurt. They're not He's not planning to do that. What he's trying to do is to not layer every stun that Omega has. He's just stopping one of them and trapping one of them in his grasp.
And somehow that's just starting to look like it's just about enough. Now inside the base of Omega, it is looking really, really ugly. Everything is in shambles. Traps are inside their base right now, and I don't think they even know it. And for the meantime, Omega is just gonna be on the defensive for the foreseeable how many parts more of this game. So what's the comeback mechanic here for Omega, man? I'm having a hard time thinking about it.
You know what? It's all about getting the initiation that they wanted ever since they drafted this lineup. They haven't had a chance to get a good Tyrant's Rage that went from that connected into the avatar of the Guardian and a taunt. They haven't really set up. Really haven't set up Haze to go for a feathered airstrike that hits multiple people.
Yep. So what do we need to do here? What do we need to do for that? Does he just have to hit one? Because I feel like one is not even enough, right? I think you need to hit so many more 4-man, 3-man Tyrant's Rage for you to have actually a chance to wipe out Blacklist. Because a wipeout, I think, is the only way that they're gonna be able to get this back. Are they gonna play it around the Lord area as well? Because they are, man, Blacklist looks like they're a shark in water.
Shark in the water indeed, Rockhard. And Omega PH eSports, they're not fighting in those areas that they actually have the advantage. They have the advantage with, because if you think about it, if they fight in a narrow space, Akai thrives on those places.
That's right. I really like it. Like right now, you just said it. And Jeezy, the Hayabusa, who is supposed to have the most mobility in their lineup, just got removed by Eso right there. And I think without a proper setup, only Toshi and Haze available here, this might be the end for Game 1.
Lesson number 1, do not fight on narrow spaces whenever there is an Akai near that area. Blacklist International, man oh man, they have an understanding of this meta that doesn't really, cross out or just doesn't really, ring a bell for the other teams. And they will get win number 1 on this game number 1. This is a victory for them and in dominating fashion once again.
Yep. Congratulations to Blacklist, a 1-0 for this one. And now we gotta talk about what the heck was going on in that game. Low kill count, but the economy was just way off the charts here, Butters. Any idea how that happened?
I mean, they were really just trying to get the objectives, Blacklist International. They knew that if they fought at an early stage of the game, Omega, they had better capability into just getting those setups, getting those kills. And if ever, let's say, Haze, they don't account for him, he's just gonna destroy everyone on that fight. And that's literally how Farsa strategies go.
That's right. Literally, right? Literally, and the damage output was just, man, I feel like if I was Haze in that game, I would be like sweating right now because I had to watch so many things, right?
You'll be
I had
really
to watch so many things on the map. I had to watch the front. I had to watch the side. I had to watch my back. And it felt like a mess. So the double tank setup definitely did not work out here for Omega. Are they gonna try again? Are they gonna make big adjustments for that? Those are the things I'm wondering right now. Final thoughts on that one.
Well, I think we have to throw it back to our resident analyst. But yeah, let's just talk about it when we get back to the MPL-PH Day 3 of Season 6. Don't go in.
Above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
A chess match, yun siguro yung description ko sa game na to. Nag-aantayan, nagtatansyahan para sa teams para malaman kung sino yung magmamate sa kabila. And then I think that's my judgment of this game. Nevertheless, it was a victory mula sa Blacklist International laban sa Omega. You know what, guys? Nakausap ko yung iba sa mga tropa pips natin off-cam. And medyo nagkaroon ng bet kung sino yung mananalo sa event. Honestly, a lot of people have betted against Blacklist. In fact, Omega yung target nila. But it's normal. The past season's performance of Omega laban sa Blacklist is almost always Omega winning it over Blacklist in a very strong manner. Pero ano nga ba yung mga change-ups all throughout the off-season now that we're seeing Blacklist? And I think ang daming significant changes. Una sa lahat, they put Edward in a position wherein he can shine. I think if you've been watching me throughout the broadcast of MPL Season 4 and 5, ang dami kong minention about Edward being scouted as a core earlier this year. And then he kind of played support and it was amazing, di ba? Nagpakita siya ng mga Natalia plays. Very explosive when it comes to controlling the utility support role. And ngayon, nandun na siya sa role kung saan nakapag-dish out siya. Nag-shine siya, kumbaga, sa nagpapakita tayo ng core role. Also, I love it that we are seeing Aqua being really put on a spotlight dahil sa ginagawa ni Eson and Dexter. I think I'm gonna talk a lot about this specific duo all throughout MPL Season 6 because I'm really impressed on how Dexter as well as Eson controls their heroes and also affects the team. Imagine, who would have thought that Akai will be successful in the meta? Napakatagal nang hindi tayo nakita na magandang Akai. And if you're looking at Eson, wala siyang pakialam sa full 5v5 team fights. Wala siyang pakialam kung apat yung nahuli niya with this Hurricane Dance. In fact, kahit tanks, solo tanks, ginagamitan niya ng kanyang ultimate. I think those are some of the important factors that we should be considering heading to this post-game analysis. The highlights, the smart highlights of the game, mga kaibigan. Good luck sa mga gumagawa ng highlights because there's not much actually. In fact, by 12 minutes or even until 15 yata, it's 4 and 2. 4 kills lang yung Blacklist International. Omega PH 2 kills lang. Very low scoring game. And why is that the case? Both teams, like I said, this is a chess match. Nagsiset up muna sila ng kanilang mga pieces over the board, tas tsaka lang sila magkakaroon ng malupit na gitgitan. That's why the scores are very low. In fact, we finished, I think, at 7 and 2, or at least yung last team fight, it started at 7 and 2. This is very impressive from Blacklist International because this is their way of telling us a different approach when playing Mobile Legends. It's not about the kills. Full clip, our smart MVP of the game, 2-0 and 4. A very good performance with the Ling. Hindi ganun ka-explosive, pero what makes it so impressive is how disciplined the whole of Blacklist is. They know their roles. So, just to give you a very quick description of what Blacklist did in this specific game, is that naghintay lang sila na kanilang mga tinatawag natin na timings. There was a clash in the middle kung saan nag-overtake ang Blacklist doon sa may mid lane turret. And you know what they did? Ano ba hinintay nila? The first item on the Chango, the first item on the Yuzhong as well. They group up as 5 doon sa may gitna. Doon sila push. Hindi nga sila masyadong nag-focus dun sa pag-kill ng kalaban. They used the shower just to clear out the minion wave and to zone out their minions. So while the rest of Blacklist with the Popol and Koopa are just pushing the turret. So it's again another timing-based lineup mula sa Blacklist, just like what they did against Next Play, which kind of makes it very exciting for game number 2. Usually, ang Omega, ang squad na alam natin na timing-based din. When Kenji was there, when Heath and Hayes were using it and rallying around Toshi. And mukhang Blacklist, sila nagpapakilala bilang isang team na mas malupit ang timings for MPL Season 6. Let's see what will happen in game number 2 as we bring it back to the casters.
And there you have it. Wolf himself says, you don't need that many kills just to get ahead in the game. And I think a lot of players will definitely have a use for that lesson. Welcome back here. I'm your anchor, Rockhart. Alongside Butters, gonna give you game 2 here for Blacklist versus Omega. So Butters, I think a lot of people definitely need to learn from that, right? But what other ways would Omega be able to counter if, for example, Blacklist does something similar to this one?
The thing is, you cannot counter something that you aren't really prepared for. Like a lot of the games that I've watched from Blacklist International, they've been really trying to go for the poke composition. Now, them poking the enemy, it's one of the things that you don't really take a full engage against the enemy team. What you do is you just try to measure things up, and if you can take someone just by poking them, you do that. But when you can take a full team fight, that's the time where you just go all out. And if you saw Eson how he played earlier, he trapped Heath thrice near the turtle at the same point. So there's this certain understanding of Eson and the patterns of Heath. He knows where Heath will position, and he just goes there, and he finds it. And he's not trying to take down Heath. What he's trying to do is just delay the initiation and give time for his teammates to take down the objective.
Yeah, I think it's super smart for Eson to really focus down on Heath on that game, right? It was just he knew it, and where's that from, right? That's probably because of how veteran status this guy is. He's one of the OG players of ML, and he knows if this Kufra cannot make good plays, man, Omega's definitely gonna have a hard time keeping up. But we are here on the draft for game 2 here for Omega versus Blacklist International. And so far, Omega's gonna go and try to steal that Yuzhong. Obviously not gonna be similar to what we've seen earlier. So Blacklist, I'm still wondering what kind of stuff they have under their sleeves here. And Farsa is going to be, I think we're gonna have a bit of a switch, a lineup switch. I like it. I hope that happens, right? Roger though will be the one for the carry for Blacklist. That's good for me.
Yeah, okay. At least right now, Blacklist International can just make the proper ways of engagement. Like they can adjust on the fly what they want to do with this Parsa. Because earlier, you did tell me if there was an advantage of picking a Gatot and a Kufra on the first phase.
Yep.
There wasn't really much leeway to adjust just because you have hard initiations on your side. Sometimes initiations can be tricky and can be linear and can give out information of what you want to do in the early game. So that's why Blacklist International saw that, they adjusted accordingly, and they won the game. But right now, this Parsa setup will be unknown to MLBB eSports by the time that they go here for the third pick. They wouldn't really know who's this slot right now is. It's probably going to be a tank. I was about to say Hylos, but they go for a Carmilla, and that's fine. It's someone who goes in the front lines and has good synergy with the Farsa. Why does he have good synergy with the Farsa? Carmilla has a stun.
That's right.
And it gives her time to hit him with 1 or 2 feathered airstrike. Now, if they get the early lead, then that only means Farsa can one-shot two of these heroes onto the side of Omega PH Esports and just probably turn the tides of a clash if they need to.
Yeah, especially with the help of Curse of Blood, right? That Curse of Blood plus Feathered Airstrike is just so much amplification and so much damage brought. And that kind of will be amplified even further if they can get a pretty good tank that can group people up. So I'm still looking for something to help the setup because they have the sustain, right? They have the sustain from the Carmilla. They have the damage output from the Roger and Farsa, but they don't really have the initiate. They don't have the initiate yet. So we're looking for a good initiator for Blacklist. And I wonder if they're gonna keep going at it with, like you said, high loss, probably a good idea, but Gatot was banned out by Omega here in preparation for that. So do you think that is a good response?
I think it is like they don't really had an offlane at that point, and Gatot was one of the prime examples of just getting it. Gatot is a good counter against the Ling and the Yuzhong as well. So it's a no-brainer for Blacklist if they would give that out. But for Omega PH Esports, I like the Hilda pick. It gives them extra oomph. You know that it gives them extra damage output. It gives them extra hold and dueling capability. In terms of dueling capability, I think he can just take down Carmilla. But at the same time, if Carmilla gets the proper stacks before Hilda can deal significant damage, then that's the time it really turns around.
Yeah, the funny thing is almost every member of Omega right now is basically capable of doing and dishing out tons of damage. And that might be just what the doctor ordered here for Omega. It might suit better in their lineup into their playstyles, and I'm looking forward to seeing if that's gonna work. On the other side though, they are starting to build more defensive options as well with that Baksha lined up. So we were looking for engage from Blacklist. They answered with a Baksha. It might not be the hard engage that a lot of people would want, but knowing Blacklist International, they got some mechanics hidden down there for them. So pretty even on the matchup, I would say. Both teams adjusted quite well. I don't know if you think anyone's gonna be ahead here, but it's looking like another coin toss for me, Butters.
I have to say I would side with Blacklist right now again, just because they had the Baksha. And that was the perfect answer to the Esmeralda. I mean, Esmeralda was just banking on the fact that there are a lot of tanky heroes on the side of Blacklist International, but just not giving her that capability at level 1, it really just changes the game. I mean, if Baksha has a good game, then probably Omega will just really have a hard time. And I know that Omega is still a high-profile team in terms of the MPL, but Blacklist International, they're making all of the proper adjustments to win the game.
That's true. And heading into game 2 here for Omega PH Esports versus Blacklist International, I'm wondering where is going what's going to be the tilting point? What's going to be the tipping point rather for Blacklist? Are they ever going to slow down here? Cuz right now they're on the free 0 streak away from yesterday and they are not showing any signs of stopping. Like you said, they also have a pretty good draft, so what's stopping them from getting a 4-0 today?
I mean, what will stop them is probably them not being inspired to be creative anymore. And as far as I know, Dexter, Killer, and the others, they are known to be very creative in these turns of drafts. They've showed us here again in Season 6, and I don't think that will stop. Edward here, I think is really comfortable in playing off lane or side lane.
That's true, for sure. I mean, Edward's always been. He has never had a problem doing that, especially with the hero right now on FAMS. That's gonna be an easy pick for Blacklist. And on the other side, Omega, they still have that offlane Yuzhong on the top lane that will be dealing with the Farsa, which means that lane might be a little bit difficult. Right now, though, the difficulty here is in the mid lane with Dexter getting caught out here. And that Vengeance will not save you. First Blood goes over the haze on that Selena.
You know what? This is one of the things why Omega is still a high-profile team. They know how to punish you if you go over the line. And Dexter, sadly, well, not sadly, but yeah, sadly for him, he went over the line. And
Yeah, way over.
to be honest, Blacklist International, they can just regroup. But Omega PH Esports, I think they are regaining the confidence that they lost. And Haji here feels really natural while using a Ling.
That's true. It's flowing just like water, and we have seen Hajizi play this hero for a long time now. So there is no doubt about the mechanics here. The question is, will they be able to engage well once more in Tempest of Blades? Will it be showing that he can? That's gonna be damage output, and the Ling is just dancing in and out. But still, Heath will be the one who falls despite them doing the engage.
Look at the collapse right there coming out here for Omega. They really just tried to win that fight, but if Aqua can get in position for that feathered airstrike, it hit two people. With one set of feathered airstrike, it hit two people. It stacked up, and they just got destroyed.
Yeah, and that hurt. That hurt so much. Oh my gosh. Like, that was one. Imagine two landing. We might have seen a double right there, right? So both teams are now starting to recognize each other's strengths. Now they're avoiding each other and just going for the safe objectives here. Now it's gonna be a turtle pit fight. Half HP already. Toshi and Heath getting ready to steal, but will be secured once more by Full Clip.
And Hayes trying to go in. Eson here getting scratched, but it wouldn't really matter. Damage still there. Aqua dealing considerable amount of damage here on Curtsy. But you know what? Aqua was forced to use his Purify. So I think that's a win for Curtsy.
That is a big deal. Absolutely a big deal. Removing the Purify allows Hayes to just enter the backside of Blacklist International, where he can find Aqua if he hits that Abyssal Arrow without any problems. Now it's going to be a top lane push here. 3 members from Blacklist finding the Yuzhong. Curtizi going to have to go for the back alley, but will be able to make it into the tower at least. But does that mean that he can stop Blacklist? I don't think so. Even on the Dragon Force, does not have the backup to pull it off.
I love the discipline. They could have, dived, but they realized that the objective is more important than the kill. They just went for the turret, and that's discipline.
That's exactly it. Like, there's trigger discipline, there's kill discipline. I think that's what's happening right now here. And we are seeing Blacklist just using all of that tankiness to absorb a lot of damage. And so far, because of that, they are ahead, but not by much. They're ahead by 1,000 at 5 minutes. That's basically nothing, right?
Yep. And at least Toshi right now has his enchanted talisman. It will give him extra mana regeneration, extra cooldown reduction for his skills. It is very important for an Esmeralda. But you know what? Just looking at it, the gold right now is going to the side of Blacklist International. They're giving a lot more, support for their jungle, for the objective taking. But the thing is, Blacklist International, they can't really just force these kinds of fights because their mid lane is open. When they lose a fight or when they lose a member, it's almost automatic that Omega PH Esports will just go into their jungle, steal a couple of the monsters, and just go back.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. When you lose your mid lane turret, you lose a lot of your jungle control.
Yes, it opens up your base, and I think they are abusing that so hard right now. And Omega, they still want to go for the fight here. Dexstar is very, very low. Eson and Dexstar are both tanks, so damage output is lacking. He is actually running here for his life. Dexstar is still up, but looks like Toshi and Curtizi is going to be able to end that right there and then. I mean, Hajizi was even going for the buff. That's how confident Omega is right now in this invade.
Yes, and Omega, not wasting any more time, they just go straight for that turtle. Hajizi here with the retribution. They will just secure that, and I feel they really are doing good right now. Omega PH Esports, even though they lost in the tempo was going to the side of Blacklist International, they made it all count. They kept on punishing Dexstar. And that's the thing. When Dexter gets punished, he doesn't scale as well because the levels are not going to be on his side.
Yep, and that's because you don't have a lot of offensive capabilities once more on Blacklist. I think this is the same problem that they've had because if Aqua's not there, if Full Clip is not there, you're basically just walking training dummies, right? That just waiting to be hit. And being on the offensive is putting them at a disadvantage.
Mm-hmm. Eson, Heath, that is one of the matchups that you have to really see. I think these guys are gonna go at each other's throats till the end of this game.
Sure, it's non-stop,
Like,
going straight to your face.
I mean, it's poetic because game number one, Eson kept on targeting Heath with the return dance. And right now it's like, okay, you've been messing around with me, you've been annoying me from game number one. Right now it's time to get even. Let's go game number two.
Yep, and as Butter said it, Eson does fall down here from the hands of Omega, while Full Clip is having a hard time finding his targets. Except right now, Curtisi will be the one. He is clawing at the dragon, and it is not making a mark in its armor. And it will be a push on the bottom lane for Hot GZ because of all of this, adding even more gold over to Omega for this trade.
True. But Dexter here gets caught out. And look at this, Heath and Dexter getting a bit of a scuffle, but the feathered airstrike is still there. Good read coming out from Omega. They knew that they couldn't really take that, but right now Hayes is just trying to get away, and Hayes will be using the flicker to get out. But onto the back lines, Full Clip and Ling going at each other. Will this be a fight?
I think this is gonna be a big one. GZ though will be going off. It's a 2v4 around this area. Once again, where is Aqua? The damage output is way too late. Dexter almost falls down. I guess he will. Even though he has the vengeance, he cannot withstand the damage coming in from the offensive capabilities of Omega.
Mm-hmm. Omega, they found the right rhythm to counter Blacklist's, almost, unstoppable drafts. Now they make use of their Selena player, their Hilda, and I think that Toshi here is very much comfortable in doing these things and tanking it all up. Because the thing is, Eson might have anti-protection, an anti-protection passive, but the thing is, you cannot take into account when Toshi. You cannot forget when Toshi gets the extra levels. That also means extra protection. So you just negate, but will your damage still matter if Toshi has high levels or high amounts of XP on his side?
That's true. I mean, it's starting to matter less and less and less. At this point, towers are falling without the help of the minions. That's how powerful the lineup of Omega is right now. But again, they are still not out of the woods just yet. The damage output finally will be here. 4-man push here for Blacklist. Make that 5 as Dexter is about to go for the engage. But Eson, where is everyone? Eson's all alone. Tempest of Blaze knocks him up and will be taken by Toshi because of that. I think I am starting to sense a little bit of miscommunication happening for Blacklist right now.
A lot of pickups are coming from the tanks. They have been going back and forth, the supports as well. And Omega, they were just punishing. There wasn't really anything special from Omega. They just had to punish. And they did that time and again. It's a very simple concept of someone just being out or not in position to do anything, and they just take advantage of it. And look at this. This is actually a death brush, and Edward here trying to tank as much as possible, but the Ling is there, Toshi is there. Would it really matter? He will go down.
Yeah, the funny thing is everyone was actually in position very close by, but they didn't want to go. And that's super weird. Now it's going to be another big fight here on the orange buff side of Blacklist. They are repelling the opposition so far, but how long can they keep this up? Because at almost 12 minutes in the game, we have Omega ahead by about 7,000 gold, and that is pretty big. Lord is now actually open for contention if they want to go for it, but will be going for the safe route and just go get farm on the other sides of the map.
It's the it's the same thing as game number one. This is a certain tempo that Blacklist International won in, and it's just the Chang'o just gave a lot of trouble up to the side of Omega H eSports. Now this is a high kill game. Well, compared to game number one,
Compared to
this is
game
high.
one, yeah.
Compared to game one, this is high. Blacklist International Full Clip isn't really getting that much support. I mean, Full Clip has the items. Well, not as much as game number one, but I mean, he's going there. He's getting there. He'll probably carry in just 5 minutes or more.
Yep, and that's starting to look like 5 minutes is a long time because they want to go end it right now. They want to get the game free, and they have the damage output from Hajizi to do it. A double kill, and on the back foot, it's still going to be Edward. He's all alone. There is no way Blacklist can answer this right now. Lord will start to walk on to top side of the map, and everyone, as I said, the damage is real here. Damage is real for Omega.
Enemy turret is destroyed to the middle lane. Lord is marching up top. And that's going to be another kill. Farza can't do much about it, and that is their last line of defense going down, crumbling to the pressure. And they will just take this game.
That's gonna be it. That's gonna be a 1-1, and we have a series, ladies and gents. Omega take it over from Blacklist International on game 2.
And this is very fitting. As we all know, Omega is still one of the best teams in the Philippines right now. So a 2-0 wouldn't really have made sense at this point. I mean, Blacklist International could be that strong, but you know what? I'm pretty sure that Omega won't let that happen.
Yeah, at this point, it's so difficult to think about Omega just falling flat in a 0-2, right? These guys are championship caliber players, right? They are gold caliber players and gold medal caliber players, and it's so difficult for us to think about it. Now they have shown you got to give these guys props, and when you really put them on the back foot, they can pull out some really good compositions. The lineup here for Omega is
Yeah. Oh, go.
Yeah, the composition is very well thought of, and I'm really curious what you guys think about it.
I mean, let's just discuss it when we go back, because I think Wolf is ready to throw out the bars that he has for analysis. And we will be back after a very short break. I'm Butters, he's Rockhard, and see you guys later.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means
game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
game changing.
Choose
explain mo na lang.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means
game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
game changing.
Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple eh? Smart ako.
Welcome back to the MPL Season 6. My name is Wolf, your resident analyst. You know what? Ang Roger as a pick ay napakalakas in pub matches, and even if you ask bro players, pag sa scrims ang lakas ng Roger. International matches over the past off-season, yes, it's strong. But what does it make, what difference does it make when it comes to the MPL? Bakit hindi ganun ka daling i-execute ang Roger as promised? Well, let's try to break down. Una, because it's a very, sabihin na natin, late early game centric kind of lineup when you go for the Roger. And apart from that, you need to check a lot of check boxes, right? Now, Omega, knowing this, knowing that they are up against the potential Roger lineup, nakita sila ng maraming mga sagot. Case in point, side lanes, they're Yuzhong. You also have the Esmeralda to couple with it. Tapos, meron ka pang Hilda. Three of the heroes that generally will not be the best when you are a Roger. Hindi ganong kadali silang i-burst down. And even their dual capability, their duelist capability is much better than Roger, lalo na kapag nag-start tayo ng even. What I'm trying to say is, if Roger gets ahead, probably kaya niyang tunawin ang Esmeralda, ang Hilda, ang Yuzhong sa early to the mid game. However, that did not happen dahil ang nangyari po sa ating laban between Omega and Blacklist, it was very much even in the early game. Can say na lumalamang sa kills ang Omega, but when it comes to farm, you're gonna have to hand it to Blacklist in the early game. Okay naman yung farm nila. Pero pag naglalaro ka ng isang Roger, this is which I call a hyper-aggressive, tempo-based lineup, hindi enough na pantay na kayo ng kalaban. You need to be so ahead of your opponents. Try to outplay them in the mid-game if you're not ahead. But unfortunately, this is a professional match. This is a league. And Omega, with yung na-mention nila sa kanilang intro video, meron silang coaches, meron silang analysts. They know how to answer this. And we really did see kung paano nga ba ang pag-control sa isang Roger-based lineup, which is, number one, don't die when you're early. When you're the hyper carry, just don't die. Number two, fight around your opponents. And number three, take control of the early to the mid game. So now, Blacklist International leading by a bit. When it comes to the 6-minute mark, almost even 2 kills para sa Omega Esports, 1 kill para sa Blacklist. Pero nakikita nyo na yung looming problems ng Blacklist International. I mean, we can say na makunat yung Baksha, your Carmilla, but the Yuzhong as well as the Esmeralda is unkillable at this point. Nakita natin many times Blacklist tried to go for the pickoffs, but that didn't happen. The Eson and Carmilla from Dexstar, natutunaw na sila dito ni Ling, and by the way, Serena from Hayes is amazing. And you also have that execute mechanic from Kurt Z, which really helped a lot when it comes to Omega PH Esports damage output and killing potential in the mid game. So rinse and repeat para sa Omega Esports. Just take the fights when you can. Dapat ang bonus nitong highlight na makikita natin mula sa Omega PH Esports with the Yuzhong catching 3 members of Blacklist International, because if you look at their lineup, guys, apat ay melee. So naturally, when you're dominantly a melee-based composition, I mean, of course, may ranged form ang Roger. Pero kanyang damage output is melee. Naturally, when you're like that, mag-group up kayo, and Yuzhong, Esmeralda shined in that regard. On top of it, is a very good Ling performance from Had Jeezy, our MVP of the game. 6-0 and 5, ending the game, no deaths, and almost a Rose Gold Meteor, which is a very good item eventually kung tumagal pa nga tayo ng counted dito. Nevertheless, itemization, execution, all very good wala dito sa Omega Esports. Blacklist International, they had the right idea on how to execute and how to be successful with a Roger-based lineup. Unfortunately, kinapos nga lang sila dito when it comes to preventing their opponents from picking such heroes that they will have a lot of problems with. Hilda was definitely a problem even when played as a support dito. He played it well. We have to take note, Yuzhong na uncontested in the side lanes. Definitely bad news para sa isang Roger. And you have that Esmeralda. The way they also collated all of this, put them all together. When it comes to the team fights, that's when you know that a genius is behind this composition from Omega Esports. But we'll see. Game number 3, palitan ng mga henyo for sure sa pag-draft. Coming into game number 3, we know the strengths of Blacklist, we know the strengths of Omega. Sure is an exciting game of 3. Sino man nanalo sa ating best of 3 series ito? Back to you, casters.
Thank you for your insight, Wolf, our insider analyst, and we are back here. Rock Hard and Butter is at your service. Gonna be bringing you Game 3 between Blacklist International and Omega Esports PH. I think he hit it on the docket there. They had a good idea. They had the right idea. But to execute it is just a bit more difficult than they thought it would be, especially against a team like Omega. Now, that lineup is really scary, right? Because almost all members had damage. Even the off tanks, even the supports, Selena, the Hilda, they had a lot of burst. So what do you think is gonna be what should have been the key there in that last match?
Uh, they should have just waited to scale up more for the side of Blacklist International. Like seriously, uh, they had good heroes for the mid game. If they waited just a bit, like just a bit, just get the opening, give out the pickups to Omega as long as everyone is progressing on their side. But that didn't happen. What happened was everyone was just trigger happy at that point.
That's a fair point. And it compared to game one, it was a kill heavy game, right?
Yeah.
So people, both
What
teams were actually a bit trigger happy as well.
Whatever discipline there was on game number one, it went out of the window literally.
That's true. And I think a lot of people would agree for that. But for now, we are heading into the draft for game 3. And we are still seeing a Yuzhong pick here.
Yeah.
We are not going to be... But the problem with Yuzhong is I think right now he's on a 0-2 today. So I'm not sure about the effectiveness of the Yuzhong at this point.
And that's why it's surprising for me that Blacklist International is in the red side. They prioritized getting the first 2 picks. And okay, so the current theme right now for this Blacklist International is whoever has the link wins. That's how people do it. Like Selena isn't that successful in this series, but the link, whoever had the link, they just won the game right out.
Exactly. And there are very few heroes that can outright counter a Ling, and there are even fewer heroes that can beat him in a 1v1. Right? So that's been becoming the big problem. How do you catch the Ling? And how do you actually kill him and execute him? Those are, I think, one of the reasons why, even now, Ling is just so ridiculously high in priority for all teams in the MPL. Now,
it forces you to get more crowd control.
Right.
Like a lane just forces you to pick more stops or more crowd control. Just it's the nature of the hero. Like he can be at he can be from point A to point B at any given time. Like it's really fast on his feet. But the thing is, if he's on the other side of the map, you should have a stun or a crowd control to scare him from just doing whatever that he wants. And when he's on the other side of the map, that should still be the same reaction. He should be a bit scared of doing things.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be the point. And sometimes if you have a Ling on your team, the enemy just sometimes has to pick up Kufra, Akai, Cho, right? It's a hard crowd control.
And this is what baffles me about this current meta. Like when Link came out, there were a lot of heroes to stop him. You had the Kufra, you had the Hylos, you literally had those heroes that had single target stuns to as to not get dodged by this Link. But right now we're stuck with 2 S tier tanks, Atlas and the Kufra, and that's it. That's literally it. Everyone is just banning them out. We have the Gatot, but he's more on the offlane side, so you wouldn't really, see him fight as early. But Blacklist International, you know what? They have the Esmeralda, they have the Yuzhong, they have the Hilda. Let's go for the execute on a stick. Let's beat them with a stick. Let's go for the Balmond.
Going for the Balmond right away. I mean, if the Tempest of Blades is not enough to scare you, we got an incoming big ultimate to execute everyone. And I like that. I like the idea behind Blacklist because right now they're the ones who are drafting full damage. And that's, I don't know, I feel like that's basically what you do, right? You suffer a setback. You look at what worked in the previous games. You see if you can apply it, especially if you practice it anyway. If you practice that lineup before, why not go for it this time around? Something that's not going, if it is this is not gonna be a repeat, is the Cyclops. So, super surprised about this pick right here. I'm hoping I'm proven wrong, but that might have a hard time in this game. But we were talking about hard crowd control for the Ling, and they went for the Cyclops with the homing crowd
Hey,
control. So
hey, I mean, for the longest time, we did see Cyclops, just being the direct answer to a Link. And now, I think the scaling of a Cyclops is still there. The catch still stands, but you have to be very careful into, just dealing with the Link. Because the Link might be the prime target here, but the Link can actually, the projectile travel time.
yep, it's very
It's not
long.
it's not as fast as people
Yeah.
think. So if Ling catches the first sight of that ultimate coming out on his side or going to his side, he's just gonna jump out, go to safety, then go back when it's over.
That's true. That's basically it, right? That is what you want to do. Even there are some moments where the Link can even just stand on the wall. Like, okay, you stunned the Link, but sometimes it's just there. No one can reach him. So I'm looking for I'm looking forward to whether or not Hayes is gonna do well against this Ling, against so many other members of Blacklist International as we head into Game 3 of Omega PH Esports versus Blacklist International. So
As I've
I
said,
know you.
Robert,
Yeah, sorry.
as I've said, I saw this as a game number three.
Yeah.
As a game number three, automatic game number three series, and it didn't fail me. Dexter here is somewhat, just going for the face check. That was quite a risk, and it pays off. Because the thing is, Omega PH Esports, they do not have a clue. But look at Eson, what he's doing. He's going to block them from that red buff or that orange buff, and he will make it seem like everyone is there. But no, it's the other way around. They're the ones who lost their orange buff.
That's a full 180 right there.
It's a mind game. MLBB is still a mind game. MOBAs are a mind game.
Yep, they are. I mean, it is a battle of wits. Like, oh my gosh, and now it's gonna be a double buff here for Blacklist.
I mean, clearly, Rockhart, who has the right mind to face to go in front of three people without the other members on his backside with no support? No one will do that.
No,
but
absolutely.
He gave this psycho thing in which, oh, they're there. You cannot go in. I'm gonna block this path. And when you get past me, there are three people there just waiting for the right time to strike.
Yep.
They just went back. And Omega PhD Sports was like, oops, they weren't really there. They were invading our side.
I wonder how that's gonna affect Hajizi right now, right? He doesn't have the orange, and he's behind on level. Not super behind, but he should be a lot higher up in the terms of level compared to Full Clip right now, who is having everything on the map. And now I'm wondering, what's gonna be the play here? Do they play it a little slower now that they have lacked that early game tempo?
You know what? Omega PhD Sports, they can still scale as much as possible. I'm not gonna take that away from you. But the thing is, Aqua seems like a free hero right now, as long as he takes into account courtesy.
Right.
He's a free. This is the most free Farza that we're gonna see in this series. Everyone had an answer for Farza, but right now, as long as he takes account for courtesy, I think Aqua will be fine.
Yeah, no one to chase, no one to lock him down except for Cyclops, which again, as you mentioned, it has a long travel time, which is Blacklist International. They're playing around with that travel time all day long. Now Dexstar is actually suffering a lot of damage from Curtizi and Heath. They are chasing under the tower. That might be a bit more they can chew, and Dexstar is going to be alive. But, of course, Turtle will be probably the next priority here for both of these teams, as long as they can take down this tower first.
But you have to take into consideration, Rockhart, if you're a Cyclops, will you really use your ultimate for a Farsa?
That's true. That's actually true.
Because
you have so many other targets.
Yeah, because when Full Clip sees that you use that ultimate, it's fun fiesta for him. It's going to be the fun time. It's going to be the playground of Ling.
Yeah.
Oh, look at
Here's
this.
the thing,
I like.
oh my gosh, top lane.
I
They're
like the
easy.
play. I like the play. Just being patient, you know, not
They
giving up.
didn't even need that Tempest of Blades. It didn't even hit the target. Right? I
I
mean,
mean,
beautifully done here for Blacklist.
yeah, Blacklist International, they're not wasting their shots. That's the thing. Because Blacklist International, they are just going to, stop Omega PH Esports from doing whatever the hell they want, and they want to have a good laning phase, so they'll just stop him from there. Edward here will just try to get away, getting extra procs or getting extra shields from his skills, but it wouldn't really matter as Omega PH Esports, you know, just take him down as well. But it's still a win for Blacklist International. That's a
For
Haji's
sure.
Hayabusa.
Yeah, and on the top lane, they're also doing a lot of damage. That tower is very close to down. So that's going to be a lot of team gold that's going over to the blue side. And on the bottom side, that's just full clip going non-stop on the Tempest of Blades. Every time he sees a target, you know what? Wham, bam. They just go in and go ham. I like it. I like what they're doing, and they are showing a lot of power here. Even though the gold is not even that, the gold difference is not even that big.
You know what? I was waiting for thank you, ma'am. For that, ma'am. You kind of gave me, you kind of left me there hanging. But yeah, I'll complete it for myself. Okay, but full clip here, going for curtsy. He saw Hajizi and he's just gonna go away. And Hajizi, look at his levels. He's level 8.
Oh
Full clip is at
boy.
level 10.
What
So
is
this is
up?
really just a matter of them lacking gold. This is a matter of them. This is a matter of them not putting Haji in the pedestal that he's supposed to be in. And Full Clip is having free reign over whatever the hell he wants on the map.
That's true. And that kind of enforces the difference. It kind of shows us how big a difference those buffs make in the early game. The amount of experience that they contain and the amount of tempo that your team can get just from having those buffs is just ridiculous in this game. And that's why a lot of teams really focus on those. For the meantime though, again, it's gonna be Toshi just cutting the minion waves. They are not that afraid of Aqua yet.
Someone got hit by a
Yeah.
straight arrow. And that wasn't even supposed
nowhere.
to be his. That wasn't even supposed to be his in the first place.
That was oh my god.
Oh
I
my
don't-
goodness.
So many weird things are happening right now for Blacklist that are are funny to watch, but at the same time, Omega, they're not in position to actually counterplay this unless Full Clip wants to commit. And looks like both teams are gonna have to back off, despite of course, Omega definitely a lot of tempo behind in this game.
You know what? For these kinds of tournaments or for these kinds of series that it could go both ways. It could go both ways. There's this thing about luck. A little pinch of luck won't hurt.
Yeah.
Like it could happen. It wasn't really intended in the first place for Hajizi, but if there was 3 people there, that could have been an objective.
Probably, right? But the objective goes over to Omega instead, and they want to go for a fight. Chasing off the Full Clip, which is half HP right now. He actually zoned Aqua very well in that engagement. And Edward, he was not ready to go in, and they gave away a pretty important objective at 8 minutes in the game.
Mm-hmm. Really nice play coming here from both teams. You know what? They're both really deserving. Curtsy here will be the next target for Full Clip. Flicker will be used, and that is the prime time for him to use the Tempest of Blades. I like the discipline coming out from this guy. He's getting molded into one of the most, adaptable cores that we've seen in the MPL. It could be a possibility, but it's probably too early to say as well.
Yeah, way too early because of course we are still this game can still go either way from the looks of it, right? Blacklist International, they're executing so well, but obviously there are a bit of flaws. That's why somehow they're not being overwhelmed. But as I said that, oh my gosh, Omega, they get hit by Edward's Abyssal Arrow and they suffer a loss of the Hayabusa and a tower in the mid lane.
Remember, projectile travel time is a thing in ML. Cyclops is a good way to contain these kinds of heroes like Ling, but if they see it going to their side, you just you're asking those kinds of heroes to actually go out of harm's way before it even reaches them.
That's right. There are so many ways that they can deal with that. I mean, some people would go crazy and even play Winter Trench and just to BM you, right? So some people actually do that, but of course that's not gonna happen here. But I'm just saying, it is. You're absolutely right. It is a thing here in MLBB, and projectiles not the only thing traveling. Hayabusa also got killed in the mid lane and will be traded on the bottom with a tower of their own. We're still 2,000 gold between these teams, but looks like Blacklist is pushing the pedal to the metal.
Oh, arrow almost hitting Hajizi, just by just by an inch. He almost got hit there. Ultimate will be used, but they're already on the backlines. Edward here will survive. Curtsy will try to go for the engage, but even with the perfect initiation here for the side of Omega, it doesn't pay off for their side.
Man, can you imagine the calls coming out of here for Blacklist right now? I feel like they are having a hard time closing out the team fights. They are the ones engaging, mind you. They are trying hard to engage. After the initial engage, they're actually not able to take down the chunky members of Omega just yet. And I think that's the only thing stopping them right now. Do you think Blacklist is gonna have a good advantage in the later parts of the game as well?
Mm-hmm. Blacklist International later parts of the game, but I don't think they will take it that. It won't really take that long. As another pickoff going to the side of Omega PH eSports, it will happen. And Haji here trying to go for Edward. Edward will stick to Eson, and that would
Yep.
just deny the kill.
Yeah, it lowers the damage of the Shadow Kill and will be able to give their team the engagement that they need. Aqua with the Feathered Airstrike will be in a very safe position while the rest of the team is actually flanking for him and making a wall on in front of the Farsa, while everyone on Omega is actually now starting to back off as well. I wonder if Omega is happy with the results of those team fights. I guess I would be if I was the team on the back foot, but they're actually losing quite a big amount of map control here because of what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Man, oh man, Blacklist International here. Let's look at this replay. Uh, this is the perfect pick off for Blacklist International. And if they address more of these kinds of playoffs that are really safe, they're bound to win. They're bound to win this game.
That's right. I feel like they're having such a bad time as well for in just allowing Toshi to go down. It's a big dead as well for Blacklist. They want to deal with it as soon as possible. Right now, Cortese is going to be the one to deal with all of that damage. He's in dragon form and he is flying through the air. And Eson will go down before he can actually initiate the ultimate. And looks like everyone is just going in different directions, trying to confuse the enemy. But looks like everyone is going to be having a bad time on the side of Blacklist International. One by one, their members are falling down, and they are going for the chase. Even Dexstar cannot sustain anymore. Full Clip is the only guy left standing after the dust settles, and Omega PH, they are eyeing to go for the Lord Take.
Yes, that is true, Rockhart. One of the things that you have to take into consideration is Blacklist International. They cannot fight in those narrow spaces. Oh, how the times have turned! I do agree, but if you think about it, Dexstar here, they went in, but the problem was they actually committed as five in the middle. But look at that, Yuzhong will just go down.
Just like that. I mean,
Just
that was
like that.
really funny. That was
Yeah.
random.
Going back to my point. Going back to
Yeah.
my point. They fought in an area where Hayes had the advantage and Toshi had advantage. He was hitting multiple people with his Stardust dance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the biggest, greatest engagement tools that you can have here is just whittle down Blacklist, right? You just have to whittle them down and make sure to absorb a lot of the damage coming in from and full clip and even absorb some of Edward's arrows. I think he is also prime candidate to do that as long as he has a big shield bar. And right now they have the Lord in front that will be their pseudo tank just so that you can get a push in. Bottom lane is also pushing. Hayabusa's on the top. Hajizi wants to get a tower as well. But the damage is real coming in from Blacklist. Clearing out the Lord in a very quick fashion. Will be also stopping the pushes on either side lanes. And now we are back to where we were. Just Blacklist defending their base.
It only takes one team fight to turn the tides. Aqua there using his ultimate way too early. Heath won't really get the stun. But right now, there is a good ultimate coming out here from Aqua, and that changes things on their side. Edward here will be the primary target. Will the burn damage get to him? No, it won't. It's still going to be anybody's game. Blacklist International survives the siege coming out here from Omega PH Esports.
Yep, and despite, of course, being behind for the big part of the beginning of this matchup, Blacklist, Omega are starting to get into the groove, and they are getting ready. They are getting poised to take care of these towers. Somehow, I just feel like the damage output from Blacklist is starting to fade. Full Clip is still stuck on 215. I think even though he's level 15, he's having a hard time getting even more items. Although he is almost item locked, I'm super surprised that he cannot really burst down members from Omega. It's starting to look like he needs all those items just so he can become a very devastating link. And right now they look like they want to go for more fights.
You know what? I just think that Omega they will just try to get another fight in those narrow areas once again. Like Aqua here has the Winter Truncheon up on his side. I
Right.
like the idea because it will just stop, Keith from chasing him down to the backlines. And four of these skills that Keith has is two of those are probably Aqua.
Probably, yeah.
And
Exactly.
this is the sign of war here for the side of Omega PH Esports. The Feathered Airstrike is down.
Yep, Feather Airstrike is down. No damage output, especially if your Ling is having a hard time joining the fights. He's flying all the way over the map. And I think instead of backing, he wants to go for a push here on the bottom lane. It looks like when he saw Omega going and chasing him, he decides to go and back instead. That's a good bait, actually. That's a good bait, and it kind of released the pressure from the top in the mid lane of Blacklist because of full clip.
But if he died at that point, if he just showed his position to the enemy team, that could have been, an easy Lord take for the side of Omega. Because you have to look at your timings. The time when he went to the bottom lane was at 28 seconds. So if he died, it's probably a maximum of 40 to 50 seconds here for him to respawn. So he wouldn't be there when the Lord responds.
Yep, and that's a big deal. Like one member down is a big deal. That already gives you a lot of confidence to go and take it all the way. And I think Blacklist is just, they're just happy that didn't happen. Right?
Everyone's just getting their own taste of the Winter Truncheon. I'm really happy with that. And they go chase for the backline people. Dexter here getting stunned.
Yeah, I was joking about Winter Truncheon earlier, but apparently it's a thing, right? So, Full Clip is gonna be the one who is not gonna be able to join the fights. What a tanky lineup from Omega, says Blacklist International. They're having a hard time dealing with it, and Hajizi is going to suffer a lot of damage, which might actually stop them from going for the Lord altogether, even though it's a 3v5. So I guess that's a good job. That's a good job from Aqua, slowing down and stalling Omega PH a little bit with the use of the Feathered Airstrike. But
I mean, they can't go in as well just because Full Clip has his retribution. But right now, Haji is back and they have their own retribution as well. So the chase is there. Aqua gets caught out. Will they do something here? That is the question. Kurt will go down. Dexter is here as well.
And they are running for the hills here. Dexter pretty tanky. Full Clip is the one who they have to keep their eyes on, and they can't find him. So they go ahead and disengage. And Omega, they decide they have to go for the Lord instead. That's what they're doing right now. But again, it's not being completed because Blacklist, they just don't want to let it go whatsoever. Toshido, what a monster on that Esmeralda! White HP bars for days. That's gonna be there's no way I'm going near this Esmeralda now.
And this just went a full 90 degree, well, not 90 degrees, full 180. As you know what, Omega, their heroes have scaled. Toshi is a monster right now. Haji has damage. Will he go in actually? That is the question. And Eson here trying his best to steal, but they couldn't really do it. And that is going to be the takedown on Cyclops.
Huh, okay, so Lord will go over to Omega, but they will be actually lacking in terms of crowd control when they go for the team fight later on, so they might be hesitant in the next 40 seconds. That might nullify the Lord push that they're doing, so I'm very, very excited to see whether or not they're gonna fight. I wouldn't pull the trigger here if I were the one on the side of Omega right now.
Charges there. 100% it's gonna go down. I don't think they have enough damage to do that. Full clip almost going down. Edward using the Winter Truncheon to his advantage. Lord is down, at least. Lord is down at least for the side of Blacklist. And
Yeah,
Omega,
but
they're
they
really happy
did.
with this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're happy with this. I know they lost an inhibitor turret on top, but if that were me, I would be fine. As long as I don't have the mid lane with big minions, that means I can do some plays on the mid. I can shove it a little bit more, and maybe that's the comeback of opportunity for Blacklist, right? But obviously, for now, just in this game, that 3K gold lead doesn't feel that big. Except right now, Toshi seems like an unkillable monster in this one.
Mm-hmm. Unkillable monster indeed. And the only way they do this if they get a stun or an arrow on Toshi when he doesn't have the purify.
Yeah, even before he builds up that shielding, right? So good luck with that. And that's proving to be so difficult in this game. Now, what is going to be the entrance here for Omega? That's the question. Like, how do you actually get into the Blacklist base without suffering a lot, an arrow to the face, like what is happening here? Because Edward, he's just throwing those arrows everywhere right now.
And
He's hoping.
dude, look at Eson. He has Berserker's Fury on his Balmond.
Exactly.
And that just says one thing about Blacklist International. They're finding themselves in a point where they don't have enough damage.
They do. And that might be, I don't know, that might be nail the coffin for this one, because right now, they're just trying to find someone and waiting for Omega to make a mistake, which is not happening at all. And they will go for a big engage here in the mid lane. As a lot of people knocked up for Blacklist, where is the damage? Looks like it will be there, but forcing Aqua back cancels the feathered airstrike, and now their teammates do not have the damage output. That will mean that they lost Dexstar for nothing in that exchange. And they will go for it inside the base.
And Omega eSports, they're just marching on to the base of Blacklist International. They really just want to take this base. And there's a smart move for them right now. Dexter is out for 30 more seconds. And Eson is trying his best to tank up, but he did go for a damaged item, so it actually gimped his capability to defend.
Yep, and the capability to defend is actually pretty non-existent right now for Blacklist, as they are fighting off inside base, and that is going to be a target lock into the win. Omega with a reverse sweep over Blacklist.
And they make it happen. Omega, high-profile team, still one of the best, and the hype that Blacklist had is still there. But you know what? Omega PH Esports, they just tell you that we're still the best, one of the best teams in the MPL.
Yep.
We're here to
Top
stay.
contender.
We're still the top contenders, and they made the necessary adjustment. Uh, Everyone told us that Kenchi will be the one playing support, but it really looked like Hayes was the perfect fit for them. And Blacklist International, as hot as they may seem from their yesterday's victory, right now it doesn't really matter because Omega PH just stopped them on their tracks.
That's right. That might be a problem that could mean that Blacklist will be thinking pretty much about their next move for sure. But for the meantime, of course, we will throw it over to our resident analyst, Wolf. I'm Rockhart. This is Butters, and we'll be back for match 2 for the day. Stick around.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means
Game over.
but the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
Game changing.
choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart O.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Giga Hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart. Live Giga.
Welcome back to the MPL Season 6, and that was such a good display of Mobile Legends action. Definitely mula sa Omega eSports, mukhang nagpapakilala ulit ang Omega. I would say, one of the smartest ones out there when it comes to their draft. At ang ganda rin ng kanilang execution this time. Really identifying the errors that Blacklist did all throughout the game and applying it, punishing it para nga naman makuha nila yung victory. That's one thing that I would like for you guys to understand. Hindi porke lumalamang na yung kalaban nyo, hindi porke nakakatakot yung ginagawa ng yung mga kalaban. It's totally good already. So there's a lot of layers now that I want to say why Omega eSports in this specific game were really smart on how they were dealing against a Blacklist. So one thing na kailangan natin set up dito is yung mid-game natin sobrang even. In fact, Blacklist nakakalamang ng pakonti-konti but it was still dead even. If you look at the game, anybody could have won it. Now, it's great that they have this Cyclops going up against the Ling. Hindi siya ganun ka one-sided matchup, by the way. Once you pick Ling on the other side, hindi automatic na countered siya ng Cyclops. You still have to be really good about it. Now, Eson played the Balmond. This is a side laning Balmond, core Balmond, while Edward parang siya binalik sa kanyang quote-unquote position 4 role or yung kanyang Selena role kasi sinasabi nga natin from previous seasons, which was good. Everything was good para sa Blacks. They have answers to Hilda, Esmeralda, Yuzhong by using this Balmond that ultimate really would have been that executing factor laban sa Omega PH eSports. So what are we setting up here? Una is dead even yung mid-game, and Blacklist International, they do have a lot of tools to go up against Omega PH eSports. However, Omega eSports, nag-adjust sila along the way. The game prolonged for so long that they knew how to answer yung mga overextension ng Blacklist. Magbibigay sila dito ng ibang mga heroes na nasa labas and they know that Blacklist International, if they find Toshi, for example, or the Yuzhong, maghahabol sila and then doon na sila magpapunish. I think that this happened many times in the late game at doon na sila nanalo nung mga laban. Kapag nagamit na ng Blacklist International yung mga resources nila on one hero, that's when they pounce. Haze's positioning is very important, by the way. Nakakuha siya ng magandang burst downs, and of course, the star power lockdown is, if not a counter, always a threat laban sa Ling. Full Clip didn't feel as comfortable as game number 1 because of that haze factor that we're seeing. Cyclops, mga kaibigan, isang one-dimensional hero as we talk about. But if used properly, it could be really dangerous for the teams. And I like that Toshi jump on the back lines. Of course, started with Hilda. By the way, Hilda, Heath, na-mention ng mga casters many times throughout the broadcast that Keith actually played well with this Hilda, and I would have to agree. The way that he controls his opponents, using yung kanyang immediate burst on important heroes like that of Edward as well as Aqua in many times in the game really paved the way para maging comfortable naman yung Link. So, our smart MVP of the game, it's gonna be Heat. I like the itemization going for a lot of magic defense coming up from the Cursed Helmet as well as the Oracle, and to couple that with the region that you get. Tapos nag-Antique Terras in the end. Think that really helped them control this Ling over the course of the game. So, breaks of the game natin for game number 3, how Omega Esports won against Blacklist is to win the break-even, win the tug-of-war during the mid-game by punishing the nuances of Blacklist. Ano ba ibig sabihin ng nuances? Ito yung mga usual na reaction ng isang team towards one action that you do. And I think that for good 15 minutes, Omega Esports were just studying what will Blacklist do when they do this. For example, may ilabas natin si Toshi, ano yung gagawin ng Blacklist, and this is what they do, and then they countered afterwards. That's one thing that kailangan nating i-take note is that if you understand how your opponents react to what you do, maybe you can win this tug of wars that we are saying. This is a professional match, mga kaibigan, and high level ang mga plays ng kalaban. But you can always get away from winning by actually studying your opponent's reactions to what you do. That's exactly what Mega Esports did in this game number 3. That's how they won the series. Well done, by the way, for both teams, particularly Blacklist din. Napaka-solid din ng kanilang pinakita, and we are excited to see more. Nevertheless, it's just series number 1 of the triple header natin today in MPL Season 6 is brought to us by our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield. With Smart Giga Games, just enjoy 1 gigabyte of games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Just dial *123# and choose Giga Games. MPL Season 6 is also brought to us by our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest and hashtag Dare to be Realme campaign. So visit their official page at fb.com/Realme Philippines to know more. We also like to thank our official sponsor, Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Hashtag Shave the Day with Gillette. I also would like to thank our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get 7% balikbayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until August 31. Big thanks as well to our partner in esports, TikTok. Just search MLBB sa TikTok for a chance to win premium skins. Napakadali lang. Search nyo lang MLBB sa TikTok at may chance na kayong manalo. Of course, our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Here, like a pro. Of course, MPL Season 6 is powered by Moonton. My name is Wolf, your analyst. More from me and the rest of the casters and the rest of the teams when we head back. Up next, it's going to be another series of Mobile Legends action. Kita-kits.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means
game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
game changing.
Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako.
smartphone. Dare to leap.
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme Dare to Leap.
Kaya don't pay cash.
Pay Maya.
Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for game two or match two of the day here on Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 6 regular season. I'm Rockhart, and alongside me is Butters. We'll be giving you the action here in these games. Before that, of course, a big shout out to our sponsors, our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte of games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Dial star 123 hash now and choose Giga Games 99. Our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest with the hashtag Dare to Be Realme campaign. Check their official Facebook page at fb.com/RealmePhilippines to know more. Our official sponsors, Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach Free Razor, Vector Free Razor, or Blue Free Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold stores nationwide. Hashtag Shave the Day with Gillette. Our partner eSports PayMaya gets 7% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs till August 31. And our partner in esports, TikTok. Search MLBB and TikTok to win premium skins. Go ahead and give it a try. You will not be sorry. Our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. And all of this is powered by Moonton. So we are back on to game 2 or match 2 for the day. And I have to say, that last game really gave me it was a long series, right? So it gave me a lot of time to reset and refocus and think about the other teams in the MPL. We're going to be facing off against two teams who have been not having a great first week so far, but are trying to bounce back here. It will be Blue Fire versus Onic PH. And now, Butters, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Clearly, let's not sugarcoat it anymore. I think for this certain matchup, I think everyone is expecting, Onic PH to get the win.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, the storyline that I'm seeing here is it's Fuzaken's Fuzaken's revenge, or to be let's say it's his comeback against Onic PH. So they might know something more about Onic PH than the other teams in the MPL. So who knows? They might actually steal the series if they wanted to.
Yeah, that's a very interesting concept. But before that, have a look at Blue Fire in a minute.
Unleash the heat!
Halos po lahat ng kaklase ko po na naglalaro na po ng Mobile Legends. Nakisali na din po ako, tapos pinagtatalo ko po sila.
Umulas kami sa dati naming sponsor para manap ng mas better opportunities.
At first, nagkaroon kami ng sobrang daming struggle kasi ang daming offer. Sa lahat ng napili namin, ito yung pinaka-okay na opportunity.
After last season ng MPL, lagi ko sa nakakaroon ng rank game. O sakto yung role na tank support is kulang.
Nakakalaro ko po sila sa rank game, tapos ang lakas ko daw. Kaya kinuha nila ako.
Panindigan mo yan, ha?
Nung una, wala talaga akong team nung pagtapos ng MPL Season 5. Kinuha naman nila ako kaya naging kompleto yung roster.
Ngayon, pabigat na rin ako sa team ko.
And that is Blue Fire, Secret, Chu, Unseen, Kripsu, Fuzaken, and Limbs. Butters, you did mention that you can never disregard the amount of information that players can take or can impart from their previous teams, right? So, is that gonna be the kryptonite for Onic? We will have to wait and see because, of course, a lot of things can happen because of that small variable.
For both of the teams, I think this is the reset game, and especially for Blue Fire. Blue Fire, let's just say on the back side of things that you didn't really see in MPL, they were put down a lot, and they're trying to, come back from this and make it a point that they will, come back and be stronger in the next game. So for them, this is a statement game that we can do this, and it's actually a statement game and it's actually a confidence game, not a statement game again. It's a confidence game for them that whenever they just take one win away from Onic or probably the series, it will restore whatever confidence they lost on day number 1.
So you think it's more of like, we don't need to win the whole thing just to have a good week. We just need to get a game off these guys, and that's probably gonna be enough, right, for these guys to really get into gear. And we'll have to wait and see as we do have something else here for you for Onic.
Na-discover ko yung Mobile Legends Bang Bang nung unang release pala nito sa Philippines. Pero nung MPL Season 3 Grand Finals, doon ako pinaka-na-intrigue dun sa game na to.
Na-discover ko yung Mobile Legends Bang Bang nung nasa US ako kasi kinakaadikan ko ng mga pinsan ko dito sa Pilipinas. Tapos yun na yung naging way namin para mag-bonding. Napunta ako sa Onic PH recently lang kasi lumipat ako ng team. Ay nag-looking for players sila. So sabi ko, malaki chance na mag-champion. Talagang comfortable ako lumipat sa Onic.
Gusto ko nang sukuan yung paglalaro kasi sobrang dami ng sacrifices na binigay ko para lang ma-pursue ko yung pangarap na yun.
And once more, the Ultimate Avengers, Onic PH with Oh My Venus, Wise, Iaknu, Tilar, Jay, and Basic, which had a pretty rough first day, and it was a long-fought battle, but overall, Bren eSports were able to do an Avengers thing on the Avengers themselves. What do you think about that?
I mean, it's really fitting. Onic PH twice denied of that championship, but right now they made the necessary adjustment, and I just heard that Basic will be playing for this game or for the series. So there's a lot of things to consider, that Basic really wants to, prove himself as a good fit for Onic PH. So mind you, I think there's Basic's time to prove himself as a good addition, and a lot of people have been questioning his place in Onic PH, saying that there are other people who are more fitting, but Basic doesn't really care about that, and I think he's a go. He's He's aiming to go at it. He's itching to go at it. He wants to play right now. And yeah, the things that Basic will do to prove the doubter is wrong. And mind you, they're the ultimate boy band team of the MPL-PH.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like you kind of know that personally, since you interact with them a lot all over TikTok as well. So these guys got the looks, they got the charm, they're definitely not afraid to use it. So it feels bad, right, to have your slot in the play in a team question just because they haven't probably seen a lot from your performance with the team. So I think you're absolutely correct. Basic is definitely gonna be really itching to show the viewers, to show all esports fans around the world that they are a good fit. That he is definitely the one that Onic needs to finally get that trophy. But of course, we still have games to play and matches to prove. On the head-to-head, Onic PH versus Bluefire, it's slugfest all over the board.
Mm-hmm. And let's just say that the first blood count for Blue Fire isn't really it's a matter of how do I say this? Getting uh more leverage just because they have a fewer games than Onic PH. Onic PH here, they are they're a team that really likes to take their time. They don't rush. They make the better decisions than the other team, and they win from that.
Yeah,
And
yep.
sometimes when things go aggressive for the other team, there are times where they don't expect things. And that's the only time where they actually crumble.
Yeah, and I think that's what's usually the weakness of Bluefire from before as well, right? And Onic PH has been proven to be a stable commodity. They have been proven to be one of the as you said, slow and steady. I think they should have gotten that one in the intro video. Slow and steady is the game for these guys, except for a few times when they want to show something new, right? In the head-to-head for Fuzigen versus Jay, again, these guys know each other very well. They have a lot of knowledge about each other's playstyle. They have played together. I would not be surprised to see a little bit of similarity by the way that they will execute. Yeah, and for now, I just feel like that's gonna be the difference maker here in this matchup. Fuziken is also a guy that has a lot to prove for his previous team, which he's fighting against today. And I wonder how that actually affects the mindset of both of these teams.
I mean, the mindset of both of these players in the head to head, I want to tell this to you guys. These players are actually good friends in real life. Fuzaken and Jay, they were in the boot camp of Onic at the same time, and they really bonded a lot. From Archangel to Onic, they were there. You know what? They were the bestest of friends. Fuzaken left for Sunsparks, and they didn't. They really just saw each other in terms of going to the studio for MPL season 4. But for MPL season 5, seeing them together just felt so right. But for MPL season 6, on the different sides of the coin,
Once more, yeah.
once more, it's just heartbreaking for the Fuzaken and Jay shippers. If that's a thing. But you know what? As long as these two are playing in different teams, they know how each other plays. But the thing is, Fuzaken knows more about Onic than Jay knows about Bluefire.
That is a great point. At this point, there is just no way that any of that info might have transitioned over, right, to Onic PH. So if Onic had a few things that they were hiding before, obviously some of the old stuff Fuzaken's gonna have that. I mean, it's so weird the information exchange, right? Because obviously these teams practice together for ridiculous amounts of time, and of course you can't really help but just become best buds with some of your former teammates. And now they're gonna have to share a lot of that info, and a lot of the previous picks of Onic will definitely need to be changed if they want to stay competitive in this matchup against someone who probably has a beat on him since then.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't really change the fact that Onic, they're still the favorites to win here. They really just play their ML well. They might have a slight hiccup with Brent Esports, but that's still Brent Esports, one of their arch enemies. Considering that, let's say, okay, let's put it this way. Way back season 1, we had a rivalry, a trinity to be exact, of the best teams in the MPL. We had Either Main, we have Obs Gaming, and we have Digital Devils Pro Gaming. Now, I say that the trinity for season 5 was Sunsparks, which is now Aura, Onic, and Brent.
That's
Now,
absolutely true. Yeah.
now the thing is, this team is not a pushover. Like Bluefire will never be a pushover. They had a bad performance against NXP, but it's too early to doubt them. I know that people were saying they don't deserve the slot, blah blah blah, blah or whatever. It's too early to say. Bluefire still has things that they haven't showed us. Like right now, see this. You've seen this, but unseen can't be seen.
That's right.
You've seen,
Absolutely.
but you've seen the back.
So that's very, yeah, that's very difficult
You've seen
to.
that, but unseen can't be seen. Top level analysis. Well,
Top level analysis right there for
I
Butters.
really just want to poke fun at unseen.
Yeah.
But
For
you know
sure.
what? You've seen this. Yuzong ban. The ban for Onic PH is going to be the not the Kufra, but the Atlas and the Uranus. Man.
That's right. That's right. We're here in the draft for game 1 of Onic PH versus Bluefire, and some really tanky boys being removed from the field means that it's gonna be one of those times where it's like we're simulating next week. We're probably gonna be seeing a lot of really strong tanky fighter lineups, right? We're gonna see a lot of tanky fighters. Plus, we're probably going to see some reliance on vision, a reliance on the Popol and Koopa, probably. I would not be remiss to pick Popol and Koopa on first rotation if ever I would be allowed to. So Bluefire does have the 2 picks here on the red side, and I would think that Farsa is also such a highly contested hero for both of these teams.
Mm-hmm. Onic PH, they're pretty much, comfortable with this Eason Shin. We did see Eason Shin, thrive in day 2, day 1. They really like the idea of just getting that extra vision and extra fast wave clear action coming out from YSS. Bluefire though, the answer with the Khalid and the Selena, they just get a very annoying hero in the Khalid super sustain. It forces Onic PH to find an answer for Khalid, so they don't really have free reign on whatever hero that they want for the off lane, or it forces them to go for a Durance or something with the stun that could stop Khalid from just regenerating his HP or getting his HP back at a certain point in time. Selena is more on the vision control. It's a vision, getting the information, and Onic PH answers with their own vision take, which is going to be the Popol and Koopa.
That's right. A lot of vision from the traps, and not to mention a lot of vision from Yi Sun-shin himself. I like that they also picked up the FAMs. If you're not going to be able to pick a solid engaged tank, you want to have at least a solid off lane tank, right? I mean, off lane fighter tank. That's what both of these teams are actually prioritizing with the first set of picks. Now, Bluefire might have the option to go for more control, more support, since they have already picked up Popol and Koopa. I would not be surprised to see heroes like Loyi, heroes like, again, Farsa would be super high in priority, especially with heroes like Fams and Popol and Koopa, who you kind of need to have a little bit of distance built between them if you want to survive.
Mm-hmm. That is true. But you know what? Chu is probably the user of this Lance pick.
Absolutely.
And I like it in a way that it doesn't really have to deal with it doesn't really care about the Popol and Koopa setup that Onic PH has. You know what? The thing about it is it's an extra dash.
It is,
It is
right?
an extra dash.
Mhm. I'm actually a little surprised
team
that
is
you
banning.
can't. What do you call this? I'm actually a little surprised that the Ling wasn't a big priority in this one. I would have liked to see a Ling. I mean, both of these teams are very capable of using the Ling, but looks like that's not going to be the priority, and they are happy to go ahead and just remove some of that crowd control, which means that Chu is gonna have a good time in this Lancelot, right? The lack of crowd control, no Kufra, no Cho, means this Lance is gonna have a hard time being crowd controlled and being stopped while he dashes around the battlefield.
Yeah, that is true. You know what? There's a ban on the show here on side of Onic PH. They don't want Iaknu to be using that, or maybe even Bilar. They don't want that
Your
very
team is
sturdy
picking.
setup of the side lanes. They already have the TAMs. Giving up the show would be, a little bit too much. They have good pick-off priority. They have the durable off lane that has damage and DOT. And yeah, for the side of Blue Fire, they're pretty much scared of that. But Onic PH thinks that the Farsa is one of the banes here for their lineup. I kind of agree. They don't really have a way to, gap close as much as possible. The Kufra is out, the Atlas is out. So they do not want to be forced into probably they do not want to be forced into using a Hylos.
Yep.
So they just ban it out.
Yeah. And on the other side, just removing that Farsa, like I said, Farsa's gonna wreak havoc on the Onic PH lineup. So
team is
not picking it up on first rotation might have been a mistake for Blue Fire, but they'll be happy to go with it. They'll just go with the Hilda. And I'm really glad Onic PH kind of recognizes that and just plays safe with that last ban. Now, the tanks that we are looking for, are they even gonna come into play here for Blue Fire? Because I don't think they will need it that much. That's the role that Hilda plays, right? That's the role that Hilda kind of fulfills when that's the reason why he's get picked up a lot. So I like that, and I wonder what this last pick is gonna be for Blue Fire. Because for Onic, I kind of already think that we already have an idea. They will want to pick one more beefy hitter, and they want to go for there you go, pure fighter beefiness. Apparently, just both, not one, two beefy hitters, and that's gonna be Akai as well.
Yes, and this is what we're talking about earlier. Whenever there's a Khalid on the team, you just go for the Balmond, and you know that this is going to be a Balmond game on the side of Onic PH. It just shouts Balmond from the point that they got Khalid. So yeah, I do agree, and Blue Fire adds more purpose to the Balmond just by picking the Esmeralda.
Yeah, double purpose, right? That's those. This is a hero that can actually deal with them quite well as long as the Balmond plays nice, as long as the Balmond plays efficiently. And Yakdu's gonna be proven to be a pretty hot commodity here in this matchup, so we'll keep an eye on that for sure. But the Ezreal is actually a pretty good addition to the Blue Fire lineup. A bit more abilities to remove shields means you're not gonna be able to actually just sustain against this guy. And Esmeralda is one of those picks that are super hit and miss today, though, unfortunately, like for this whole week. So Toshi, I think, did well with it. That was the latest Esmeralda game that we've had. Um, Other than that, yep, overall, I would say that the beefiness of both lineups, I'm surprised they can make a lineup this tanky without the main tanks, right? So definitely adjustments will not be major when we head into next week.
Now, clearly, there are things to consider here if you're Blue Fire. You do not want to give out a good game to that Balmont. If ever that Balmont has a good game, then two of your heroes are just shut down. That's how it goes.
That's true. That's true.
Execute is there for a reason, and execute on a stick is harder for the Khalid and the Esmeralda. Now, for Onic PH, yeah, I think that's the checklist. Just play the game. Just play the game your way. Don't lose a lane or or don't let Balmond lose importance into the fight. Just give him a certain amount of priority so that he can get his items, so that he can last to deal the executing blow to the Kaladin Esmeralda.
Keep it alive, and I think as long as they can do that, and Yaknu can do stuff like that, right? So that's why I kind of think that Onic will have a great time in this. Again, a bit conditional on the Balmond surviving and playing well and getting the good farms, because you can't just have a Balmond that's running around the map without doing anything. That might be one of the pitfalls of this lineup, is that it's kind of reliant on getting early game tempo so that it can become a bully. When you're spinning around in the middle of the enemies, you don't want to lose your health too quickly. That's why you need to build damage plus tankiness on the Balmond, which sometimes becomes a little difficult.
Mm-hmm. That is true. Now, clearing the waves is an easy thing, or not really an easy thing. It gets better in time.
That's true.
Balmond doesn't really have that, instant mechanic that lets him clear it fast. He does have the spin, but it takes let's say, 2 spins just to clear out one wave. But it gets better in time. So they have to weather the storm that Bluefire is gonna give them in the early game and just win it from there. Rock hard.
Yep, this is it.
Bluefire, they have unseen on the Selena.
That is very, very interesting indeed. As we head to game one for Onic PH and Bluefire, I feel like the aggressive lineups that we have here will be so explosive. So I'm a little surprised. And Selena is actually super duper low with the help of Popol and Koopa. Oh my Venus is not letting Bluefire get that buff without suffering massive damages, even forcing the flicker out of Kripsu in the mid lane.
Crip just used that flicker to get out, but he did save time for his allies. He did secure those buff because of their allies. Because the thing is, if Onic got free reign over there, their blue buff might have gone to Onic PH's side.
Yep. So they gotta be careful. And you know what? Onic is one of the most experienced teams in the MPL. So Oh My Venus's priority, he knows the timings of these buffs. So that's what makes Oh My Venus such a great support, right?
Mm-hmm.
And once more, I think fans are super excited to see Basic here being the main carry as well for Onic PH. So Basic's gonna be able to prove to a lot of people what his worth is with the next few games, and he's probably. I wonder if that pressure sinks into this guy.
Yeah, not gonna lie. This player has a lot of things going on his side. A lot of news happening left and right, but that doesn't change the fact that this guy has mechanics. This guy can play ML.
That's true, for sure. I mean, that's been proven. Teams are actually really looking for this guy as well, and that just goes to show that you got a lot to go for you. But for the meantime, it looks like Onic PH is gonna be the one who is gonna be aggressing on the side of Bluefire here near the jungle area, and the collapse from Bluefire is just so massive. 5-man collapse. Jay had no chance of surviving that.
Okay, so right now Bluefire, they actually get a 1-up against Onic PH, and that's going to give them a certain amount of confidence going into this game. Now, that doesn't really mean that Onic PH is gonna lose this game because of that one kill. But in a game when you're the underdog, you're probably gonna be happy with getting that first blood and outsmarting Onic PH at that certain point in time.
Not to mention, Chu is the one who got that. So Chu on the Lancelot will have a better time and good farming because of that confidence that he got from that one. And now they will go for Turtle. Not going to be contested at all. So Onic PH, they are slowly being pushed back here. And the fight is massive. Lives in the middle of everyone, absorbing all of their shielding. And it doesn't look like Bluefire has damage at all on their side.
Look at them
They're too healthy.
Oh my goodness, they can't do anything right now. Onic PH, they lose the first
rotation or the second rotation of the blue buff, that will mean that basic will be gimped a bit in terms of damage capability.
Yeah, I
But
would say so. Yeah.
as long as they get the red buff for basic, they can still fight. Not as consistent as if they had the purple buff, but they can still do it.
Yeah, the purple buff basically just lets basic just shoot out the ultimate more and more. Now it's gonna be a little slower. That means their vision will suffer instead. But the damage is still gonna be there since they do have the orange buff.
Mhm. Now, the time when you know just have to the time where you just have to get a bit of the blue buff is when yeah, I do agree. Basic needs that blue buff to cast it more. Now, those things add up just because the cooldown reduction is massive at some point.
That's true. That's very true. Again, small things are gonna be the ones to tilt this quite 50-50 matchup. And I am thinking that Onic PH are having a bad time here so far because again, Oh My Venus cannot exert his pressure on the map like he normally does, which usually results in Onic PH wins. And as you can see, Yaknu trying to run for the tower but can't even reach it in time. Just goes down easily to the blue fire pressure.
06. Who would have thought? Who would have thought, ladies and gentlemen, Blue Fire will be in this position. The underdogs are now going to be the ones who's taking or being the predators in this match. The prey become the predators, and the predators become the prey.
Man, this is topsy-turvy. MPL Season 6 is just topsy-turvy mode, right? Like, so, so many things are changing. And sometimes I feel like it might be a good thing, but at the same time, man, what's happening? What's happening to the status quo? It is demolished. It is nowhere to be found. And the tower in the mid lane is also suffering the same fate, but looks like Jake gonna be able to find a two-man Hurricane Dance. Not gonna be able to help here with defending the tower as it does go down really, really quickly to the power of Blue Fire.
Yaknu here, they're falling to the pressure. This is really one of the things that Onic PH wasn't prepared for.
Yeah, there was no way that they were prepared for this. There's just so much tempo, so much speed that is coming here from Blue Fire that Onic PH they're trying to deal with it. They're just trying to see if they can prolong the game until the time that Basic can actually carry them. And even Yaknu's having a hard time on the Balmon. As we said, that Spinneroonie not gonna do that much damage. And it's so slow in clearing the minion waves at this point that they are even more scared to move into the lane by themselves.
You know what? Clearly, Onic PH, I'm surprised about what's happening right now. Week number 1 is this Zero Bonanza. Is this gonna be Zero Bonanza for some reason?
That's
and,
a good
they're not letting that happen. Look at this. Jay just used the Hurricane Dance to catch up someone, but Kripsu, fast on his hands, he runs away.
Yeah, I think Blue Fire is trying to refuse to give away a kill. Oh my god, that must be making Onic PH a little bit tilted, I would say. Because you don't want to come away. I think that happened yesterday, right? That happened yesterday. People were talking about it where 0-14 has happened, right? And it really did take a toll on NXP. So I'm not sure if that's going to be happening here for Onic PH, a team touted as one of the most veteran teams so far in MPL Season 6, being single-handedly given a bad game by Blue Fire.
Who knows, man? Maybe this single bad game could turn into a series of a bad series.
Oh, that's scary. Yeah.
And Onic PH and Onic PH. They clearly didn't like losing to Bren eSports in their first series, but right now they're losing another game to Blue Fire. Which
yeah,
is we're not saying that they have lost the game already. There is still a chance, clearly, for them to come back from this.
Yeah,
But
I
Onic
guess what we're
they
yeah.
have a lot of things to catch up with.
I guess what we're saying is that it's just basically going to be insult to injury, if ever, right? If ever it happens, and I'm sure that's very much a possibility in their minds right now. So I hope somehow they are going to be able to at least get back into form because Blue Fire is just going to run away with this for sure. And they are looking phenomenal in this game with an almost 8,000 gold lead. Make that 9,000 gold lead here at 9 minutes in the game.
Lance's BOD, look at Villar here having fun with his recall for some reason. I don't know why, but somebody gets hit. That's Oh My Venus, and they are forced to go back.
Yep, and now the rest of the map is in possession of Blue Fire. I'm a little worried that this game might end so soon. I wonder what's up here. I wonder what's going on here with these teams.
Lord resurrecting soon.
And
So, yeah.
yeah, I'm actually thinking that Blue Fire might have surprised Onic PH in one way or the other.
Yeah,
Like
in a very big way.
I know that Blue Fire is a good team because technically, these are players with experience. Unseen and Chu came from U11. Kripsu has been here since season 1. Clearly, this guy knows what he's doing. Seeker is a former MPL player. When he came back into season 5, he never let go of that slot ever again.
Yeah, so you can.
The only new blood here is Limbs.
And so far, Limbs is looking like he's pretty okay. He's looking pretty okay in this one, right? He doesn't seem out of place. He's 1-0-6 on the Selena, and he's doing the job that he was given. And overall, it's just outperformance, right? I think in the each and every team fight, it's outperforming each other, each member. And so far, we have a Lord push happening. This could be over quickly if everything goes badly for Onic.
And this is actually a story to behold. Blue Fire, Onic PH, Basic is here. Unseen Chu, once former teammate with Basic, but right now they're on the different sides of the map and they're trying to win. Is this going to be Chu and Unseen winning over Basic? Or is it going to be a reversal?
Yep, these guys are definitely looking like they are made to go ahead of each other. And look at this. The push is non-stop here from the bottom. Mid already has fallen here. And Onic PH, they just want to clear the minions. They're like, go for the minions, get the minions, get those minions non-stop. They don't even want to fight anymore. They're just dodging arrows and going for minions. And it is working not so well for them.
And 0-9 score still stands. Jay here going in. Jay will go down. And that's the Mountain Shocker hitting a lot of people there, but it wouldn't really matter as Basic doesn't really have the damage. He doesn't have the items.
Look at Limbs just walking away from Oh My Venus and Basic. They just want to go for that tower. One more bite would do it, and that's not going to be the case. So that tower still stands, but look at the damage done to Onic right now. Almost 12k gold lead here, and there are no signs of stopping. Although, they will slow down for a little bit. Just a little bit of breathing room here for Onic PH. But man, what can you do with this? What is the comeback play here for Onic, I wonder?
Steal the Lord. If they steal the Lord, they buy themselves time. If they buy themselves time, they can still scale. Because clearly, they will have an idea, but
oh my god!
That time.
What a beautiful engagement here from Blue Fire under that buff pit. I cannot believe what I just saw. I mean, I felt like they were Hurricane Dance, but they're the ones doing the killing. That is so confusing for me. And now, Kripsu, he's going for Iyaknu. Iyaknu stopping the minions from walking into the base, while the rest of Blue Fire goes straight at it. And with one tank minion, can't even be cleared by Popol and Koopa. That is 1-0. for Blue Fire over Onic PH.
Blue Fire, Blue Fire, Blue Fire. A lot of flack has been thrown out to these guys when they lost their first series. But right now, they're back with a vengeance. They're here to prove everyone wrong. Blue Fire wins again versus one of the best teams in the MPL-PH scene, Onic PH. Goodness gracious!
I had to fix my
Oh
vision.
my
It was
goodness!
like cringing. Like
This is what I love about MPL. Clearly, surely this is one of the things that you love about MPL. Season 6 to be exact, there are no clear favorites here. Onic PH, they were told that they're probably one of the best teams. They're one of the contenders for MPL, but no. Blue Fire thinks otherwise.
and I don't know how well that's gonna appear for Onic PH, but especially for basic, the things that must be going through this guy's mind right now. But I have to say that was a very well-deserved victory, straight from the first minute of the game. That is just beautiful all throughout. We'll hear more about that from Wolf, our resident analyst, but we gotta get ourselves ready here for the next game. Just go ahead and chill, and we'll be back after a short break.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means
Game over.
but the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
Game changing.
choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako.
Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart. Live Giga.
In many ways, masasabi nga natin na upset ng Blue Fire ang Onic PH, the back-to-back runners-up of MPL. And this is a new team na hindi masyadong expect ng tao na mag-perform like this, especially because on how they performed in the past few days. But Blue Fire really showed us how to come back in the league, I'd say. So, madami tayong binigay na homework sa Blue Fire. At mukhang ginawa nga talaga nila yan. Dalawang bagay na gusto kong sabihin is their connection. And number two is how they did their homework. And this is exactly what the casters from the Filipino broadcast said, that they did their homework. I like the adjustments from Blue Fire. Really felt like they did their homework. So first is they used this Hilda mula kay Kripsu na feeling ko maganda rin yung progression when it comes to the draft because inubusan nila ng effective tanks in the meta ang Onic PH by many ways. They went for the Hilda. They forced Onic PH to draft this Akai na alam natin ay hindi ganun kadali gamitin. Let alone the combo of Onic PH. Medyo hindi mo ma-visualize siya. Hindi ganun ka synergetic kung nag-exist man yung word there. There's not much synergy on the side of Onic PH. Let alone, imagine nyo lang it's Akai and Nissan Shin. Hindi ganun kadali. I mean, obviously, ma-visualize mo sa utak mo kung paano yung combo niya, but it's very hard to use. Not only that, I think that the wave clear as well as the jungle clear of Onic PH pales in comparison with the Blue Fire. So, bukod sa meron silang Lancelot, meron silang Selena, as well as solid side laners courtesy of the Khalid as well as the Esmeralda. So, side lane secured, lanes secured for the hyper carry, as well as the jungle. And in fact, ang ganda rin ng performance dito ni Chu with the Lancelot because he was allowed to be able to burst down his opponents. I think the Lancelot is a very good hero in this specific game because of the early game factor na meron siya laban sa Yisan as well as the Popol and Kupa. I mean, maraming arguments sa Popol and Kupa could be good against the Lancelot, but if you are this farmed, it's much better. Also, na-offset ni Kripzu yung mga kahinaan ng lineup ng Blue Fire, particularly with tanking. I mean, obviously, the Khalid is a very good and sustainable hero, pero when faced against a Thames with an Execute, baka manghina dito si Secret on the Khalid. So Kripzo was able to really offset what Blue Fire needed. That staying power in the early game as well as the mid game against the Popol and Kupa and Yisan Shin. Not only that, Blue Fire, nung nakaramdam sila ng konti kalamangan when the early game did happen after the laning stage, they did not let go. They took objectives, they take the team fights that they can, they disrupted the farm of Yisan Shin. In fact, napeel nila many times si Yisan Shin. So umaabot sa time na siya pa yung nauunang mamatay like this specific clash that we have. And Hilda, I think eventually makakakita pa nga tayo ng mas marami pang plays from the Hildas. He's proving to be one of those tanks na instead of initiating for the team with massive crowd controls, just straight up kills the opponents, particularly the squishy ones. Limbs, our Esmeralda, is our MVP of the game. Welcome to the league. And he's really showing up in these matches on the sidelines with the Esmeralda at yung fact nga na nakapag-draft ang Blue Fire ng magandang lineup against Sonic PH. In fact, if you look at this lineup, cover the team names and move back a little bit ng konting weeks. And you could honestly say that Blue Fire's lineup is probably a draft that Onic PH would have really executed. Sila yung ating makapag-pull off ng ganung draft. Which kind of tells me maybe there's something wrong. There's a little bit of disconnection from Onic PH when it comes to their drafting because we also saw that in their previous stint. Yeah, I think 2 days ago, we saw them, hindi naman sila na-outdraft, pero parang alam mo yung hindi to characteristic with Onic PH's draft. Maybe we can see that adjustment come game number 2. However, Blue Fire, very well done. Lahat ng homework na pinagawa natin sa kanila ay ginawa nila. They fixed their connection. They look like a team's more connected right now. And they also look like they did their homework against Onic PH. Excited to see more from Blue Fire, but Onic PH, let's see if they will utilize Basic once again at baka bumawi na si Basic sa kanyang mga former teammates. Let's see what the games and casters sa inyo na muna.
Well, that was definitely something to think about. A disconnect, a disjoint for Onic PH. That's a very interesting point. And we'll talk about that in a bit. For that, of course, we will be your casters for this game. I'm your analyst Rockhart. I'm your anchor Rockhart, and your analyst Butters at your service. And for game 2 of Blue Fire versus Onic, I wonder, right? Where would it come from? Where would this miscommunication, these communication errors, and Wolf says it's on the draft as well, which I don't think we kind of picked up because we in the draft it looked a little bit even for us.
I mean, it did make sense. Like that Balmond pick, they were really denied of that tank that they really needed, and Jay was forced to use the Akai. The Akai is still good, to be honest. I don't think it was on the draft. I kind of feel that it was a surprise coming out from Blue Fire. And Blue Fire they got the first blood and they didn't look back from that pacing. Like they set up the tempo from themselves, and I think it's all about the confidence. Like if you're confident that you can win over a team, you play in a normal pace. And I think that there's a driving force for Blue Fire here to just win the game. It's because of all the things that happened to them day number 1. I don't really have to say it. A lot of people just did. They ran on Blue Fire like it was nothing. And right now, Blue
Hot
Fire
knife through butter.
it's Blue Fire just showing us that you cannot take them for granted. There's still a team that can beat other teams in the MPL, and that's the thing about MPL. It's very unpredictable. Even if your favorite team 2-0 Blue Fire, it's not really a gauge on whether they are good or they are deserving of the MPL slot. A series won't really tell that story.
Yeah, exactly. It's the whole. It's the whole of it. Again, MPL Season 6 is a marathon. It's not a sprint. So, even if you suffer a big setback in the beginning, doesn't mean you'll end badly. Right? And that's exactly what Blue Fire is showing us here. With the draft for Game 2, we will have to wait and see what kind of adjustments Onic PH are going to do, because apparently for Wolf, it is a draft problem. I wonder if they agree, because I would definitely say Blue Fire just had a better tempo, right? They had a better tempo in the early game, as you mentioned, with the first blood. So going for the picks though, obviously the Balmond could have been really strong. Right? I mean, it's not a bad pick. It could have been strong, but it's just that it was run over. It was run over. It was not given the ability to gain kills. So in essence, the Balmont ultimate, which is an execute skill, wasn't even given the ability to be maximized to its full potential.
Yeah, I like the Khaled play coming out from a secret. Like the thing about this Khaled is it really just forces Onic PH to find the right tempo. But is that an Alucard? Is that
Is this legit, or are we gonna have to remake this? This seems to be legit, because if they're thinking about it, timer is running out, and they locked. Okay, it wasn't locked in. Oh my gosh, I was thinking. Okay, that's something that we might have to check, because it's not 100% clear if it was locked or not. So we need to wait for the audio cue
okay?
for it to get
So
locked in.
I thought it was a sure lock in coming out from them,
First
but
pick Alucard, right? Imagine.
it's Onic PH, just being they're asserting their dominance here.
Right.
Like you got the Serena, you got the Popol and Koopa, so you're pretty much just telling Blue Fire that we got our favorite heroes. What can you do now?
Yeah, we got some of the best heroes that we can play. Plus, both of these heroes are used for map vision. So they will have maximum awareness on the map while everything is happening. And on the other side, Bluefire is trying to stick with the same recipe as last week. As last game, with this Chu priority, now sharing a lot of gold with two other heroes, which is going to be okay. That might be a problem here. I'm already seeing for Bluefire. It's a lot of heroes that need a lot of gold for them to function properly. I don't know if you agree with that.
I do agree with it 100%. But looking at it right now, Onic PH, they got the show they got the show for probably Yaknu. So he's probably really happy with that. And to be honest, Blue Fire here is not really doing much of a change. They're still going for that lance. And the thing the difference between game 1 and game 2 is that for Lance, they have an answer now, a clear answer now for the Lance on the side of Onic. Like they didn't have the show in game number 1, but right now they needed that uh, single target hold crowd control just to keep Lancelot in place while they actually beat him down. And that's the only thing that they needed.
That's true, and not just the show, right? Even with the Popol and Koopa, and if you get hit by the Abyssal Arrow, that's a lot of hard crowd control being committed by Onic PH early on, which is, I think, one of the biggest problems of their draft earlier, is that they did not have any tools to get a hold of Chu on the Lancelot, which I did mention it before, but it was just not as pronounced. Now they are very much thinking about Chu on this Lance.
Okay. Esmeralda is probably an offlane or a basic hero. I don't. I'm kind of trying to think about the pattern here of Pharaonic PH. Uh, it's a pattern not really seen that much, because you know what, the show and the Esmeralda, they're kind of open-ended picks, to be honest. I'm seeing Esmeralda more on the side lane. Like I'm expecting Onic PH to just pull off a fun little hero here from the fifth pick and just use it and support him from there on out.
Yeah, it could be a super roaming Popol and Koopa with the lane Esme. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and then again, they can use the funnel Esmeralda and just win with 2 fighters on their side.
Interesting.
Esmeralda and 2 fighters. Like they don't have the tank. They do not have the liberty of just tanking up these attacks coming up from Blue Fire. So they might want to bulk up a bit on PH, but they can just go for a funnel. And there you go. There's the Roger. It was perfectly set up on the fifth
There's your
position.
funnel.
And someone who can deal or someone who can deal kite and fight head on. I like the Roger here for the side of Onic PH.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the oomph that their lineup actually needs. I was getting a little worried that they might run out of good amount of sustained damage, but apparently it's not a problem. And it's also one of those heroes that can dive away from the low yi, right? It's not a carry that is easily manipulated by the low yi crowd control. It has like that invulnerability window that you can use to dodge off and dive straight into the backline and into the very squishy targets for the Onyx side. Sorry, for the Blue Fire side. So I would say this is looking a lot better here for Onic PH in my opinion. This definitely works to their advantage that they have so much lockdown available on their side for this Lancelot, which became such a big problem in game 1. Now, what do you think is going to be the pitfalls of this one though?
Okay, so clearly, the map control is going to the side of Onic PH just because they have the Popoline Koopa. But the thing about it is, look at the invade potential here, the contest potential here on the side of Blue Fire. They have the Grok, they have the Lance. So
that's right.
They might just want to deny it in the early game, the purple buff coming for their funnel for the Roger, if they really wanted to. And this is going to be scary for the side of Onic PH because in terms of tempo, it's really hard to stop a Grok and a Lance together.
That's true. You're gonna have to choose a target, and then sometimes the Cripsu's just gonna get auto-targeted most of the time with your crowd control if he's just really good at the timing as a Grok, and that gets nullified a lot. And apparently, as I'm not even completed with the sentence, he makes a big boo-boo, and that's a 1-0 already for Onyx PH.
Very uncharacteristic of Cripsu there.
Yeah.
I don't really think that it was really in his best intentions to die at that point because a lot of things are happening into the map. That could have been an invade. That could have been a one jungle monster in exchange for his life. Chu here almost missing. Oh well, he did miss the retribution fatal, fatal ranges, but he doesn't really pay for it, so it's all fine. Chu,
yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, Chu. I think that it's a top priority for Blue Fire to get him to level 4 because I think a lot of the firepower and a lot of the annoying things that can come out from Chu just reeks of level 4. He needs a level 4 to do it. And Cripsu might go down once again. Yes, he will. And look at this Onic PH. They're just punishing Blue Fire for that victory they had in game number 1. Unseen will be forced out to use the Purify and double kill for Jade.
Jay, he's diving in. He's flickering into the enemy territory, even though they don't have full vision. What confidence coming in here from Onic PH, right? That is just what you need to do. And now the lead is starting to slowly build here for the red side.
Clearly, you have to look at it in a way that Onic PH is within their element. They're not trying out things. They're just using their favorite heroes, and that's when Onic is scary. Like, if you let Onic PH pick whatever hero that they want and you just give it to them, you're probably just asking for it at that point. Secret with a Khalid doesn't really have the capability to chase down, and I think it's a good idea for Blue Fire to just let them go for a bit.
Yeah, you just let Onic PH be Onic PH, and they will usually come out on top. And I think that's what's happening here. There's no forced fighting. There is no unnecessary pickoffs that are happening for Onic PH. And because of that, they're making a bit of a statement as well that you want a 10-0 game? We'll try to give it to you right now. And Jay is being such an aggressive Selena here in this matchup. With the way of Dragon being fed into the team. Goodbye, Limbs, and the answer is going to be a Turtle. Will this be contested, though? I think it will be. Duality is going to be procced very soon, but the Turtle will go over to Chu instead.
And that is going to be really hard for Onic to, contest. Just because that's a Lancelot, that's a Sword Rose layered with a Retribution. You cannot really just say the it's going to be easy at that point on. Basic here trying to run away. Limbs, uh, this is his retribution. This is his vengeance. He wants to redeem himself. And he tries to go for more kills, but Limbs, at least he got the kill on Basic. Basic here has the execute. They don't really have the retribution. So, Onic PH, clearly they don't really have a priority in terms of getting the objectives and getting the turtle. I mean, they can fight. But as long as Lancelot is there, it's hard to, just secure those turtles and those buffs.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like they are just having a hard time in map control, right? And that's what happens with the lineups they have. Map control is so easy to do. The phase checks are a lot easier, and I would say we are just waiting for. I'm waiting for the moment where Onic Bluefire is gonna make a mistake, and Onic PH can probably capitalize. But of course, there is going to be the comeback play here. Coming from Bluefire on the bottom lane, Jay is 1v4, and there is no way he's making it out there alive. On the other side of the map, that is also being mirrored, but Limbs is doing a lot better than Jay did. But he will still fall to the power of Onic. Oh, they're not done the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Bluefire still wants to push, and they are successful in doing so.
I like it. Bluefire here not really backing down of the chase. And look at this. In terms of objectives, they actually won that. Look at the gold. That's 5 kills up for Onic PH. But in terms of gold lead, they only lead by 800 to 900 gold in a certain point of in time. So, Bluefire, they're really making their shots count.
They really are, especially in a very clutch situation where they're being forced by Onic PH to fight non-stop. They're actually adapting quite well with the Yuzong going for the engage with 4 members being protected here, and Chu is biting off a lot more than he can chew. Now they're fighting inside the turtle pit. Chu still gets it on the Lancelot. I cannot believe my eyes. He's still alive. He gets another turtle, but now they should be forced to back off. Horned Rose into the air will allow him to back off from D-Lar, and the wall will kind of force D-Lar to fight inside.
Oh my goodness.
Can he take it though? The Phantom execution will be there. Cripzu and Chu.
Oh my goodness. Is this going to be a wipe? Is this going to be an unofficial wipe? No, it won't. No, it won't. No, it won't.
It looks like they were happy with 1 kill. And then they get another one. And then they try to get another. Some explosiveness coming in here from Bluefire. Beautifully done there from Chu. Executes right on the docket. He almost actually failed on the dashes. I think the assist was the big deal there. He was able to reset, able to get into the pit, and as well as also just go and demolish the backline. Now Chu with items, with the buff, with a full HP. They go for the hunt onto Iyaknu. And they got some protection here, but here comes the cavalry. Chipsu almost takes down Oh My Venus. One more hit would have done the trick. And now they will be backing off, but not before doing massive damage to Onic PH's support.
Man, oh man, what did Bluefire eat for lunch? I want some of that. This is another Bluefire squad we're seeing right now. The game with next play solid, to be honest. Of course, they had a bit of a hiccup there, but this time around, it doesn't feel that way. It seems to me that Bluefire just found something out on their downtime from watching Day Numbered.
Exactly. Did they read into what is the primary target for Onic? Who do you actually need to take down from Onic in order to weaken their lineup, weaken their push. Now though, oh my gosh, Limbs, what are you doing? Big catch there from Onic PH. No one to back him up. Actually means that this turtle is now no longer a free turtle for Bluefire. It will definitely be up in the air.
Actually, they have the upper hand here. Bluefire, they still have the retribution. No retribution to the side of Onic. Basic has execute. So even if they got limbs, it wasn't really enough. If you can't take down Chu, those big jungle monsters, those big objectives that you need to get, you're just gonna lose it to Chu.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened there. Even though they were a man down, it still went to Chu because of the retribution advantage, and now they're getting a bit locked in here. And that wall could have actually killed Oh My Venus if it was closed. But the door was open, and the door was held incorrectly. Now it's going to be the push on the mid lane for Onic PH. They're trying to get some tempo back in this matchup. Bluefire, though, is ahead by a little bit of gold, but it's not something that you can't climb out of. But the map pressure is something that's very, very big for Bluefire right now.
Mm-hmm. So it's going to be Secret versus Iyakno into the top lane, Rockhart. And Secret isn't doing that well compared to game number 1. But that's the thing. If Chu is doing great, and look at that timing! Oh my goodness! Jay, that was immaculate timing from his arrow.
Oops. A little bit of a miss there on the execute, but that's fine. Basic is in the middle of the fight. He is sustaining like a god. Oh, Iyakno finds Chu! Finally, with the way of the dragon, and now this could be the very bad turning point that we will see from Bluefire. Lives with the knockup. One more hit will do it, and he goes down, forcing the flicker out of Kripsu. Now, Bluefire are playing on the back foot.
Okay, Onic PH right now is definitely playing for Lord. If you look at their position, they're just trying to find ways to stop Secret from just annoying them when they're taking down the Lord. Because Chu, he is still down when the Lord goes up, so they can probably just take it fast before Chu can be there. But right now, this is the prime time for them to actually go for the Lord, and right now the Lord has spawned, and they won't really force it. They probably deemed that it wasn't really enough time, and it's going to be an opening for Chu to just steal it anyway. So they just stop.
Yeah, that's right.
I guess it's still a nice call. It's still a nice call coming out from them.
It is. Actually, I think it is. And I think that they just need to reel it back in a little bit. Maybe they got overconfident in that fight. Let's have a look at that again in the Gillette Instant Replay. Hashtag Shave the Day. Iyakno just waited on the bush for a long time to find Chu, finally unaware with all his skills on cooldown. And after that, it was just dominoes collapsing for Bluefire. And it worked really well in balancing this game for Onyx's side.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know what happened, to be honest. Is this really an execute, Roger, or did we have a bit of a hiccup in terms of just changing it to retribution? I hope it's really an execute.
I think it is. I think it really is. Right now, though, Dilar Wall alone gets the wild charge into the face, and I like that he's able to survive that. That means Onic PH is definitely gonna have more fight in the coming one. Oh my God, Jay got bumped by a dragon there, but they did not choose to execute, or they did not choose to initiate. And Iyakno on the off lane, he's trying to push that lane further down, maybe give them a bit of a threat, force one of the members from Bluefire to push on top. It's working well for Onic so far, and Secret, they're just waving hi to each other here.
And look at Iyakno, he just went in very cheeky player. When he saw that the lane creeps are there, the lane minions are there, they just went in. Dilar here will get punished. He can take down Unseen. Unseen here getting chased by Cho.
Oh my gosh, I think they might have gotten the targets that they needed here. But of course, eyes on Chu and Secret. Looks like Oh My Venus is going to be taken, but Limbs is also following suit. Chu going for the chase on Iyakno. He wants some revenge for the kill that he made earlier against this guy, but the arrow will be the one to meet him. Top lane is pushing because of Basic, and that just gives Secret some room to actually flex those off lane muscles again. I have not seen Secret join a big team fight that resulted well for Blue Fire yet, so I think that might be the thing that Onic PH is pressing on. This is like the wound that Onic PH is pressing on, that their Khalid is not really in a good position right now.
Yeah, and the thing is, you're just forced to defend. You're not even in a position where you could choose what to do. Secret is put in a very bad position.
Yes,
And it's all
exactly.
because Iyaknu and Basic are doing the right things. They're shoving the wave. They're not letting it go to their side. Look at this. The turret is one blow away from just knocking down.
Yeah, that just goes to show the amount of macro control that Onic PH has in this matchup. It's kind of difficult to match. And that is where the veteran status, I think, of Onic PH is going, or is going into. Because so far for Onic PH, all you have to do is just basically shove, right? And then someone's definitely gonna answer. And if you try to force a fight, Secret's not really in a position to do so. He is a bit it's difficult for him to engage in the fight because you kind of put in a position where you hesitate.
Yeah.
You hesitate when you use the ultimate because it's on such a long cooldown. So you don't want to use it all the time. You want to use it when it's sure that there's a target to hit. And that's probably what the reason why Onic is just so happy. We're just running. They're just running Blue Fire all around the map.
Yeah, and just clearly, knowing how Onic plays this, they're putting their fundamentals in front, and it's working the best for them. Like, clearly, the main idea here is to just keep on pressuring the lanes. Do not let it go to your side, and that's what Onic PH is banking on right now. And they're not really giving that much of an importance on the big objectives. Like, they can contest, but they're not really giving it 100% just because of their retribution. They don't have it, so you just stay away from it because will really hurt you a lot if you see the enemy team get the turtle, then they clear 3 or 4 people on your side.
Yeah, I mean the turtle already is it's already usually on Chu's side, right? And now it's not gonna be a problem. They're not I think that's the reason why they were having problems in the early game, right? Because Chu was always getting the turtle. That turtle buff is so big in if you put it on the Lancelot, its uptime is ridiculous. And now that the Lord is gonna be the one they need to fight over, Chu's firepower in this game kind of fell hard. And now we're back in the game. We are still seeing a very minimal gold advantage, but you can tell from the map that Onic PH just want to play, and they are just going each and everywhere there is a minion.
You know what? Secret is put on the top lane, and Secret can't really do anything. I mean, if you're Secret right now, you're probably itching to cut the wave.
Yeah,
But
sure.
then again, if Yakno sees you doing that, you're 100% dead.
Yeah, you can't do it because if you go behind the tower, there's a 90% chance that there's a Cho waiting on the bush to kick you.
And look at this. The moment he went out, Cho was there. And he's trying to get away. Clearly using his ultimate and Secret here. Doing his best to regenerate. No time for limbs to help him. And this is the dilemma of Secret. If he goes out, he's dead.
It's one of those times when I'm so proud as a caster that and when I say something and it happens almost instantly, right? I know you feel some of those moments. Like that's just the difficulty of this lineup that Blue Fire has. This I don't know, this Khalid. No matter what player you put here, they're gonna have a hard time.
And look at Luyi. He's actually putting them in the middle of everything. And look at that, a 4-man wild charge. Will it matter though? That is the question. Oh, Chu!
Oh my god, Chu! What did you do? Oh my gosh! That could have been so bad for this guy.
And he almost got Yaknu. But Yaknu, fast hands, fast mind, just went in. And Secret here, still put in a position where he needs to, clear the wave. And Secret just goes in. What can Secret do? That is the question.
Nothing. Let's wait for it though. The ultimate will pop up soon. Lord is at 25% HP, and they are trying to contest. Now the execute Phantom. That does not happen. I think that's game. How?
That is game.
That's probably game. I feel like that's 40 seconds without Chu. The minions are on the top and the bottom. They could push if they want to. But looks like Onic PH is gonna take this a bit slower right now.
And you know what? This is what we expected in the first place. Onic PH doing the right things. Onic PH making the right decisions so that they may win.
Yep, that's hashtag save the day, man. Legit.
It didn't really happen game number 1. But you know what? It happened for game number 2. And they look really scary when they do these kinds of things.
That's right. The push is happening now. Top and mid are gone. And bottom will soon follow. And this is probably going to be the last team fight inside the base of Blue Fire. Can they sustain? Can they hold the line? Clearing those minions, and I think that will be it. The wild charge just to save himself, and the Lord is wailing on the base. Everyone is just slowly dying inside the Blue Fire. And, ladies and gentlemen, that will be game 2 going over to Onic PH.
And that is clearly...
Well, they're in yellow.
It is clearly, it is the same color. It is the same color.
It is the same color.
Okay, so right, clearly just being one of the best teams in the country today. I just feel that Onic PH, they made it count. And this game against BNK goes to game number 3.
Oh,
and
man.
as long as that happens, then, it's clear up in the air. Blue Fire showed us that they can beat Onic. Onic showed us that they can beat Blue Fire. And in dominating fashion, mind you. In dominating fashion.
And obviously, it's not a 0-14, but it's a tic-tac-toe, right? I mean, it's a rock, paper, scissors at this point. It is, it just froze everything. It just froze all of our theory crafting down the drain once more. And that means we will have to reset our minds and throw it to the next draft again. And before that, we will be throwing it over to Wolf for that in-game analysis that we are all craving right now. So I'm Rock Hard. This is Butters. See you in a bit.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means
game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
game changing.
Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means
game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
game changing.
Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako.
The series is tied 1 apiece after that victory mula sa Onic PH. Honestly, not the most spectacular performance mula sa Onic PH, but they did still survive. And nakakita tayo ng glimpses of what was promised from Onic PH. Right? Blue Fire really really made it work. diba? Para sa against Onic PH. Ang ganda din ng kanilang mga execution, but ultimately in the clashes that matters, in the team fights that will end the game, mas nanalo ang Onic PH. Let's break down game number 2's result. My name is Wolf, your analyst, and that victory mula sa Onic PH ay talagang pinagpaguran nila. Game number 1 was a little bit of a mixture of draft and execution from Blue Fire. And you can see some of the theories from the previous game applied in this specific game. Particularly the Lancelot as their answer as Onic PH. I like it kasi ang opening ng Onic PH dito ay mga malalambot na heroes in the backlines. I mean, kaya mag-tank for sure ng Popol and Koopa because of the Koopa, but in the grand scheme of things, it's still a very squishy hero. That's why the Lancelot made a lot of sense for Blue Fire. I like the Khalid Yuzong combo that they have. It's very, I would say, promising in the side lanes, lalong-lalo na dahil hindi tayo nakakita ng Uranus. Then again, yung medyo questionable for me was this Grok. The Lu Yi was a good combination. The rest of the lineup of Blue Fire, ganda sana with the Lancelot, you can use the diversion into the backlines and surprise your opponents. Also, that duality passive, it could have been good, but medyo questionable yung Grok, which is weird because I myself main ang Grok, but I do understand the weaknesses of the hero. Now, I kind of want to say that Grok is okay laban sana sa mga trap ng Onic PH with this Popol and Koopa and Selena, but it really poses a lot of weaknesses when it comes to clearing the waves, or it's the jungle creeps, I mean, in comparison to what Onic PH has. They have Popol and Koopa and Selena, which is really, really good when you combine it with the Roger. Roger wants to snowball fast at kailangan niya i-clear yung jungle ng mabilis. That's what you get from the Selena as well as this Popol and Koopa. Now, there's a lot of weaknesses though para sa Onic PH. They don't have that hard tank na pwedeng mag-soak ng damage sa Lancelot. That's why if you see Onic PH, they rarely go for a 5v5 team fight. In fact, kahit lamang sila when it comes to the gold, when the fights do happen like this, 5 minutes in, they will lose the skirmishes. That's exactly what happened. Lancelot really took over kasi nga naman maraming malalampot sa Onic PH. But when it comes to pickoffs, to peeling, to outplaying your opponents, medyo you can depend on Onic PH, honestly. And that's what you get from the grand pickoff potential of Onic PH across their supports. Like this, the Way of the Dragon pala, pagagamit to isolate one. You also have the Selena Arrow, very good when it comes to peeling the opponents, as well as this Popol and Koopa. So when the fights do happen in such a way na parang one by one siya, it's always gonna be Onic PH to win those clashes. And what Onic PH did was to just force these kinds of engagements para sila yung makapanalo. And Onic PH really did well when it comes to forcing these things. Kaya nga lang, tumagal talaga yung laban because of this factor. Buti na lang, their lineup, both of them, ay early game to mid game centric. That's why during the late game, labo-labo na talaga. Palitan na lang. I really like this clash from Onic PH. Blue Fire, napakaganda sana ng kanilang diversion, but Onic PH read through that. Alam nila na magkakaroon ng teleportation eventually around this Lord area, so they waited for the most opportune moment to strike. And even this push mula sa Onic PH, really reminiscent of how they approached the past 2 seasons of MPL. MPL Season 4 and Season 5, they were very good when it comes to forcing their opponents in a spot where sila yung nakakalamang sa mga team fights. Basically, ina-outwit nila when it comes to team fights yung kanilang mga kalaban. And if you are a team na hindi ganon kataas ang mental fortitude, it's easy to be defeated by Onic PH in the late game. Now, smart MVP of the game is Basic with this Roger. 13, 2, and 7 ang performance compared to the Yi Sun Shin, which is very lackluster as his first stint for Onic PH in the MPL Season 6. But this Roger really fit the playstyle of Basic. You want to put heroes na nagre-require ng explosiveness. You need your electric type of heroes nga tinasabi natin when you want to activate Basic. As good as it sounds, Basic man yung kanyang pangalan. You want to give him these complicated heroes that are very aggressive in nature and relies heavily on outplaying the opponents. If you want to activate Basic, this is what you need to do. And perhaps game number 3, baka mag-veer away ang Onic PH sa heroes na medyo late game centric like the Yi Shin. Maybe just pick up heroes like Lancelot, like Rogers, like Hayabusa on basic para mas ma-utilize nila yung skill set na nabibigay ni basic as a player. Now for Blue Fire, I think that ang kailangan nilang gawin ngayon is to veer away from the heroes na madaming check boxes to tick just to be successful, like what you see from the Grok. Yeah, right? And the Khalid Yuzhong combo, baka i-rethink nila to, baby. Those two heroes are very much alike. Baka gusto na lang i-switch up like what they did in game number 1 so as they can win game number 3. Napaka-exciting nga naman ang laban. I would want both teams to do what they were successful with in game 1 and game number 2 respectively so that they will show us a very good game number 3. But what about you, casters? What do you think about game number 3? Who do you think is gonna win? Back to you guys.
Well, we are definitely going to see more of these, probably a lot more of these control heroes from these guys. But for the meantime, obviously, we are back here, Rock Hard Butters, at a service game free here of Onic PH versus Blue Fire. So I'm thinking about whether or not that's going to be a problem here. Like I said, basic is actually I just feel pretty good about basic here in this match because finally he proved that I'm not a pushover. I can definitely play stuff. I can definitely work well. And yeah, game 3 is going to be the statement for him to close it out, and it's going to be up to Blue Fire to show that the first game draft was not a fluke.
You know what? Blue Fire, they surprised us. Onic PH, they showed us what they're capable of, and they're not pushovers. So, yeah, just clearly, they're going to be aiming to close this game out. And Blue Fire, this is the question for Blue Fire: can they win this? Can they close out the series? Because Onic PH, they've proven to us time and again that they can close out these kinds of BO3s. But never a best of 5.
Yep. Never a best of.
Never a best of 5.
That's a different story though. A best of 5 is something that they'll have a chance to do that. But for now, for long games, obviously they have a different strategy, right? It's nice to surprise teams with lineups that like we saw in game 1, but you can't just keep doing that and expect the same results. And that's where the adaptability comes in here for our teams. And who can adapt better is going to be the question here for coming game 3 of Blue Fire versus Onic PH. Now, what are we looking for coming into game 3 here?
I expect one more Khalid game from Secret, to be honest. And the time when how do I say this, Blue Fire banned out the show, it really worked on their favor. So do not let Yaknu get the show.
Yeah, Yaknu on the show. He's so comfortable with that. He's so comfortable with the show, right? I feel like that's something that you have to always give him, especially when you're looking for heroes that are like, example, the Lancelot. You're looking for, if you have enemies that have high mobility, like as usual, that Ling. And very situational, obviously, for Yaknu. It's not a pick that he always picks up, but it's always something that works very well for Onic when they pick it up against those specific heroes. So now we are in the draft for game 3 here, and Onic PH and Blue Fire are looking a lot more reset. We are on a bit of a more level playing field. I'm sure Blue Fire would have recognized a lot of the mistakes that happened in that last series for sure, right?
Yeah, clearly you have to look at it in a way where you do not have clear favorites here anymore. This is a best of 1. And as we all know, anything can happen in a best of 1.
Yep, absolutely. Anything. This is back to where we were in the qualifiers. Like, okay, we're gonna reset everything. Then we're gonna have some of our thoughts. We're gonna have some of our secret stuff. If a team has some secret stuff, this is the time to bring it out.
I mean, Blue Fire has secret. So
I see what you did there. with the E, with a free for an E, right? They have a secret with a free for an E, so that's three times the fun here for for Onic PH or for Secret or for Blue Fire rather. I think they swapped the name tags. So absolutely, we have to be watching out for a lot of these weird picks, and the bans are a bit different right now. There are a lot more available options, and we still have the Ling being left open. I'm 90% sure if the last slot is let's gets left open, it's gonna get picked up, and voila! I don't know how is that how you say it? Voila! It does get hovered right away, and it's on the other side now. So that's something that's very interesting. How is Onic PH's track record in a Lancelot? Like, how well do they actually play that?
I think Basic is capable of running a very good Lancelot. He's done this way back season 5. You remember he was the first people who used it way back on the qualifiers, the main qualifiers, that they actually won with this hero against Archangel? Yeah, Archangel. Archangel. So, Onic PH, they got Dilar or Iacnus Esmeralda, so they are very happy with that. Let's check for Blue Fire. How are they gonna fare this up with? Are they gonna get the Balmon for themselves? Because I mean, Balmon has already a target on the other side, so it can be a possibility. And I'm actually, I'm really starting to feel bad for Uranus, to be honest.
No,
almost
game, almost no
every
games played.
single game, you get banned.
I guess there's just no other way to say it. Uranus is just so difficult to deal with, and having to force one of your team members to buy a Durance, to buy a Deadly Blade, or to buy what is that? A Sea Halberd. So it's just not worth it, right? It's just not worth it.
It doesn't really add up on the item progression. I do agree with that,
That's
because
true.
sometimes for your funnels, you aim for them to get the BOD early, and it will give you a significant amount of lead. But if you actually tell them, "Oh, you go get a Deadly Blade first," then
Yeah, it's not gonna.
that really means it's gonna be, it's really gonna be a bad sign for you guys. But we did see a Uranus from Onic PH way back, like for from day number 1. Like it was a Khalid versus Uranus matchup. It was Flap and Dilar going at it, and one of the things that Khalid or Flap didn't really do is get a first item Deadly Blade, because it might have been another story if they just got that.
That would have been super interesting as well. And again, those are that's one of the reasons why it's almost a permanent. It has a permanent slot on the pick and bans now, because everyone realized, yeah, this Uranus, we're not really ready to deal with it. And with the five ban system coming in next week, that's definitely gonna be there permanently. Now though, interestingly enough, Onic PH do not want to have to use the Roger, because obviously they will have that Lancelot. So now I think that might be one of the things that happened last game that might be super important. Having a Roger to deal with someone. If you have an enemy that can become invulnerable and disappear from the map for a few seconds, why not use that to deal with it? And I'll be honest, the early game, it should have been the Chu show last series, last game. And it didn't happen because of, I think, of the Roger as well.
Yuzong actually went out down the radar. Like, nobody got him. Ling is still in the pool. So there's a lot of choices here for Blue Fire. And why am I saying this? It's because if they get the Ling, they actually get the one up versus Onic PH. They got the Cho. And if the Cho kicks the Lancelot, you know what happens next. So those are the things that you really need to look out for. Like a Kufra is there as well. So you might just want to push your luck right now. Because clearly you are in the prime position to just get the best heroes. But Onic PH, they got the Yuzong and the Esmeralda as well. So I'm really thinking about. Oh,
Are you sure? Are you sure about
They
this?
are. They are. It's already
Is it
highlighted.
already locked in?
It's
Oh,
already
it
locked
is. It
in.
is locked in. Whoa. All right. So we were
Okay.
talking about some secret stuff. This is it. This is secret stuff.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna put Freya probably on Chu, and this is gonna be the funnel.
Core funnel Freya. Wow, who would have thought here? I mean, this is Blue Fire trying to make waves here on their last game for today, and I think it might have some merit. It
And
also
you
has
know
some.
what? You know what, Rockhart? Let me tell you something right
Mm-hmm.
now.
Yep, yep.
Imagine the land of Dawn is a boxing ring. Do you watch those videos
Yeah,
where people fight in one boxing ring at the same time?
the Royal Rumble, like the
That's what's gonna
cage
happen.
match, cage match.
Yes, clearly. Yes, yes, that's what's gonna happen.
Oh
Three
my
fights.
gosh.
It's going to be a brawl. Lancelot here needs to get ahead. Now, if Lancelot doesn't get ahead, then he won't be able to. He really won't be able to deal damage to these fighters and burst them down quickly. Now, I like the idea coming out from Blue Fire, but Freya has been known to be slow in just terms of item buildup, but they can actually prove us wrong. I mean, it is going to be a position one Freya. So if it's a position one Freya, I like his chances of just blowing up from the post early game to pre early game transition, a pre mid game transition rather.
Well, I'm 90% sure, and we're back at 90% sure that we will that this Freya is going to be watched very closely by a lot of our viewers right now. Even I'm logging in and I'm making sure that my Freya runes are ready. Because we are going to see a big slobber knocker of a matchup here, Butters. For sure in game 3 of Onic PH versus Blue Fire. Here we go. So it's going to be a first for MPL Season 6 that we will see a Freya on the match. And it's going to be matching up against a Cyclops. It's going to be fighting off against Basics Lancelot. It's gonna have a lot of what do you call this? It's gonna have a lot of counters for sure, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if that's gonna be stopping Chu anytime soon, though.
Mm-hmm. Unseen, going a bit on the edge there. Like he didn't really get hit by three of those thorn roses, but Jay will get punished. And look at Unseen, relentless and Unseen. Okay, did I make sense? Did I think I did.
You did, you did. I had to process that for a moment. we are we are back. We are back. I'm back. I kind of got that. So now, um, objectives obviously are a lot faster to clear with the Freya, and you also have a lot of toughness in the early game. It's one of those carries that are super duper durable in the early parts of the game. So it makes sense for you to try to build it as one of your core, as your primary damage dealer. But that kind of puts a lot of pressure here for Chu, and I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to pull this off. To be honest, I'm 50-50 on Chu being able to pull it off, but they won't use it on the MPL regular season without good practice, right? For sure.
That is true. I mean, Basic and the others, they're probably happy running with a very, not very, but a standard lineup. This is standard composition. Like I mean, Cyclops isn't really new. Like a lot of people have been using Cyclops ever since the main qualifiers, even outside of it. So his scaling is good. He does turn into a damage dealer by the time when the late game or mid game comes. It really depends on how you set the tempo for your team.
That's right. It really does. And all of that is going to be timing, decision making as well. So this game is going to be up in the air once more. I am getting tired of saying this game is going to be 50-50 to be honest. So I I hope they get out of the way any soon enough. So Lim's obviously going to be able to Shinpo on out of Cyclops Ultimate, and now the rest of Blue Fire looking like they're on the hunt here. Chu, he's all alone with three members of Onic very nearby, and like I said, a very durable position 1 hero.
Mm-hmm. And you know what, Rockhart, this is clearly one of the things that you really, this is clearly one of the things that you have to look out for in this match. Oh My Venus cannot target limbs whatsoever.
That's right.
Cannot target limbs because limbs will just shunpo head on and it will be negated. But Secret here trying to buy time for his allies. I don't think they have enough time to go for this. And this is still a Lancelot. A very hard target to steal a turtle from.
Yeah, especially right now, right? Because they are on the offensive. But looks like because of that, Basic will actually go down right away after that engage. So do you think that's worth it, Butter? Still, I mean, it's nice to get the turtle, but obviously without the buff, it's kind of useless.
I mean, they didn't really expect them to be at that place at that certain
Good
time.
point. Good point. Yeah.
So they were really just expecting that they would go back, but the thing is, they fought and they just lost it.
All together. At least they do deny Blue Fire having the opportunity to, to get that, and I think that's a pretty big deal. Right now, though, it's gonna be a 2v1. Make that a 3v1 on the top lane once more. That's gonna be the eye going straight into limbs on that show and not gonna result to anything again. And the part two here on the mid lane, we still have a lot of Blue Fire members very healthy and willing to go for the fights, waiting to pull that trigger finger.
BNK just goes in. Oh my goodness, Jay gets caught out, and there is Chu, the Valkyrie. Ladies and gentlemen, he is our hyper carry right now.
Yep, that Valkyrie descent. Now it's worn off, and I gotta say, I feel like after the Valkyrie, they might fall around in damage output, but not before they can do a lot of hurt.
And Chu here dealing a lot of that. Oh my goodness, this Freya is just doing work. Secret using his ultimate, not gonna connect.
Again, it's Secret. Part 2. I'm only just this is just a deja vu of last game, right? For Secret. I mean, I feel bad, but at the same time, it is kind of the job description of a colleague to just stay in lane for a long time and then be always late to the team fight. Now, that's gonna be happening over and over again for sure. So so you guys better get comfortable.
You know, Kripzo here is having the best. I think he's really comfortable with these kinds of heroes, like these hard tasks that goes for the initiate. This is really his bread and butter, if I do say so myself.
Absolutely. And again, Dragon 4 gonna be going over through D-Lar. No target's gonna be available. I like what I'm seeing. I like that we are seeing a pretty even fight, but here in the Gillette instant replay, I gotta say, Chu's a beast. Even at the early stages of the game where he's only level 8, imagine when he scales up to level 15. Right? The scaling of Freya is insane.
And it makes sense. They have the killing spree. The killing spree is used more than the bounty hunter in a high-end try in the Assassin Emblem setup right now.
Yeah, for sure. He's just gonna go on and on and on.
So this is the fight where nobody actually. This is the fight where nobody actually wins unless you have two people on your side of the map.
Yep.
Then
That's impossible.
You can just win it from there. And Khalid Secret has an idea that Cyclops is there. Unseen will try to go for the stun. It doesn't really hit, and they just stop from there.
Stopping, and of course, because of all that pressure, top lane will be traded for mid. Now, obviously, that's going to be a bigger exchange over the Onic PH. They got a lot of access to the mid lane now, and with the help of of Chu, it's going to be easy for them to assassinate because he still has that turtle buff. So they have a few seconds before it does expire. So I don't know if they're going to be using it. But the Mist Tyrant's Rage, that is huge here. Being baited out by Jay on the Hilda. Oh man, you're not out of the woods just yet.
I like the patience there, just waiting for the bouncing ball to end. It didn't really matter as long as he had the flicker to just get away.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Although it is a flicker, it's a pretty big deal. Now it's gonna be kicked over to Jay. That's a little revenge for the play earlier, but Secret. Oh my gosh, no! Actually, it's going to be basic rather. It's gonna
And
be
Secret
Avo.
going in. Wow. Secret here. Going in, but he gets the third rose. And
Again.
it goes around. He was
Oh
the
my
one
god.
who hit the ball 180. He just went back. He was probably saying, ouch, I can't do this. Let's go back.
I know. That is just how it works, right? The Kali is still undeniably good in the laning phase. You have to, no matter how much we make fun of it, sometimes it's just undeniably so good in the laning phase. And of course, it will get more value as time does progress on. They have a later part, they have a late game composition, but the Desert Storm not gonna be able.
Oh, I like that coming up from Secret.
Wow, the quicksand defense there regenerates and stops incoming damage. Wow! Oh, look at this! Chu is a monster on that Freya with the backup here, and Basic is able to take him out before he does more. But the rest of Blue Fire looks like they're gonna be suffering. Dilar is so scary. Top lane! Oh my god, look at Limbs. He got a tower for free there, but he did trade off 3 members for his team. I'm not sure if that's worth, but probably it was for Blue Fire. I'm not sure. Let's have a look at that replay and see what happened there.
I have to tell you, that was Onic PH's fight. And the way I see it, they lost more than they should have.
That's true. That's true. And obviously,
and obviously, Rockhart, that was a 5v4.
Yes, for a long time.
It should have been Onic PH's win, but they lost through people. They actually lost basic as well, and then they lost their upper turrets.
Not to mention, Limbs also is getting so much farm on his own on that lane for like a solid 45 seconds at least, right? So a lot going in favor of these guys right now. So where are we in the game right now? 2k gold ahead for Onic PH despite being behind in kills. And that's the macro of Onic, man. That's just where they get their advantage each and every game.
Look at Limbs kicking the little wanderer. He just goes out. He realizes that, oh, I already showed myself.
Yep, that's just, yeah, let's go. Let's go for the fight anyway. And he's gonna be pretty sturdy. He's almost impossible to take out here in one fell swoop. Unless they commit all of their crowd control, which of course Onic is not going to be willing to do so. But they will be doing that right here in this fight. That's going to be the star power lockdown committed on the Crypto, but will be able to get that Tyrant's Rage out in the last minute. Everyone from Onic is having a hard time dealing with you. 1v3, 1v4 can still get one, apparently not. That's one tough birdie, and Hilda will be able to make it out of that one. Regenerating in the bush. They are in the Lord Secret. What are you gonna do? You're against what? 4 people here.
And clearly, Chu really wanted to go for that. The Lord will be trying to, they will try to steal the Lord. But it wouldn't really matter. Limbs gets caught out as well. And this might be the collapse of Blue Fire, to be honest.
Yep. 2 bad decisions after bad decisions. First, obviously, it's going. They're so far behind right now, at this point in tempo. Venus didn't even care that it was Kripsu who was targeted by the star power lockdown. He would just lock it down, take care of the Kufra, and then everyone was just very happy to be where they were.
And Secret here tried his best. Can't really blame the guy. The guy just went in blindly. He's trying to go for the steal, but Khalid isn't really known to have high damage.
Yeah, just that survivability, which we are seeing right now not be utilized. Basic with the kill, and the Lord is walking on the top lane. Minions are streaming in mid and bottom as well. And Blue Fire are at a loss on how to deal with this.
And they should just, deal with the minions right now. The super minions. The enhanced minions that came out with the Lord. They really just have to clear it out. Then they regroup. Then they try to not give out a lot of these turrets. I mean, right now, Onic PH, they're really dead set on getting a turret or two on the inner base here on the side of Blue Fire. But they're really doing a great job. I mean, Blue Fire, they're still in it to win it.
Yeah, they are. They are for sure able to have again secret Chu is just bursting with potential here in this Freya. So I haven't seen him really pop off with the backup. Sometimes he does go for fights, but sometimes it ends up being a 1v3. And even though he is fighting back, it's just not enough for some reason. Having a hard time seeing Unseen, but maybe that's because he's unseen in the fights. Uh, his presence is not felt as much. And maybe if he was more in sync
Yeah,
with Chu, that might be a different story.
I like the fact that you tried to poke your way into this unseen thing that we're doing, that I was doing ever since the start of the series. I mean, you could. I don't really gatekeep. So
Yeah, I know, I know, I know.
join the fun.
Nice try, NT, NT. So for now, there's no Lord, so that's gonna be there's no big objective that Bluefire have to worry about. All they have to worry about for the meantime is to just keep those waves in check. But as I'm saying, man,
Oh,
the build
Limbs!
is
Limbs, he actually got basic, but basic here, will they go for the punish? That is a question. Third Rose is a bit off. Jay here really trying to go for that. He will miss too, but Dilar, the dragon, doesn't really miss.
Yep, absolutely. And Dilar is going to be able to get and sink his teeth into these guys. And no one can actually stop this rampaging Yuzong going into the lineup. 1v5 for Chu. And not even a full-powered Freya can stop the Onic PH lineup inside the base. And flicker in those recalls in their face.
Dilar and the others. I smell something personal. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
I do. That's BM right there, and the win. Onic PH reverse sweep once more against Blue Fire. Congratulations to these guys.
Yeah, Onic PH, we expected this to happen. We expected them to win the series, but the signs of life that the other team showed us, it was really good. And the rally of Blue Fire there, you couldn't really, take that away from them. They did a good job. And props to Blue Fire for giving Onic a run for their money. But still, to be the best, you gotta beat the best. And Onic PH, they clearly are still one of the best teams in the MPL.
Completely agree, Butters. And of course, obviously, we have so much more that we can talk about these guys right now. But we will throw it over to Wolf to break that down for us. As usual, we are your casters, your anchor Rockhart, your analyst Butters. We'll be back for the match, for the third match of the night. We'll see you guys later.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means
Game over.
but the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
Game changing.
choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga. When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
And just like that, Onic PH are able to reverse sweep Blue Fire. Very commanding victory at sobrang reminiscent kung gaano sila ka-dominant in past seasons. My name is Wolf, your analyst. And we will be tackling what went on sa game number 3 ng Onic PH laban sa Blue Fire. Blue Fire, they wanna go and be experimental. They might experimental, be flavorful, be spicy. In game number 3, getting the Freya in na normally nilalagay sa side lanes, but they decided maybe we can put this on a core role dahil kung iisipin, meron naman din talaga mga aspects ang isang Freya that can fit on a carry role. And Chu, all things considered, played well in this game. Unfortunately, hindi nila nakuha yung mga kailangan nila laban sa lineup ng Onic PH. Now, Onic PH, if you look at their lineup, this is a very Onic PH looking. I mean, nandun yung mga ingredients na hinahanap mo. Like, for example, you want Jay on a very good, sustainable tank na ganun yung kanyang playstyle. You want to have very good side laner, solid. One offensive and another is defensive with Yakno and Dilar in there. And sobrang ganda nung synergy dito between the side lanes of Onic PH, just like what they're doing in the past seasons. Now, Basic is put on another hero that we would want to see him playing at. So that is our Lancelot. Not the most stellar performance when it comes to Lancelot, but you know na comfortable si Basic sa ganitong playstyle. And we did say nung ating post-game analysis for game number 2 that we want to see Basic in these kinds of heroes like the Lancelot, the Rogers, your early game heroes na medyo explosive ang galawan. So exactly what we see that game. I really like the Cyclops though mula sa Onic PH. It really provided what they needed. So kunwari, karon ng team fight, you have your Reap type of damage from the Yuzong as well as this Esmeralda. And you have that lockdown and instant burst mula dun sa Cyclops. Also, Oh My Venus provided that star power lockdown that really was effective against the likes of Cho, the likes of the Freya when it comes to like dealing the damage. Also, gusto ko yung ginagawang playstyle dito ni Oh My Venus. When the clash happens, paliguan mo lang ng mga skills sa mga kalaban. And kahit si Khalid napapaback, hindi ganon ka-effective ang naging performance dito ni Khalid because of that. By the way, Dilar, very smart on the usages of his ultimate. Minsan defensive, minsan offensive, but most of the time, tama yung timing. Just what Onic PH needed. Like in the past highlight, and lalo na dito sa specific smart highlights of the game na to. And Blue Fire, all things, I think I mentioned the mga casters na ang ganda ng kanilang performance pa rin in this game. It's just that the lineup is not as good as their game 1's performance, and there's a lot of holes in this that Onic PH was able to really answer. Now, Freya, for example, wala siya nung burst na hinahanap sana natin coming out from a hyper carry. Kaya naman din talaga mas nakikita natin ng Freya on the side lane role kasi mas fit yung kanyang dueling potential with that. However, going up against the Lancelot, maiintindihan mo kung bakit Freya ang naging choice ng Blue Fire. It has the burst na medyo, it has a dueling potential that's really different from the burst potential coming out from the Lancelot. That's why you saw Basic struggle in this game as compared to other na performances from the Lancelot. Nevertheless, pag pinagbangga na sila, when the team fights do happen, when the items are there, you always will go for the Lancelot. Dilar on this Yuzong, our MVP. Like I said during my post-game analysis, yung kanyang mga timings ng paggamit ng ultimate is very commendable. Exactly what Onic PH needs. So hindi siya, the way that Dilar plays this is not about like maximizing the stuns, the crowd control, all of the resistances. Hindi ganun. Very smart way and calculated way of using the ultimate, whether it be offensive or defensive. This is what you're looking for when you are looking at side lane Yuzongs. Mga kaibigan, if you want to be successful with the Yuzong, you better learn on how to use them either offensively or defensively. But what matters is you use it for the benefit of your team. That is our series number 2. Congratulations sa Onic PH. But well done pa rin sa Blue Fire on their first victory of MPL Season 6. Hoping to see more from these guys. The Onic PH na ngayon, syempre, unti-unti na siguro makabawi and maybe they have found that middle ground that they wanted para nga naman kay Basic. Exciting kasi is this gonna be a trend for Onic? Kailan nila gagamitin si Basic? Kailan nila gagamitin si Wise? And that will be something that to look for MPL Season 6. By the way, we still have one series remaining sa ating triple header Sunday for MPL Season 6. But before that, we're going to be hopping into the break. Let's thank the organizations that made this possible. MPL-PH Season 6 brought to us by our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte of games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Just dial *123# now and choose Giga Games. MPL Season 6 also brought to us by our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest and hashtag Dare to be Realme campaign. Visit their official page at fb.com/Realme Philippines to know more. We also would like to thank our official sponsor, Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mac 3 Razor, Vector 3 or Blue 3 symbol force back in select pure gold doors nationwide. Hashtag Shave the Day with Gillette. We also would like to thank our partner in eSports, Paymaya. Get 7% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via Paymaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until August 31. Big thanks again to our partner in eSports TikTok. Search MLBB on TikTok to win premium skins. Napakadali lang, search nyo lang ang MLBB sa TikTok para manalo ng premium skins. Our official gaming headset partner, of course, Logitech G, Here Like a Pro, and MPL-PH Season 6 is powered by Moonton. Again, para sa ating triple header Sunday, we're gonna be looking towards RPH once again and BSB. That's gonna be interesting. Ano naman kaya ang bagong pakulo na makikita natin sa ating mga teams na nangabangan natin dyan. My name is Wolf and we'll see you after this break. Do remember, pwede pa kayo mag-enjoy sa ating mga top 5 plays of the series para naman ihanda yung sarili para sa next series. Kita-kits!
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means
game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
game changing.
Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to Fun Talk. My name is Wolf, your host, and with me, history-making champions, two-time Aura-PH, formerly known as Sun Sparks. Welcome. Kamusta naman? Kamusta? Sige, kasi may mga hindi rin siguro nakakilala pa or baka nagulat sila kasi nakaputi na kayo, bago na yung jersey. Pakilala nyo naman yung sarili nyo, ano yung role nyo sa team. At
Ako si Christian P. Faura, IGN Grace Rapisha, and ako 22 years old. Ako yung tank support ng Aura PH.
Ako naman si Grid Alan Generico Abaloy, 21 years old, and tank support ng Aura.
My name is Reza Padua. I'm 22 years old. Ang role ko 5.
Ako po si Kelvin J. Hernandez. I joined ko po Kelvin J. I'm 15 years old, tas ang role ko po is fighter mage ng Aura.
My name is JP De La Cruz. I joined ko JP. Marksman Assassin ng Aura PH, 21 years old.
Ako nga pala si Ashley Marco Cruz. I joined ko the Wash Road to Fighter. I'm 21 years old.
Right. Guys, first time na nagkaroon ng online na tournament, kahit yung mismong playoffs online, naglalaro lang kayo. Describe nyo naman yung feeling, ano yung difference.
Laking challenge kasi wala yung communication, yung pagsasama namin. Iba kasi pag magkasama kami, kumbaga walang problema sa pag-uusap, tuloy-tuloy yung commands. Tapos nung nagsama-sama kami ng playoffs, bumalik yung excitement namin dahil magkakasama kami. Tapos nung nag-champion kami ng playoffs, parang nakaka-miss lang yung cheering ng crowd. Nawala kasi yung feeling na may sumisigaw.
Anong initial reaction nyo nung Onic PH, JP? Sila ulit yung nakatapat nyo sa Grand Finals.
Kasi noong una, nung pagpasok namin ng Grand Finals, inaantay lang namin yung kung sino maglalaban sa lower bracket ng finals kung sino papasok sa amin. Tapos nung nalaman namin yung Onic, masaya pa rin kasi si Grid gusto rin makalaban yung Onic PH. So, kumbaga, pinaghandaan na rin namin. Tapos, napag-aralan din kasi namin sila kasi waiting na kami. Napapanood namin yung laban nila against Grid ng finals.
Grid, last time nasa losing side sa Grand Finals. This time, nasa winning side. Gusto namin malaman ano yung pakiramdam on both ends.
Ayun, syempre masaya kasi finally natapos ko yung sinisigaw ko nung season 4. Kasi nung season 4 nung game 4 sumisigaw na ako na champion na tayo. Tapos yun, syempre malungkot nun after ng game nun. Tapos pagdating naman nung season 5 nung nag-champion, sobrang sarap sa feeling kasi finally natapos ko na yung sinisigaw ko nung season 4, di ba?
And masaya din kasi parang may winning play kang ginawa doon. It's amazing. Yung Natalia play. Can you describe to us ano yung nasa utak mo ng mga moments na yon? Paano mo kinausap yung mga kampi mo about that?
Sa akin kasi nararamdaman ko talaga na kahit anong gawin ko, kahit anong decision na gawin ko sa game, tiwala lang yung pating ko na parang walang mali sa amin kahit na mag-error kami, okay lang. Tapos yun, nung naramdaman ko yung tiwala na yun, nung time na yun, hindi na ako nagsalita eh. Sila nagkakagulo sila sa Lord Key, tapos sabi ko, it's my time, di ba?
Anong mas masarap na feeling para sa FLVJ? Yung first championship o yung etong most recent one?
Para sa akin yung first championship kasi nung na-2-0 kami, parang tumingin talaga ako sa audience nun eh. Na parang ang dami pala namin supporters. Parang sabi ko kagad na, tara Blaze bawi, pakita natin na kaya natin. Tapos ang sarap din ng feeling ng sinasabitan ng medal sa stage at saka inaangat yung trophy sa stage.
Guys, lahat naman na nandito deserving na mag-champion. Lahat kayo may pinatunayan. Pero isa sa mga tinitingala ng mga viewers natin ngayon, syempre si KelVJ, the king. Pero before MPL Season 5, meron kang pinramis kay Mami. Actually, let's watch this video.
Ang promise ko, Mami, magbaback-to-back kami, tapos mag-MC tayo nila ate, tapos champion din doon sa ibang bansa.
So, Kel, yung promise mo, natupad mo, medyo lang kasi may konting hiccup na. Pero ngayon na back-to-back champion na natupad mo na yung sinabi mo kay Mami, meron ka bang bagong promise?
Hindi man natupad niya sa MSC, pero pangako, champion kami ulit gamit naman yung RPH, sa M2 buong mundo naman yung champion namin.
Captain Reflesia, solid mga players mo for sure. Pero ano yung pwedeng abangan ng viewers?
Feeling ko yung pinaka-abangan nyo lang is yung same enjoyment, excitement team namin paglalaro. Siguro abangan nyo na lang sa Aura PH yung same na ginagawa namin, yung excitement, yung saya sa game. May kita nyo pa rin, pero yung improvement namin, ipapakita din namin sa inyo.
Aura PH, your back-to-back champions ng MPL, two-time history makers, at hindi daw sila magbabago para sa MPL Season 6. Kaabang-abang for sure. This has been MPL's Fun Talk. See you in the next one.
And welcome back, Mobile Legends esports fans, to Game 3 of the first week, last day, third day, there you go, of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League. I had to count in my head. right now, so many long games. I'll be your anchor, Rockhart, alongside the analyst, Butters. And we are
Mm-hmm.
going to be giving you Blue Fire versus BSB. But before that, big thank you to our sponsors, official tournament telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte of games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Dial star 123 hash now and choose Giga Games 99. Our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest and the hashtag Dare to Be Realme campaign. Visit their official Facebook page at fb.com/Realme Philippines to know more. Our official sponsor, Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach Free Razor, Vector Free Razor, or Blue Free Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Hashtag Shave the Day
Shave
with
the
Gillette.
day.
Yeah, Shave the Day. And we should have an
I have.
action for that.
I actually have. I have to be involved in shaving the day.
Later. And of course, our partner in esports, Paymaya. Get 7% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via Paymaya. So that's obviously the better way to pay. Promo runs until August 31. Our partner in esports, TikTok. Just search MLBB on TikTok to win those premium skins. Watch the stream to find out how. And our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Here, like a pro. All of this is powered by Moonton. Now, what action are we gonna do for that hashtag? Do we like shave the day or something like that? We'll find out later.
This is this is this is something
This is
else.
something else. Yeah.
This is something else. But yeah,
Okay.
I don't know, man.
How
I
you
don't
feeling
have
today?
anything in my head right now.
Yeah,
I just want to see Aura and BSB go at it. Like
that's right.
BSB, they're known to be a very aggressive team, and Aura PH has been innovating the meta. Well, not really innovating, but they tried something new yesterday. It did work, and they made crucial plays that led to their victory. So you really have to look at the way they try and do things. So BSB, if they're not prepared for these very cheeky plays coming out from RPH, then they might get surprised at some point in the series.
That's true. I mean, BSB is not gonna be having a fun time in this one, but obviously it's RPH. Let's have a minute to meet them.
Na-discover ko po yung Mobile Legends nung nag-OJT ako. Nakita ko po si Mobile Legends na pwede siyang libangan pag break time namin.
Nung pumasok ako sa kanila, nung kinuha ako ni JP, naramdaman ko sa kanila na kaya namin mag-champion kasi kaya nila ilabas yung potential ko, tas masaya lang kami naglalaro.
Aura PH yung pinili namin kasi madalas namin sila nakaka-scream tapos nakikita namin sa players nila yung dedication sa paglalaro tapos naisip namin na what if kami yung players ng team na to, ano bang mababago sa amin, anong mag-i-improve sa amin.
Kahit bata kami, kaya ko makipagsabayan sa mga veterans na player.
That's Aura PH with Raflesia, KLVJ, Kiluash, Greed, JP, and Renzio. They made such huge noises last night when they pulled off something really, really new. And I am very excited to see if they will have something like that up their sleeves. Because for today, obviously they are going to be the team to beat in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. Well, RPH, they are the favorites. Clearly, Onic PH earlier. But do you know the thing that surprised me the most about RPH?
Yep.
Is Onic PH rather is that they actually lost one game against Blue Fire, and it was actually a very close match.
Yeah, that was last one. And I will have to say, even Wolf had a hard time really distinguishing who was winning in some points, right? It was, for all of us, it was such a close one, which kind of puts a wrench in the cogs, right? It disrupts the power rankings from previous seasons, and it really does it goes to show that you can never really tell. Some teams will definitely do some stuff. Teams are not content with being at the bottom. They're not content with being in the middle. Everyone wants to be at the top.
Everyone clearly wants to be at the top. I do agree with you. But yeah, it's all about a minute to meet BSB, and clearly they want to win this series.
Horns up! Nag-umpisa ako mag-ML nung nakita ko yung mga tropa ko mag-ML sa labas. Tapos nagkakaroon sila sa ML. Tapos tinry ko i-download. Tapos hindi ako natulog ng 3 araw. Laro ko ng laro.
Ako, na-discover ko yung naglalaro lang yung mga pinsan ko, tapos nilaro ko na din. Galing ako second team ng BSB. Tapos nung nag-ECQ, nag-uwian kami, may nagbata ako maglaro pa din. Hindi ako tumigil. Sabi ko tuloy lang, etong season 6 nga, sabi ko parang nag-looking for team ako. Dapat second team ulit ako. Sabi ni Shider mag-tryout ako sa main team. Kaya ayun, nakakuha naman ako.
Gusto ko lang pustahan lang talaga eh.
I'll be sure to ask them about that. They always want to bet. And here's gonna be BSB Cap 1. Trevor, Wilson, Scheider, Anna, and Rix.
Mm-hmm. These guys are very much aware of their position right now. Their roster is really good. Anna has been playing well yesterday with this show. Drix, on the other hand, really just showed us what he's capable of doing. It's kind of a surprise to me that Scheider was the one who sat out of the game, but it did work for them. They almost won that Signal Ultra game, but yeah, Signal Ultra is a strong team as well, so there is no shame for them to actually lose that series because right now they have all the they have all the chance or all the time in the world to prove themselves against the back-to-back champions.
That's right. I mean, it's obviously going to be a little bit of a difficult transition from fighting off against one of the newest teams to fighting one to fighting the champions on the next day. But obviously, these are some things that they need to get used to. They need to get used to very strong matchups against their team if they want to have the chance or if they want to be worthy of being called one of the teams of the MPL. Because there's just no way around it. You will clash off against each other. And like you said, this is the chance for them to prove themselves in this matchup.
Yeah.
Against a team like Aura, like if you can make the gods bleed, then you know what, they're probably not gods as high as you think.
Make the gods bleed, and that's the thing. Like everyone wants to do that. And everyone clearly wants to make a point that we can beat RPH as well. And when I interviewed them, they did say that they want to beat RPH. Because, RPH is the benchmark. So if you're going to face off RPH, then you'll realize that, okay, let's try it out. Let's see how far we can go into this. Can we actually win this? Because if they do, that will give them a certain amount of confidence that they need to take through the whole season.
That's true. It's like it's like those thing in movies that cliche in movies where if it's like a prison movie, you look for if you're stuck in prison for the first time, you look for the biggest baddest guy in the yard, and then pick a fight with him. This is basically it, right? This is basically it.
This is final boss.
Final boss of Rebels.
Yeah.
If you can make it through the final boss, you know what? The mini bosses don't sound as threatening. Right.
Clearly, that's the best way to just I don't know to describe it. But Aura PH, 3 games played, BSB 25, and looking at it, Aura PH had a good run yesterday. Yes, execution was a bit of a handful for them. They did have problems facing execution. But you know what? They made these big plays, and Aura PH really likes to bank on those risky plays. And they executed so well just because of the chemistry that they have. BSB, on the other hand, they just showed us how pure their teamwork is, how they pair up with Signal Ultra. And Signal Ultra was hot of a win against Aura PH in the best of 5. So clearly, Rockheart, clearly there's something going on for BSB as well, and they need to find it in themselves to unleash the beast that's in the unicorns or the horns.
The horns, exactly. So here on the player matchup, obviously, you gotta unleash. If you unleash the beast against Kiluash, you already prove yourself, right? Kiluash is one of the best offlaners in the league right now, and if Wilson can do that here, that's his ticket. That's his ticket in. That's his ticket to get that confidence. That's his ticket to prove that you know what fighter Kiluash is. He's been there for a while, and I am pretty new on the fighter main. I would say I really like what I'm seeing here for the stats at least. It's not that far off. I like that it's not that far off.
It's clearly a testament on how these teams deal with how do I say this? Deal with the early game. Like for BSB, you'd see Wilson just joining the fray at some point early game. But Kilowash and the others, they just stick within the lane. They go help if they deem it is necessary. But when they know that they can't win the fight, what they do is they just really try to get as much farm as possible. In that way, even though if they lose, they still have a chance to go back. Because if you go there and you get caught off without even having the chance to help your teammates, then you're probably just giving out a one-off or a bonus round for the enemy team.
And that's something you can't afford to do. You can't afford to keep doing that, especially in a high pressure matchup like this one. And as a team that is pressured to perform, you know what, BSB is also a testament to whether or not the nerves can really, can keep up.
Yeah.
Like if you can keep up the confidence in the face of a very strong adversary. On the other hand, for Aura, I wonder how they're taking this. I wonder if they think this is going to be one of those games where you can do stuff like, the stuff like you did yesterday. I don't know if that's their mindset or
I don't think it will pass, to be
yeah,
honest.
obviously, yeah.
It's gonna garner a ban.
Mhm.
It's they're probably gonna put a ban there for BSB. They cannot, find a real counter to that as early in the time that we just passed. So you really have to look at how they set up their laning. Well, you could say that you have a counter, but if you haven't really dug deep in the certain strategy, then there are some weaknesses or there are some strengths that you might not see. And when you try to counter, it's probably it can happen. Like if you try to counter and the certain understanding that Aura has of it is really strong against your counter, then you just bite the bullet. So might as well just take it out. Or
Something else. Is there
is there
something
something
else?
else happening?
Yeah,
Is there an unspoken rule that they can't be picked at this fights?
I think if I were Aura PH, I would want to establish that mindset on my enemies that you know what, you can keep trying to ban out the stuff we do, but we'll keep coming out with new stuff every week. That's what, at least that's what I want, right? If I were Aura PH,
You
it's
know
not
what?
easy to do,
You
but
know what?
maybe.
Just seeing how this draft goes, or a PH, they're pretty sure to get this Uranus time and again.
Yeah.
Okay, why? The reason why I think that way is if you're facing against Aura PH, you're gonna ban a Selena. You're gonna ban a Cho.
That's right.
There are a lot of things to ban when facing Aura PH.
Yeah, and not to, we haven't even touched that Diggy yet, so.
You're pretty much bound to give it to another hero that they really like playing, and you can't understand why they play it.
Is picking.
It's
Right
probably
now,
because they're just really strong at it.
yeah, exactly. So I hope that BSB doesn't get too intimidated, right, by the draft that's going on here. But this will absolutely become the biggest test for them. Banning the Valier, it looks random, but you know there is a good purpose to this. So Butters, what are the picks that you don't want that you're planning to pick if you're banning out the Valier?
Is picking.
You don't want on the enemy team?
Yeah, what's something that you don't, what you're planning to get What do you think Aura PH is planning to get because of the Valir ban?
As clearly this Kufra, not Kufra, but Uranus is one of the targets because you know what? Contrary that a lot of people think that Valir is annoying in itself, but Valir is one of those heroes that can pick up the necklace of the Durants without a problem.
No, there you go. That's some good insight from Butters.
So
Yeah,
so
spam that necklace of Durants.
spam that necklace of Durants, and they have the tabs as well. So
Your
with
team
a
is
Valir
done.
on the other side of BSB, they would just run over the certain lineup.
Kind of agree. I kind of actually agree with that, especially since you usually see you usually have one of these Valir is one of those mages that have so much cooldown reduction
Your
on their
team
spells,
is banned.
and they just keep spamming spells, AoE spells, all the time.
Every single
Yeah,
skill that has is AoE.
massive range plus low cooldown AoE skills. So
And when you use your ultimate, it just gets longer. It
it
gets more
becomes
annoying.
ridiculous.
There's a wall in front of you, so you wouldn't really want to give it out. It's not as easy to counter as you. It's not as easy to fight against a Valir as you think it is.
Yeah, I think that's also a reason why teams are secretly always picking it. We never notice it, we never put it on the highlight because it's always there. It's always
Your
just
team
so
is
dependable.
picking.
It's
Mhm.
always something that's never highlighted but always present, at least for most lineups. And right now, though, especially for lineups that have a lot of melee on them, right? So against lineups that have a lot of Uranus spammers, against lineups that have a high loss, you want to stop and Hilda, right? So very interesting here. And Farsa gonna be banned out. I'm not sure if Farsa would have been in the plans here for Aura, but it does look like it would have fit. So this is an
Your
absolute
team is
reaction pick
picking.
here for BSB.
I agree. Like the Farsa, giving the Farsa to RPH will just stop the aggression coming out from BSB. And you know what? Esmeralda will go for the Falling Star Moon. And once she does that, you need a flicker to get out of the Farsa's grasp. It's going to be the Feathered Airstrike from there on out. And that's how Farsa works against an Esmeralda. If you see the Esmeralda use the Falling Star Moon, you immediately use
Your
the Feathered
team is
Airstrike.
picking.
So overall, I think the shielding from Aura PH is gonna suffer massively against obviously the Esmeralda. But I feel like Aura PH already predicted this. They knew that Esmeralda would be picked off if they keep picking up the Uranus and the Atlas. So now I'm thinking, is Aura PH putting themselves in a bit of a downward situation, in a bit of um a handicap situation just so they can pull off this big lineup and getting that I like the mashup pick, by the way. It's a great way to counter this wombo combo lineup because if you look at Aura PH's lineup, it looks like a wombo combo lineup, right?
Mhm. It is. It is. The thing about the thing I'm really scared about here for the side of BSB is the fact that um Ling can just go back and forth onto the map.
Right.
And you'll be chasing this Ling around. Luckily, fortunately, not luckily, because they set this up themselves, so it's not luck.
It's not luck.
They have they have the Popol and Koopa on their side. So at least they can save themselves the trouble of finding where the link is. And I think that's a really good sign coming in for BSB. But then again, yes, I do agree. This is a wombo combo setup for Aura PH, but they're not going to rely on that solely. Because the
That's
thing
right.
is, I just have a feeling that Aura PH and Aura PH, Kagura and Ling will go in pairs, and just one stun will be able to they will be able to take down one person, given that the Ling is funneled or let's say is farmed by the time when level 4 comes out for that Kagura.
Yeah, so I guess we are gonna have to look and watch out for the levels of the Ling and whether or not he has the complete buffs before we see any big action happening on the map. Because on the side of Aura, they need some setup for some of their lineups to work.
Mhm.
But other than that, it's just going to be. They also have some pretty good fighting capabilities of the 5 man. Overall, I think BSB drafted quite okay. It's not a great draft, but it's okay. They got some heroes that can chase the Ling, obviously, some instant lock stun, which is what you need, and which is a big mistake that some teams have been doing when they have a Ling or a Lancelot in their enemy. Last game we saw it. Chu got overwhelmed by so much lockdown, and I wonder if that will be a problem here as well. Here we go for Aura PH versus BSB Game 1. Last match for today.
Aura PH, PSP, they're both hyper aggressive teams. I like the adjustment that both teams did, but I think uh I think in a way Aura PH is more comfortable with what they're doing. They didn't really answer any heroes here on the side of BSB. What they did was they just stick with their own draft. They just stick with their own strategy, and they're just gonna try and punish BSB by doing superior team play, like we know that they are capable of.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it that Aura PH is just one of those teams that can just flip a switch and then they're already in a good team fight. I don't know that. It's so uncanny that they can always find good team fights at least 80% of the time at least or 70% of the time. So for now, it will be a slower game, like what both teams actually want. Especially JP, he wants the game to slow down just a little bit, for the rest of the team while he gets his farm. And on the other side, it's gonna be a little bit slower because obviously the this is one of those heroes that like to stay in lane for almost forever, right? Right, the Masha. So here's the team fight that might be triggered anytime. As you said, we just need to look at that level 4. Look at the buff for JP, and he's looking like he wants that blood.
Mm-hmm. And clearly, BSB, they really want blood as well.
That's true.
They're actually rotating here at the bottom lane, and that's enough information for Aura PH to just try to clear the waves to the middle lane, and they're gonna go up. They're gonna trust KelVJ to survive at
Oh
that
boy.
point. They're just gonna punish Ana right now, and they got Ana. They got the first bar at least. It's clearly depleting as time goes by, and look at that.
Pause.
Wow.
Okay, that's I would say where did that come from, but I know where that came from. Probably they just want to they wanted to go for a play on the top lane, but maybe something happened and they kind of had to cancel that whole rotation altogether. That
Mhm.
is very very odd for me. Now though, where we are on the on the economy side, BSB is actually ahead by 400 in that last one. I think 300 or 400 in that last check. So they're doing something pretty good. They are not giving away any kills to JP on the Ling, which is very important. And
Mhm.
they're also just keeping their heads down. They're keeping their heads cool. They're disengaging each and every time every time that Aura PH looks like they won a team fight. And that's exactly what you need to do.
Yeah, I mean, even looming on the area where he's looming in the area while KLVJ is there at the bottom lane. They're really trying their best to just win it from there. And most probably, if you think about it, they're both trying to gauge each other in a way where they try to see if there's a lane that can actually collapse anytime.
So they're still watching out for the Ling for sure, right? But other than that, we will always have to look at the status of the late of the carries on the other side as well. The status of the BSB
Mm.
overall.
Let's check as we head on back to the land of Dawn, and Anna is actually here. Trevor and Wilson on the right side of the brush and then middle lane.
Right.
JP and Greed, they go in. Raflesia here might actually catch two. No, they won't.
No, they won't. Apparently so, because again, Aura PH doesn't really have the fatal links yet, so they're just threatening, right? They're just flexing, and they're waiting for BSB to make some tactical decisions that might be look like mistakes. So I'm looking to see whether BSB is actually gonna pull the trigger anytime soon, because it doesn't seem like they want to, unless it's just like one guy. They're looking for a single target here for Aura PH. That's what it looks like to me.
And look at KelVJ clobbering the turtle. And BSB here, Drix will get that purple buff. And if he ever loses it at this point, this might be big. This might be the turning point that Aura PH really wants. But BSB has an answer for that. KelVJ, they are put in a bad position. JP and the others, they just back off.
Yep, back off. Again, this is just the play, I guess, for both teams. You think, right? They just don't want to engage in team fights unless it's 100% sure win. And that's a sign that we're going to be in for about a 30-minute game. But for sure, it's going to be a 30-minute game. The way they're
yeah, they clearly don't want to give anything.
anything.
Anything in the map. So I don't see the turtle buff anywhere, to be honest. Well, it's on JP rather.
Yeah, it was hidden by the blue.
It was hidden by the blue. So
Yeah.
visual cues, it's there, but there is a rotation here onto the bottom side, and they will punish KLVJ. Cap one, on the other hand, will go down as well. JP, just a beast on this lane.
Yep, like I said, the flick of the switch and Aura PH already are on a good team fight, but they will be traded by tower on the bottom lane by BSB. So kind of fair trades, and economy is dead even for these teams. It's a good sign, to be honest, but it's also a sign that maybe one of these teams are kind of hesitating. And from the looks of the top lane engage that we just saw, it might look like BSB is not ready to fight anytime soon.
Clearly, Trevor and the others getting caught out here. Wilson as well. He might actually go down, but Esmeralda Drix has something in mind. And Raflisha will go and try to help his ally. The stun is there. Kilowash will probably survive. Yes,
Wow,
he did.
super surprising. But if you think about it, that's a 5v4, and KLVJ is still wailing on that tower non-stop. While they are trying to go for fights, will be traded once more by BSB.
Okay, so clearly, there's something happening right now on the side of one team. But MPL-PH Season 6 regular season week 1 day 3. This things are getting heated, and yeah, it's about time that we see a link coming out from JP.
Yeah, I feel like JP has been one of those guys that, he kind of takes the back seat when KLVJ just pops off, right? But he's always super consistent. He's also one of the pillars, I would say, of Sunsparks and now Aura PH. That's been going on ever since they started as a team, right? And I'm still waiting for a moment where we find a better duo or a better trio than JP, Raflisha, and KLVJ, to be honest. I'm looking for that, not a duo, it's a trio, right?
Yeah. Uh, well, there is a bit of a thing about Aura PH just sticking as one, and just being this tight knit squad that we all know and love, back to back champions, the power of flowers and friendship, as they say. They didn't Kel and Raflisha plus was the other one?
And
JP.
JP, yeah, the trio.
They have been together ever since season 3.
Yeah.
And no one has left the shot. Even the Bren eSports lineup got torn apart as time went by, but these three,
They're holding steady. Yeah.
they're holding steady. And it's all because of their success as well.
Yep. It took a while, especially back in season 3 when KLVJ was a rookie and he was like, you can tell that he's super nervous all the time. Like, even back then, man, good times. We were on stage, we were on studio broadcast, we would see these guys, and you can really tell this guy's shaken. Now he just looks like He's there. He knows what it's like. He is one of the best, probably the best so far. Part of the best team of obviously for MPL for the Philippines,
Yeah,
and
clear.
they are slowly selling into that role, and that makes a lot of people very optimistic for their free Pete. You know.
Mm. Clearly, whatever happens here in season 3, the the feat that they actually did, that two-peat, it's back-to-back champions, two-time champions. It's not going to be replicated that easily.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, are they the once in a lifetime team that we should know about? I don't really know, but for me, back-to-back champions in an esports setting is really hard to do. And
Yep.
we've seen esports teams from other titles as well having a hard time to do that, and Aura PH did that in a span of 6 seasons. So,
Yeah. And in the span of a few hits, we also have another kill going over to JP, just as we were talking about these guys, how well they work with each other. They're already going straight for kills and objectives, which is, again, that is what a champion absolutely does.
and this is where Aura PH has shined. The thing about RPH is they really like to push the buttons on where they want to get the pressure. Like for KLVJ, he's just gonna go down bot. A lot of people are gonna go there, and JP will have free reign over the turtle or whatever objective that he wants to get.
Yeah,
And they're
that's
pretty
true.
sure of that. They're not gonna be afraid of anything if they know that the information KLVJ tells us is that they're here with me. They're trying to take me down.
Yeah, but surprisingly, KLVJ and JP actually failed in that last fight, with Kiluash gonna be running suit here in this one. So somehow, Aura is actually really having a hard time here with KLVJ with a follow-up into the Yin Yang overturn. They are not done here. Oh my gosh, the comeback here for JP after that failed attempt. And Ana just pushing on the top lane while all of this is happening. BSB is actually having fun in the chaos.
They got baited inside the pit of Uranus. And clearly, ladies and gentlemen, clearly KLVJ is just waiting to take down these guys. He has the avarice. He has a good time taking down these people because aside from the kill gold, he gets the other stack of gold as well from the avarice.
That's true. And I'll be honest, I was surprised to see KLVJ on the Uranus, but he's doing pretty well for himself, if I do say so myself. So on the top lane, it is going to be a very difficult push to stop. And while that's happening, Aura PH can try to look for something else here on the map if they choose to do so. With Rafflesia following suit on the Atlas, they are catching Drix in a bad position on the map, and Tempest of Blaze just secures that. A monster kill for JP already at this point of the game.
Mm-hmm. And he is one of the best Link players in the MPL-PH. So clearly, my expectations are, is at an equal. He's doing a really great job, and this is what you expect from JP.
Yep,
Aura PH,
absolutely.
when you give them the heroes that they want, these kinds of things happen.
Ooh.
And look at this. From coast to coast, ladies and gentlemen, wow! Goodness gracious, Wilson here, the next victim of that JP Ling.
I think this is the foreshadowing that we saw earlier. Greed was being carried here by a picture that Aura Philippines posted on their Facebook, and I just saw this is what they meant, right? Going in it, they will catch Koopa, but that's not the target you want. Tempest of Blades on the outside of the turret cannot pick up those blades to reset. And looks like that will stop Aura PH for now, but because of that, they garnered a pretty good lead here. 4,000 gold at 9 minutes against BSB.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So Masha isn't really working well here onto the side of BSB. Well, Masha still has use. By the time that they reach the late game, he can just focus on split push. And that will force Kilowash to just go out and try to face him in lane.
Yeah, and Kiluash is not joining this, by the way. This is going to be a freebie 5, and somehow they're surviving, but not for long. That's going to be JP pushing back and pulling in with KLVJ very, very low. They do sacrifice for Felicia, but tower in mid is suffering, as well as the bot lane, and BSB, they are still fighting.
Mm-hmm. Look at the Kagura play from Greed. Masterful showing there. I really like it. I really like the pathing that he did, and they just turn it around. Trevor here. We'll just go down. JP, on the other hand, will try to go for Drix. Drix going to the other side of the map. LPJ, not really the best target. Greed will go down at the hands of Wilson. Oh my goodness, what is happening here? The fights
What
are
is
all
happening?
over the place.
This is becoming a bit of a slobber knocker, man. And I would say that the pushes that RPH are doing, the fights that they're taking, they're all so systematic. It's like they're baiting the fights, and then KLVJ just keeps running away until you can get a sure target. And that's been happening over again here. Trevor, easy sacrifice. And like you said, Greed. My gosh, this Kagura play, man, it's becoming very difficult to deal with for BSB.
It's becoming very evident to me that Greed is really one of the best support players that you'll see. I think alongside with Venus and the other supports that I can think of that isn't really on my mind right now. I think those two are the prime examples of being good supports.
That's true. Maximum uptime and always present and very very minimal mistakes, right? That's basically the support that you want. But now it's going to be top lane push here for Aura PH. 11 and a half minutes in the game. They actually want to finish this really, really quickly, fighting off where Cap1 cannot actually sustain. Koopa's the only guy who's actually going in for the kill, but now it's going to be Drix in the middle of everything. And after Drix dives in, everyone goes for a different target right away. Look at the beauty of that.
Drix trying to survive. Frostmourne armor is there, but KillVJ doesn't really care. He says, okay, just give it up, man. I'm here, Ana, just trying to save his base. That won't really matter as Ana will get popped as well. Team wipe and the base will be down. Aura PH, did you expect anything less?
Yeah, I think I didn't really expect anything less. If not, I expected more. I expected more, some of those weird picks. But to be honest, the Kagura pick is something that a lot of people are bashing on lately, and I really like that Greed picked it up and made it work so well. Goes to show that it's not always the hero, right? As long as you pair it up with very good very good synergy heroes,
Yeah.
it does massive amounts of crowd control, and it's so difficult to deal with. I'll be honest, man. I feel like I'm the one who's getting circled on by that umbrella over and over again in that game because it was so annoying.
I feel that after this game, I'm probably gonna, what do you call this? I'm probably gonna take out my Kagura back as a support role. I played a lot of Kagura back then, and just seeing how they deal or how he plays his Kagura as a support, it just goes to show that you can never really dictate meta just by looking at one scene. It's
right.
more of the understanding of the people on how they want to play.
Yep. And for more, obviously, we will be throwing it over the wolf. Butters is gonna practice Kagura while this is happening, so don't go away. We'll be back for game 2 for sure. I'm Rockhart. He's Butters. Your Kagura main. See you later.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories. We let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
BSB really did make RPH work for that Game 1 victory. Pero masasabi ko na definition kung bakit nanalo ang RPH sa Game 1 nitong laban na to, it's more about breaking the limits. My name is Wolf, your analyst para sa araw nito, and we are gonna be talking about Game 1 of RPH versus BSB. Now, bakit break the limits? I think the reason kung bakit nagiging champion ang RPH is they know exactly what the limits are of the heroes. Maybe they're testing it. Siguro game sense lang din that they get out of playing so much and smartly always thinking about the limits of the hero. Una na nating nakita yan kay Kiluwash, but Greed really showed up in this game with this Kagura. And I think noticeable siya. Even our casters say it. Ang kanyang pagkakagamit ng kanyang Kagura is breaking the limits of the hero. There was one very iconic play that he did against Anas Masha. Imagine isang core, isang side laner, katapat mo as a mage support with the Durance, by the way. Napaka-importante. At tinay niyang i-1v1 ang isang Masha, knowing that the Masha is very strong. Then, ang ginawa lang pala niya is to set up for the bait for his opponents. With the sliver of health, nag-over the bakod si Greed over a wall. Maybe we can see that later during the highlights, but that was such a good play. Sobrang sakto ng timing, tas siya pa nakuha ng bout with the kill on that specific hero. And not only that, ginawa rin niya to all throughout the game, breaking the limits of the hero. That's also the same with Kilowash as well as KelVJ. There was a lot of potential from BSB using their execute sana to really take down the Uranus as well as this Tams. However, it seems like hindi rin ganun kabisado ng BSB yung strengths ng kanilang hero. And this is really what separates RPH from BSB. BSB, when you look at them, they're very good when it comes to outplaying their opponents. Their team fight's also good. The way they execute their draft, okay naman. It's just that RPH knows when to go, when not to go, kailan dapat na pumunta, at kung kailan kailangan umalis. Kaya nga naman ang RPH ay nakakatakot with heroes like Ling. RPH knows exactly how to work around Ling. Maybe they know how JP plays it. Sobrang daming beses silang nakita itong paggagamit nga naman ni JP with the Ling. Kaya kabisado na rin ng mga teammates siya kung kailan sila magko-call na laban tayo or hindi. This is the play that I'm talking about, min-maxing with the Kagura. Perfect! Mamba na kay Greed, baited, kill VJ. Alam din niya kung kailan atras ng kaunti at nakuha nila yung kill. Now, RPH, look at just how JP plays this. And it's easy to put the MVP onto JP dahil Ling niya to eh. This is the championship Ling of MPL Season 5, right? This is this hero. When used by RPH, almost always wins. At nakita natin yung RPH na nakakatakot talaga with this specific hero. Stellar ba ang performance ng RPH? Maybe if you think about how messy this game is versus BSB, pwede mo sabihin na hindi. Pero for me, what really makes RPH stand out in this specific game is that they know exactly the limits of their hero and they have broken such limits. JP with the Ling, 9-0-4. I like the Halberd pickup as well against the sustained composition of BSB. Hindi lang sa pagkakagamit ng heroes, pati na rin sa itemizations. Napaganda from BSB. From RPH, I mean. You know what? BSB in this specific game, I was watching it over and over again. There was a really good time in the game na lamang sila when it comes to gold as well as EXP. And I honestly thought na baka nga naman kaya pa nilang ipapanalo, i-salvage itong mid-game because of the gold that they were able to get out. As well as EXP, lamang sila talaga when you look at the stats of the game itself, if you review it. Ano ang nangyari? I guess it's just the mid-game again, knowing the limits of the heroes that they have. It doesn't matter kung gaano ka ganda ang simula, gaano ka pangit ang simula. RPH, once they know kung kailan sila pwedeng mag-dive, and sometimes namamatay pa nga yung mga supports nila because of it. Because they know when to dive, when to teamfight, and they have mastered the limits of their hero and their composition, That's why they will almost always win the main game team fights and even the fight in the late game. Kaya nga naman nakakatakot talaga ang RPH as a team. Now, BSB, you know what? They can pick up where they left off. Siguro mas malinis lang na execution with their lineup, knowing their own as well. Maybe we can see BSB evening up this series. But let's see what the casters think. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you so much for your insights, Mr. Wolf, right there on the solo analyst desk. Welcome back to the caster desk. I am your anchor, Rockhart, alongside the analyst, the Butters, and we will be giving you game two of Aura PH versus BSB. So
I
I
didn't
have
I didn't know that this was MPL English League or something.
GLLD
Well,
London. Just kidding.
well, yeah, I'm actually surprised. I really wanted to analyze, but
Okay.
why do I have someone with an English accent? Because
It wasn't.
I know, I know for a fact that your accent isn't like that. But the thing is, I was actually kind of surprised. I didn't really know how to react to it,
Just
and I don't even know why I'm reacting to this.
Just don't. Just don't. Okay, let's talk about that. Because Wolf asked us a question, man. He's asking, what do we think about that last game? And I think earlier, giving us a few, like 30 seconds after a game is just sometimes just not enough, right? We gotta give our thoughts about it. And I think he kind of agrees with us in a certain point that, you know what, those three, actually those five, they just know how each other moves, how each other thinks already. I feel like they don't even talk anymore, right? They just look like they know who to go for, they know when to back off, and they know where to go on the map.
Do you watch anime?
Yeah, I do. I do.
If I tell you that this is a basketball, this is a basketball anime, and this is like the true zone of finding the right chemistry between you and your teammates.
Yeah.
As in, you just react to whatever the hell they do. They don't even have to tell you what they're gonna do.
Yeah, just one look, right? Like
Just
that
one
look,
look.
that thing that happens with your eyes, like
Yeah.
yeah.
And this is what happens when teams stick around for more than a couple of seasons. Because the thing is, there are a lot of teams right now that whenever they don't see success, they try to find, something or someone to vent it out on, then
Right.
just take them out. And sometimes for me, that doesn't really work because if you think about it, it doesn't really promote not really camaraderie, but having a good chemistry all throughout. Like it's trying to find a new formula for winning every single time. When it doesn't work, okay, let's change formula. Doesn't work, okay, let's just change the formula. That's what happens.
And interestingly enough, again, for Aura PH is becoming a positive influence, right? Like there's just so much synergy built up already that from so many games, from probably thousands of games or hundred thousands of game together, that you know what, they know where each other is at certain points of the game. Like at 5 minutes, I kind of expect a lot of people on top lane already. We don't even need to talk, and we know that at the moment the turtle spawns, we already have like two people in the forward bush, and then that's just what it feels like. Obviously, that's an exaggeration. We're exaggerated with saying that, but that's what it feels like. At least watching these guys play, and we look like we are gonna be sticking with the Valir ban for Aura PH. They absolutely hate that hero, and it opens up a lot more though. It opens up that Uranus once more. The Kufra gets opened up again, and I'm not sure if that's gonna get picked up by Aura though, because I'm still waiting for that one big meta-defining moment from these guys.
Uh, okay. So I'm clearly saying it this way. Aura PH, they really like to get into your faces.
Yep.
They really like these big regeneration, annoying heroes for Kilowash. So the game plan is to not let them counter Kilowash that easily. If they do, let's say they counter Kilowash. It
Right.
would take someone not really a natural Durance carrier in the support role, or
Mhm.
probably an off laner to get a deadly blade, and that's how you counter them. So to just stop their tracks right there. And BSB here, they get the Uranus and the Yuzhong. Or a
Wow.
PH, they don't give an idea here, or they don't give priority to the Uranus. So I'm pretty sure they have a plan.
Yeah, these are pretty big pickups here for BSB, right? And I know for a fact that they will expect that these will be taken up by by the red side, because these are obviously some of the biggest picks in the meta right now. I'm super curious about how they think they're gonna handle this, but obviously, if I think that Esmeralda is next on the docket here for
You know
ORP.
what? You know what? The thing about the first pick and the first two picks is they are kind of reserved for the best heroes in the meta. So it's easier to predict for the first stages of the picks and bans,
Mhm.
rather than the adjustments that's gonna happen from phase two and out.
That's right. The swing
And
adjustments are the biggest difficulties.
and this is the last series that you're gonna see a six-man ban phase.
Yeah, exactly.
This is
So
the last series that you're gonna see that. So I don't know, BSB. They need to make the most out of this. The five-man ban is something else. The five-man ban, I think, is going to be harder for these teams, because they really have to dictate the meta. The meta right now is gonna expand into five more heroes, 10 more
that's right.
heroes. Who knows? Because you can't really rely on the current set of heroes right now, because most of them has a chance to get banned in the first phase of the game.
Yeah, because we have, I think all of these picks right now probably gone by next month, by next week.
Yeah.
Probably. All these free picked heroes right now are probably prime candidates to be locked out from the games. And I'm wondering what other heroes are going to be filling those spots now that these guys are probably going to get a big axe to the band. Um, Now, though, I'm still wondering about the frontline picking of Aura PH. They have not shown any signs that they're gonna go for any big frontliner. No Atlas. Um, I think
Cooper
Cooper
is
is the
there.
only guy that's gonna be able to be picked up, and obviously it's impossible for BSB to pick it up. This ban on the Khalid is weird
Hmm.
for me, at least.
Um, okay, I thought you were gonna add something to that, but I did expect it a bit. But yeah, I think the Khaled right now is one of those picks that Aura PH is very, very scary when they get that. I did tell you earlier that if uh if Aura PH gets an off lane or a side lane for Kilowash that's really annoying and has good regeneration, he's gonna get out of any situation that you put him in. It will really take a couple of people to, just take him down. Do you see this guy play a Cho? When this guy plays a Cho and you go for a 2v1, he dies, but one of you goes down as well.
That's true.
And that's the thing about Kilowash. Kilowash is a scary player in the terms of trading. He really knows how to trade. And he really knows if he can escape, or will he just take someone to the grave with him.
I don't know, man. It's very difficult for me now. Angela is to be honest, I don't. As much as there's so many scary heroes here for BSB, I don't think I like it that much, because again, we have two heroes that are gonna fight for resources. We have a combo that's gonna be facing off against so much absorption, so much shield absorption on their own, and they don't have any big long range mages to deal with this.
Yeah.
To deal with the Farsa working around them. They're gonna get bombed by feathered airstrikes all day.
I mean,
So
Cho is there. Like, Cho can go to the backlines. But still, if you're gonna use the Wave of the Dragon on a Farsa, then you are going to have a lot of
That's
complications
so
in the coming,
difficult.
yeah, in the coming pickups of the team fight or the next team fight. Because once they see that, the other cores are gonna go ham. You used it on our supports, then let's go, let's punish. That's a thing. But then again, as you all know, Yu Zhong. Did you see Aqua play that Yu Zhong from their game earlier? The game against Omega. He
That's
just
right.
jumped
That's
on
fair.
he just jumped on far side. That's because Hayes didn't really put himself in the right spots too. So
So
as long as Yu Zhong has clear path or on where the Farsa is, I feel that it's going to be enough. But you don't really expect Aura PH to make mistakes.
So it's gonna be more of positioning
Yeah.
for BSB here, finding the right opportunities to go into the fights and then taking it, and
Oh,
that sounds beautiful, Butters. That
I
is
like
absolutely key.
I
So from here,
like the flavor though. I like
yeah.
the flavor. Look at the two Vengeance play on BSB.
Oh, interesting. That's true. That's difficult to deal with for JP for sure, right?
Yeah, but then again, you have to choose when to fight and how to start the fight. Because
The
not every
timing.
fight will go to their side. Because when that vengeance hits, JP's gonna have a hard time.
So we gotta watch out for the vengeance timings as we head into game two of Aura PH versus BSB. Probably, possibly the last match for the night. If they, again, if BSB makes a lot of positional errors, if they can't utilize Cap One to go into the battlefield, and right now top lane looks like Ana's gonna be proccing the vengeance early. Interesting, just
Yeah,
to make sure that he doesn't go down.
at least they get a win out of that. And KLBJ can just clearly last hit those minions, get the extra goal that he needs. And it's probably gonna force Uranus back. And Greed will actually go down. That was a very bad spot to be in. Kilowash, he is on the Balmond right now. So whoever doesn't get that Trevor ulti with the Angela is probably going down with the execute. So Wilson here is gonna stay a
Oh,
bit close to that turret, and Wilson is caught up in the middle. And look at that knock up onto Raflisha, almost going down. And Kilowash not really getting his ulti in time. JP here will be the next target for Trevor, and he even wasted Flicker for that.
Look at that flicker in. What an aggressive support that we have here, ladies and gents. Trevor really making sure that Kiluash cannot get out of this easily. And will be taking down the Balmond alongside himself. So Trevor really doing some pretty good job against Kiluash here. And I have to say, that kind of aggressive gameplay is that spice that we're looking for here to give BSB a chance in this matchup.
You know what? Drix jumped into that poke, and it really took a lot of his HP.
That
Like
was
that was one poke, but that was 1/4 of his HP. You know what? Green is getting kills. I like the way that he's playing this because he's gonna get the clock of destiny earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking yesterday about the speed that you clock of destiny. I don't know if that was yesterday or earlier. Yeah,
Earlier.
so I think a big deal would be to watch out for the timing of that. Obviously, greed on the Farsa, that would mean that the Farsa just gets so much more damage at an earlier part of the game. Waiting for Lightning Truncheon proc is also very important. So Clock of Destiny plus Lightning Truncheon, also
Oh!
very good.
Oh! Oh my goodness! He just went in with a Shunpo and he got hugged to the wall. Oh my goodness!
Super surprising out of nowhere, right? And again, it's a very, very weird fight here for Aura PH, but they are gonna go ahead and bite anyway. Kiluash on the back foot, just try to keep Wilson at bay, and the kill goes over to Aura PH in the long run. But now they will lose priority of the turtle. Will they try to go contest for this?
And Kilowash, just being the basketball player that he is, sticking near that area, Kilowash just uses his ultimate. He was timing it properly when the retribution has been used. But yeah, didn't really work out for him. And
Really
Drix,
did not.
it wasn't Drix who got the turtle buff. Oh, he did get it.
He did, yeah.
It wasn't just showing when he is traversing the wall.
So interesting that I saw what I don't know if you saw that. We're gonna talk about that later. JP goes down, and that's actually a great way to finish off that tower. One kill in one tower gives you a lot of additional resources. What
Yeah.
I saw was the feathered airstrike going down at the same time as the mountain shocker. It looked like so many feathered airstrikes. I don't know if you saw that. I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
watch the replay. Anyway, clearing the minion waves is the priority here for KLVJ. He is also absorbing a lot of the shields, but looks like the damage from the Ling and the Arenas will not be enough. Aura PH will, of course, trade the mid lane tower for it, and somehow they are still ahead in economy.
Clearly, the priority isn't always on KLVJ right now because when you look at it, they always rotate down to Kilowash. And they let Kilowash secure a good game for him and his side. KLVJ is one of those players that he can actually outplay anyone in lane as long as the situation is right. And it's not because of he doesn't really get priority. Kilowash just goes in. There are those plays that Kilowash does that puts a thorn in the heart of the enemy. But
Mhm.
then again, sometimes you just have to look at it in a way like Kilowash is threatening me that he's gonna steal my buff. But
That's
it
what's
didn't
happening
work
on the
that
bottom
time.
lane. I want to see that bottom. Come on, Kiluesh is actually in a very weird position. He's always all alone. That is normal for us, but without any good sustain, I don't think he's gonna last for long here. That's a four-man dive, and he's probably gonna go down really, really easily here. But again, that is four people committing themselves to go and take him out and using all their ultimates.
Oh!
He takes out
Oh!
Drake. He is getting the Angela hard guard, but will it be enough to save him? So much commitment being used by Aura PH to take down this Ling, and they are successful. Paying for it with the live JP, I don't know if it's worth it. It's a double for the Yuzong.
LVJ is here in the area. Will he actually have enough stuns for this? Greed stays near the vicinity. Does he have enough health? Yes, he will. Three-man stun. Tap one here, going for the cheat condo. Doesn't really matter as they will just go back.
So, so far, so good. BSB is keeping up, right? They are keeping up the pace, and looks like Greed gonna be in here. He's gonna absorb all the damage coming from the Uranus just to pull off all the hits from the Feathered Airstrike. Will not be successful. And somehow they are gonna get the kill on Wilson. What a play here from Aura PH. Where did that come from?
Clearly, right now, Kilowash and the others, they are just trying to make the most out of this laning stage. BSB is, you know what? There are things that BSB are doing right, like pressure into the bottom lane. They're putting a bit of help to the top lane just because KLVJ isn't really getting that much help in terms of being the Esmeralda that he is. But then again, BSB, they're reacting to these things that Aura PH do, in which they actually get the shorter end of the stick.
Oh boy, shorter end of the stick is gonna be on JP. That's a lot of people diving onto him. No protection from the rest of the team. I think they were all trying to disjoint at this point, and Greed is also probably gonna go down here if he does not pull off all the hits. That's gonna be Trevor with the great assist on the Drakes, allowing the lane to get one more kill, and they are fighting on the bottom lane. That Yuzong is super scary. Wilson with another one. KLBJ finally here on the back foot, trying to pick up the pieces for his team. Raflesia chases on the cap one. Oh boy, that is going to hurt if he catches him, but here comes the cavalry here. Great kick onto Raflesia, gives the kill over the Drakes.
Man, this Rick's really just playing well. I like how he plays. Like, seriously, this guy needs more hype on his name. He knows he knows how to play these high skill cap heroes.
Yeah, and he does wonders with it, right? Of course, never forget. I think Trevor's decision making on this Angela is also very, very on point. There's so many times where I thought maybe he shouldn't have done the Angela ult. Maybe you know what? All the time, each and every turn, it's serving a very, very big purpose. And because of this, Aura PH they can't make a big lead out of BSB. Watching the Gillette instant replay hashtag shave the day here, you can see that KLVJ very good effort, but there was no Kufra. There was no ultimate. There no Tyrant Rage to lock down the units. That's why they're able to walk out of there and not able to fully utilize the Frost Moon Shield on that Esmeralda.
That is true. You know what, KLVJ, let's talk about this guy. No help whatsoever, but still finding ways to make his plays connect. This guy,
True.
he just goes in, gets a double kill, very casually.
Casually, and you know what? It is gonna be the KLVJ special at this point. They don't know. I mean, BSB don't know who to focus on if they're together. Like right now, who do they actually go for? They kick off on the grid instead, and KLVJ in the middle of the fight, and JP's actually quite low. So this could be a very, very good fight here for BSB, and they know it. They are pushing hard onto the issue, and they are gonna be pushing Aura PH back 2-man down for the blue side, and it could open up the Lord here for BSB.
I just want to say that Angela and Ling, that Angeling combination is really annoying.
It really is, right?
I mean, it's one of the oldest tricks in the book, but it still works and it's still annoying as hell. And clearly, they're just lacking damage in terms of, you know, Drake's having more oomph to his life, and they need a bit more help in terms of getting that lifesteal off of him.
That's true, man. This Angeling is one of the things. So, I mean, everyone in rank game even pulls this off, right? It's so easy to pull off. Just make sure that the Ling is shielded, that he has enough confidence that you can throw out those heart waves and your love waves rather, and you're pretty good. And it's somehow Aura PH is actually having a hard time taking down targets because of Trevor. Maybe because Trevor is such an aggressive Angela, right?
Mm-hmm. You know what? He just went in with the flicker, and that is imprinted in my mind. Trevor is the most aggressive Angela in the MPL.
That's true. Oh my gosh. It's gonna be the push on the Lord. The Lord will not be able to do anything, but the tower in the mid lane will fall, opening up the turtle, opening up the jungle of Aura PH to more invades from BSB. So it's starting to smell like a game free. If Aura PH cannot stop the bleeding here, it's gonna be Greed in the bush, trying to stave off the attack, throwing those feathered airstrikes into the proper places, and of course they are defending. They are now a little bit behind, and overall it just looks like both of our teams are even. But the map control definitely on the side of BSB.
Yeah, they respect. They respect the capability of, you know, Aura PH to just come back from this and get the best of them. Wilson and Anna, I think, I'm pretty sure that this double vengeance setup is stopping JP from just going ham.
That's right. That's right. I think that's the only thing, right? The stopping KLVJ, because right now, if KLVJ goes in, even with the purify, you cannot guarantee that KLVJ doesn't go down immediately, right? Against Wilson, and not to mention, he can't always proc the Frost Moon Shield because there's Cap One. He is always threatening that Way of the Dragon if he makes a mistake. Now, it's becoming harder and harder for Aura PH to find a good engagement, and Raflesia even is starting to look really squishy in this game.
And Rafflesia is just waiting for the proper time. Look at his Bush game here. He's just staying there, not really caring about the people who will. He's just waiting for someone to just face check.
Exactly.
And I feel in a way when BSB here gets complacent, I think it might happen. But the thing is, if it doesn't happen, then you're just wasting your time at that point.
That's true. Again, if you look at Cap One's Cho, that's a support, a full tank Cho, who is just there for literally the kick, right? That is just what he wants to do in this game, and um, very very close to kill. It's very very close to a good item completion here for Drix as well as Wilson. Once he gets that Oracle going, it will be a lot more difficult for KLVJ and Greed to deal with this Yuzong.
Yeah, if you would look at it, they accidentally gave out a turret onto the bottom lane BSB.
Yeah, I saw
They
that.
that was a bit accidental because Kilowatt just went in and took it down. So the thing is, BSB here is is capable of making mistakes, as well as Aura PH, and they get cap one, and this is where the fun starts for the side of Aura PH. They
That's
lose
right.
one, Vengeance is out, Heartguard is here. This might be the perfect time to actually focus on Drix.
Yep, you gotta go for Drix now unless he's the one who is going for you. He takes down Greed already, and Ana with the Heart Guard is really wreaking havoc here. Will be taken down here, and Drix is still untouched. He does not have any more flow in his body, but will be charging up very soon. He wants to go in, but does not have it. There you go, he procs it. Will be going in as well. Trevor, no Heart Guard yet, but does not matter. KLVJ is not gonna be able to chase down Drix because of this.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this is what you mentioned before, Drix. He definitely deserves a lot more hype to his name because this guy has been playing with that battle for. He played around with it so well against Aura PH.
This guy clearly knows what he's doing. And as expected, he is a pro player, so he should know what he's doing. But then again, he's playing at a very high level. That's the thing.
Right.
He's going at it with the best players, with the best mid laners, with the best carries from other teams, and he looks like he's a natural. That's the thing about it.
Yeah, it does. Like it doesn't. It feels like he's right at home with some of the best that Mobile Legends in the Philippines has to offer, and that is saying something. Now it's gonna be a take on the Lord, at least an attempt to take on the Lord for BSB. Greed does spot this out. Oh, Kapwan, he misses on that way of the dragon. How big is that? But looks like it will not matter as long as Drix actually can chase you down. Kiluash is actually trying to cut some waves here, and that is forcing Drix to go for the chase on this guy. Is he gonna survive though? There's an Angela on this one. I don't think so. How long can he stave off the attack? Apparently not for long. And looks like that will be it for Kiluash trying to go for that split. Maybe Balmond was not the best pick for this guy after all.
But hey, it's okay because they
They
save time.
stopped the Lord.
They
Yeah.
stop the Lord, and I think at this point that's all that matters. Raflisha, they see Cap one here in a very bad spot, and he just goes out. JP knows that the kick is going to be there. Now the Trinity that has stayed together for the longest time, not Kilowash, JP, Raflisha, and KLVJ. Will the power of friendship save them from the clutches of BSB and the clutches of defeat? Because right now things are looking dire on their side. Looking at the gold, it's still close to each other. Well, it's really close because it's like 1K. 1K at this point is not that big.
Really is, right? 1K is not that big of a deal, especially at this point of the game where you have a Lord walk in and you're 17 minutes in. And I mean, everyone already has probably 4 or 5 items on both teams anyway. So it's going to be up to decision making at this point. Who can make the better call here? Will Aura PH try to go for the Lord attack? Or will they try to deal with Wilson, who is doing a lot of work as well on the side lanes?
Lord is marching up top with the. This is the Luminous Lord, by the way. So these are enhanced minions. And on the other hand, he will just try to assist this Lord, but he will actually be the next target here for RPH. But RPH, being passive, they're not gonna force the issue here. They're gonna let him just get out of harm's way because the main problem there is going to be the Lord, and they cannot make the Lord stick to their tower because if it does, it's gonna ram it, and once it rams it, it just gives BSB an extra pass, a free pass rather, not an extra pass, but a free pass on getting that top turret.
So the turrets are going to be the game here for Aura PH. Now, the championship mindset. What do you do when you are behind in map control? Obviously not in gold, but definitely they are on the hunt. And how do you deal with a lane that is fully item locked and that always has an Angela right behind you?
If you would look at this point, Rockhart, I'm just gonna take a screenshot of it fast so that it doesn't go down on me. Okay, I have it. I have the data right now. Three of the people on the side of Aura PH, they are at 10K. They are at 5 digits in terms of gold. But 16k is on Drix. Right now, that doesn't matter because Kilowash is probably the next target. So they're on the backlines. Ana is the primary fight for the side of Aura PH. Mountain Shocker is there. Rockhart, do you want to continue this?
Yeah, that's a big. That's what I was waiting for. That's right there. A big Angela head on the side of Yu Zhong. Now it's going to be Kilo Ash playing with fire once more. I think that's his role in this game overall. So funny because right now they're gonna reset. At least they reset with just one casualty. Now Kiluash, I know it feels bad to be the sacrificial lamb for this team, but it is doing the work that is needed to keep Aura PH alive. Because otherwise, you would be looking at a really big landslide here for BSB. At least that's what I think, and that's what you were explaining because of the gold, all localized into Drix.
Yes, Drix has 16k. Three of the people on the side, but look at that Cap 1 here, getting the brunt out of that feathered airstrike. Ana trying to go for Greed. Greed will survive. Wilson can't really take him down, but KLVJ has something in mind. KLVJ, I'm a late game hero. I can take you guys down.
Yep, KLVJ item locked Esmeralda is a lot more scarier, and they are gonna go for it. That's a falling star moon into the base of Wilson. They take him out. I don't know how, but they just did it with the power of friendship, apparently. And they're exactly the three people that we were talking about.
The Trinity just marching on. The power of
Trinity,
friendship.
man.
And why were those pickoffs the best pickoffs of this game? Lord is up in just a few seconds, and right now, RPH won't back down on that.
Don't.
He's just gonna chase down Ling. Pretty sure he's just gonna chase down Ling.
Look at Kilua. She's also working up on the mid lane while all this is happening. Ana, I don't know if he can steal it, but it will be stolen by Drix instead. How? Oh my god, the advantage that you get. Wait, but having a Ling in your team, you don't even need to be ahead. The steals are easy. Oh my god, that was huge.
That is another Lord on the side of BSB. 3 Lords have gone and passed, but there is no broken third turret on the side of Aura PH. Enemy team called out the Lord, and it's gonna march on. Queen's Wings will be picked up by Drix. He probably threw out the Windtalker already, or probably the Machete. I'm not really sure about it. But he needs the extra damage reduction.
Here comes Drix right in the last second. That was so funny. Literally a peep. He steals it, then runs away.
And I'm pretty sure Aura PH is ready for that.
I know.
They put themselves at risk that it may happen, but if it didn't happen, then probably
they would have had the game, right?
Yeah, that's gonna be the turning point. But
So,
right now, it's the expected situation of Aura PH, I think.
yeah, because right now they are gonna be fighting off a Luminous Lord. It is so tanky. They are taking a lot of time to take it out. It already took down the top lane inhibitor already, and that's not looking good here for Aura. Bottom lane also has a tank pushing, and BSB, they're sizing up their opponents. They are trying to put some pressure here, and Kiluash in the middle of everyone dives in with Reflea. Oh, that is going to be on Trevor, but doesn't take him down at all. KLVJ with the falling star moon into Ana. That vengeance is going to save him, but only for a moment. And that's going to be monster kill for KLVJ. A scary Esmeralda at this point.
Everyone has their items. It's only Uranus that changes into enchanted talisman. He probably thinks that I need more tankiness, I need more times this, I need more mana regen, and I need a cooldown reduction so I can use all my skills to go in one. But you know what? Yu Zhong and the others, they're on the bad side of the map right now. Greed will be the primary target here for that Drix Ling.
And they're losing one by one. One by one, all the damage dealers of Aura PH are falling. Kiluash was way too late to the party in that one. KLVJ now cannot actually deal with Drix in a straight up fight with the Angela Heart Guard. And that might be it for Kill. Will be shut down by Drix and make that another one. And that might be the game there, ladies and gentlemen. It's starting to really look like a game 3.
Mm-hmm. and Rick's marching up top, trying to get as much space as possible for his team before they can get in, so that the minions are pushing. Raflesia is trying to defend, but I don't really think it will matter because Raflesia isn't really the person fit to do this job. The minions, he's
Actually,
actually pushing back the minions for some reason.
I
Yes,
don't know if he can end.
that's a good strategy, but
That's
you
a
know
good
what?
strat.
It takes a lot of, it takes a lot of heroes to stop a five-man push.
And it's a 1-1 for BSB against Aura PH. Now, that was a very, very long fight, obviously, and I cannot wait to see how the third one comes. But these things that happened here, how well did you think it would go this well for BSB just regarding their draft?
I did predict on BSB on Manjin's video for a 2-1. Well, I did vote for Aura PH as the clear victors, but I really expected BSB to take a game from Aura PH because the thing about it is it's quite connected to their performance way back season 5,
Mm-hmm.
last season 5 rather. Uh, they really like to take games from these high profile teams.
Yeah.
So it's clearly on their side. And right now it's really 50-50 and I love it. We're going to a game number 3.
Let's go and see what's gonna happen here on the next one as Wolf breaks down that game too. It's gonna be a big one. So I'm Brockhart, he's Butters. We'll see you in a bit.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart. Live Giga.
Would you believe me if I told you na kayang i-out-draft ang Aura PH? Well, BSB really showed that even the best, even the champions can be out-drafted. At i-explain natin unti-unti kung ano nangyari sa game number 2. My name is Wolf, your resident analyst para sa MPL Season 6, week number 1. And we are here to talk about game number 2 of BSB versus Aura. Now, BSB, ang dami nilang in-adapt from game number 1 para maging prepared sa Aura PH hanggang game number 2. Bakit ko nasabing outdraft to? Okay, sobrang simple. Okay? We saw a Uranus Yuzong combo. Sinasabi nga natin is the double use that. Kung kayo ay nanood nung day number 1 and day number 2, I did mention that it is probably the strongest offlane combination of our regular, at least of our meta game right now. So, if you look back, para sa draft ng Aura PH, binan nila Valir as well as the Thams, and then they first picked the Yi Sun Shin. Okay naman, understandable. However, those bans and the fact that they first picked Yi Sun Shin allowed BSB to take the uncontested picks Uranus and Yuzong. You cannot think of a better hero to actually take on the sidelines para dito sa Aura PH. They opted for a Balmond para naman din meron kang execution factor in the early stages of the game. Unfortunately, Balmond bilang isang hero ay mabilis mag-fall fall out in terms of their presence in team fights in the late game. Mablakas sa early game, pahina ng pahina as the game goes by. At 24 minutes, you can see that even Kiluwash, isang napakalupit na player, napaka-calculated na player, naubusan na rin ng ways para talunin kanyang kalaban. In fact, kahit si Cho, hindi na niya kayang kalabanin in the game. That's a support Cho, by the way. Hindi siya core na Cho. So, kitang-kita natin yung kahinaan ng Balmond. I could have honestly said that X-Borg probably is the better choice sana para kay Kiluwash. Unfortunately, the draft did not allow X-Borg to be picked. Tapos, bukod pa nag-Angela pick ang BSB, knowing na ang kailangan nilang gawin is to support this Ling. By the way, first three picks of BSB is Ling, Uranus, and Yuzong, arguably the best in the metagame right now kung individual roles lang kailangan. And it didn't matter if the Yisun Shin got farm. Nakita natin na itadive lang siya ni Yuzong, ni Uranus, or ni Ling with the Angela checkmate na agad si JP on this Yisun Shin. And Aura PH played well in this game. In fact, they're leading in terms of XP and gold. But bakit hindi naging enough yon? Well, dahil nga sa nature ng heroes ng Aura PH, when it comes to matchups against BSB, talagang lugi sila as the game goes by. And if you think, if you look at the Aura PH, napakanda na kanilang performance dito. They did the best they could. But you can see really the limitations of their heroes when it comes to draft. BSB, although nasasabi nating Aura PH to, can honestly say na na-outdraft nga nila. In fact, if you cover the team names at tinignan mo yung heroes per team, napakadaling sabihin, red side tong mananalo for sure. Uranus, Yuzong, Ling with the Angela really countered the heroes of Aura PH, and this is because of the draft. Again, the fact that Valir as well as Thams were banned first by Aura PH themselves really gave the checkmate para sa side ng BSB dahil ang ganda ng resulta naging draft nila. Now, I want to say that our smart MVP of the game is Drix on this Ling, who, by the way, went for the Malefic Horror as the last item just to finish this game. Very well done. Pero hindi magiging MVP si Drix without the Angela. I think the wildcard, the unsung hero of BSB, hindi lang sa mismong paglalaro, pero sa fact na na-draft siya last picked by BSB, ito yung game-winning factor for BSB against Aura PH. Meron din akong konting footnote about the Angela pick. Maybe the Angela could be the problem for Aura PH. Baka eventually ang mga teams na gustong talunin ng Aura ay mag-pick ng Angela. Why? Because this hero really, I'd say, counters the idea on how Aura PH plays. Aura PH, lagi silang merong side lanes na kapag nalulugi na sa laban, sa early at sa mid, and even sa late game, biglang nagre-resolve to split pushing. And they're the gods of that. Napakagaling ng Aura PH sa pag-control ng mga ganong klaseng playstyle and to execute properly. Angela counters that. Well, at least kung paano nilaro ng BSB yung Angela, because what they do is to put just one defender who all of a sudden has ultimate from Angela na mabilis na ang cooldown at biglang yung nagsisplit push, hindi siya makakatakas at mapapatay ba siya most of the time. Because that's Uranus, Yuzong, or Ling na pwede mag-defend sa side lanes, right? Sa mga nagsisplit push. Plus ni Angela, kahit sino kaya nilang patayin. So maybe Angela could be the next pick for BSB, or a PH might control the Yuzong and the Uranus. Don't give it back to BSB because it's the winning factor sa BSB for sure. That is my analysis of game number 2 between BSB and Aura. Let's look at game number 3, the last game of our first week ng MPL Season 6. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Wolf. Super insightful as always. And I told you this guy is gonna have a lot to say about that, and he did. Welcome back here for game 3 of BSB versus Aura PH. I'm Rockhart, your anchor, and alongside me is Butters, the analyst. So, what is going to be the changes here? For are we really looking for an Angela ban here? Like Wolf said, is it really super difficult for Aura PH to deal with this Angela ban from Trevor?
It's okay to, for the enemy team to get the Angela, but I feel that Ling has more priority in terms of being denied to the enemy team. Now, not saying that I'm not saying that Angela is a weak hero. Well, they did prove us wrong. BASB, they had this strategy in the back of their pockets. They pulled it out against Aura PH. But you know what? The thing is, I don't really think that Angela deserves a ban slot. A lot of heroes are 100% better than Angela. So what you do with this is you look at the other side of the Angela combination. Like there is a Ling there. And I give more priority to the Ling just because the Ling is much more of a pain than you would think he would be. And I like the idea that, BSB went for the Angela just because they ban out the Valir by themselves or a PH. They do that. And with the BSB realizing it, well, maybe it's time for us to go for an Angela because they don't really have the Valir to stop us from our tracks.
That's true. Again, you fight it with mobility. You fight it with global presence, and I feel like that's a very good insight. Maybe the Ling was just super underestimated by Aura PH here, because normally the power. I mean, there's a reason, right? There's a reason why the Ling keeps getting banned all the time, not just in pro play but also in ranked games. Like recently, that guy has just had so much pure firepower. Like even if you play it badly, it does well. I'm not saying it was played badly last game, but I'm saying even in situations where a Ling is played badly, it's still super good.
Yeah.
Like there's so many escape mechanics, so many ways for it to dodge death that overall, in the course of a very long game, the advantages just keep piling up.
Yeah.
So you're right. Ling does feel like it should have been banned out. Maybe that's gonna happen here. What are you excited to see? What kind of changes are you excited to see here in the game free draft?
I'm thinking more of Ling, JP's Ling coming out for the side of RPH
Oh,
because I really think that if they ban it, then most probably that's going to be one of the things that they really have to prioritize because I don't like to ban this 100 depends on me. This is my opinion.
mm.
I don't really like teams who ban the heroes that they can actually play at a
Oh,
better pace. Like if you would see the other team, just being just getting that link. Actually, if you look at game number one, JP played one hell of a link as well. So you can just secure that link, let them get Angela if they want to, but do not focus that much into banning out the Angela because I don't really think that Angela is a ban-worthy hero. It's just that it only the Angela only depends on the heroes that she can stick to.
that's very true. Like for example, Yuzong and Uranus, which you know what we in the team, right? We have a running joke like
Mm.
Yuzong plus Uranus equal the UU combination
You
equals
combination.
equals W. It's equals a win.
Yes.
So that actually did come true. Like Angela with the Uranus with Angela is just so difficult to kill. Yuzong with the Angela allows the Yuzong to really flourish, and the Ling with the Angela obviously it's just unstoppable. Now, we are in the draft for game 3 here of Aura PH versus BSB. We will probably see a lot of changes. First of all, the Uranus is going to be banned out. Probably had a hard time with that. I wonder if Aura PH is going to stick with Kiluash uh, on that Balmond. That's one of the things I'm wondering, and I haven't actually seen any major threats to from Balmond so far.
Mm. So before that, I would just like to say that this is the last game that you'll experience the six band setup.
So enjoy it, guys.
Enjoy it,
Enjoy
guys.
it.
Like, we had a lot of liberty. We had a lot of liberty with this. We had a lot of fun with this, and good memories, good times. But this is the last game. Or PH, they will be the ones, and BSP, they will be the ones who gets to experience that's last. Because next week we are actually moving on to the 10 band setup.
That's right. So the meta is gonna shift very, very hard. So this is gonna be your last glimpse of You know how some people watch the MPL so they can get some ideas for their RG? This girl gonna be last of it because most of the upcoming picks in the MPL, obviously, the MPL is in 5, but for some reason, obviously, the rank games will stay unfree. So you'll have to get your ideas. You'll have to craft your own lineups with, because right now, obviously, the lineups on MPL is going to be massively different, and some of it will be a little difficult to execute. Like for example, a no tank lineup will be difficult to execute in the normal game. So I hope you guys are ready for that change as well. Change is coming.
It's coming. And you know what, Rockhart? They banned out the Uranus. Like, clearly, right now, for BSB, it seems to them that Aura PH really had a hard time just because of the Uranus. They weren't really looking at Link, to be honest.
Yeah, they're not.
They're
They
not.
don't care about whatever Wolf or we said. They're just gonna go ahead and
They're not. They're
leave
not.
it in the open. Either leave it open or pick it on this stage. If they don't pick it here, man, that is so scary. You might have a problem, and BSB could run the same comp, right? It's difficult to deal with, as we did see.
Mm-hmm. Thams and the Yuzhong is the answer here of BSB. I'd say this is a very safe setup. Like, they're gonna go for the two side lanes first, and these are very strong side lanes. They can never be bullied that easily. I mean, they're safe just because the carry isn't really one of the hot commodities right now in terms of marksman. I feel that Tisun Shin just went straight up, shot up to the charts, and he just went over Granger, Claude, Carry, Bruno. He just went up, and he's the only marksman that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and there is just no way to counter it. Like you can't face a normal marksman against it and expect it to win, right? That's the reason why he's the only one that actually does make it out. Oh my gosh, it's coming true though.
It's
They basically just replaced Uranus with a FAMS. They are doing exactly the same things now.
okay.
Now
This this might garner an Angela ban.
this is definitely it.
This
Yes.
is definite. This is 100% the thing about the bait that RPH has set up. Like, the Ling is there, and they still have one ban on their belt, so it's not really going to be a problem. If they don't want to deal with the Angela Ling combination anymore, they can just ban it out. It's going to be very basic, just with a press of two buttons, just one on the Angela and one on OK. It's they're gonna be fine. The problem is solved. But
Unless Aura PH is confident against playing against it.
oh,
And there you go.
ban it out. They're just gonna ban it out. They
Thank
don't want
you.
they
Thank
don't
you.
want the problem, and they're just gonna take it out. At least it put fear in the heart of RPH.
That's saying something. That is forcing the champions to ban a hero against you. Trevor must feel so good about himself right now with that Angela game. Now, I'm still a bit confused about the Khalid ban. Maybe BSB knows something about Aura that we don't, but I don't think it's that scary of a pick. Now, we are looking for a big nuker, I think. We are looking for maybe a Farsa here for BSB. We're also probably looking for Novalier means they would go for the Cho. They're still gonna go for the Cho.
Mhm.
That is obviously the support tank Cho that we've seen earlier, right?
It worked for them, and
Yeah.
uh, right now I'm just thinking that there may be a lot more, you know, purifies on the side of BSB rather than Vengeance. Well, Vengeance could still be a thing just because JP is on the, Yisun shit. It would be very beneficial for them to just go for it and just let JP take himself down. That's the thing about Vengeance. You heal, you give damage to the enemy team, and you heal whatever it is that they took out from you. So RPH, they go for their utilities. They go for the X-Borg, they go for the Kagura. They really like this combination.
They really do. They think they can maneuver it into a big yin yang overturn into Last Insanity with execute. That's all the combo that they're thinking. Plus, obviously, raining ultimates from Yuri's and Shin. That sounds like a big wombo combo. And there they go. They lock in that Farsa. And obviously, that's a meta comp for BSB. And on the other side of Aura PH, it is a big combo comp with the help of the Kagura. Now, I'm not sure what you're thinking about this, Butters. What do you think about the drafts of these guys?
I just want to point out that Kagura here really needs that level 4 before he can just go all out on just stunning people. Well, level 3 is probably a minimum. Uh, Forza, I like it coming out from BSB. It's a good adjustment. It's a welcome adjustment from their last draft. And I feel that Angela could have been a Forza in that certain situation as well. So, that is very equal in my eyes. Like the X-Borg is an aura special. Even if you tell me that X-Borg isn't really the best, one of the best heroes right now, and nobody really goes for him,
Uh-huh.
this is still an aura special. And aura really likes to run the X-Borg. And nothing is scarier than a comfortable champion in his skin, just rooting or just campaigning or just rallying to win this best of 3 series.
Yeah, I think that happened yesterday, right? That happened yesterday as well. They just keep going for it. And no doubt about it, it should be a comfort hero for Aura, and the damage is going to be real. The question is whether or not it's going to stick, whether or not the crowd control is going to stick, and whether or not VSB is going to group up to give them that opportunity. Now, I hope you guys are ready, and I know you guys might be a little weary, but we are going into game 3 here of BSB versus Aura PH. It should be a good one to watch. Let's get into the game.
Okay, so Aura PH and BSB, they're pretty much equals right now. Both teams can just win this 50-50. Kel VJ has his favorite X board in his hands, and the dog is chasing the bird. And we, ladies and gentlemen, have a National Geographic setup right here at the first stages of the game.
Chasing a bird.
It happened. It happened. And I'm glad I called it.
I know it did. So right now it is a question of whether JP can survive this engage by Ana. That's a big deny on the blue. While on the other side, Aura is also trying to go for an engage themselves. Fight going on. Wilson, he's proccing all that passive. The damage is real here. And they will close it out with Ana for a kill of their own.
Cop one here waiting for the knock up, and they do protect Drix's purple buff. That's good in a way because at least Drix won't really miss out on his potential by the time he hits level 4. But then again, there's some time that they really, if only, okay, only if only Aura PH just let it go, they could have cleared more waves. They could have cleared more jungle camps that they could have just, gave JP the early level 4 or
Yeah,
even the level 5 at this point.
honestly, it really wasn't necessary for them to go for that fights, but they went for it either way, and they will pay for it with, giving away a kill for BSB. And I think they look like they're fine with that trade-off. But now it's going to be a mid lane push here with KLVJ very close to level 4. He should have that last insanity with Greed. No ultimate, but he is doing some pretty good damage here. Drix also falling short here, getting pulled back by the fire stakes. And the kill being given over to JP. In the end of that, I think they didn't really want to go for the dive. They just wanted to pick someone up. And they were able to do so with some pretty good maneuvering here from Greed. But now it looks like he's going to be in danger. Getting chased by the dragon form here. And plays around with it. Wilson. It's the end one game here. And with Kiluash there for the backup, I don't think anything's going to happen.
I like it. The ankle breakers, breaking ankles, and they're just Greed is just doing it, and clearly Greed here with a 2-0 will get another Clock of Destiny early because Kagura is one of those heroes that really benefit from a Clock of Destiny.
True. They do need that as soon as possible. Make sure you are sturdy enough to cast your ultimate, that you don't die after you cast it, and that you get some good damage output as well. Speaking of damage though, KLVJ not doing that much with that last Insanity, so this is something that BSB can still work with. Cap1 is fighting and scouting that turtle. It's very, very low. Will be taken off by Greed instead. That's going to be the bait and switch. The ultimate going down for Drix. He's not able to utilize it fully. And Aura PH is collapsing into the members of BSB. What a fight. They didn't actually lose much. And now they have a turtle and a push.
Mm-hmm. Clearly, Wilson and the others, they just want to defend that mid lane turret, but there is a shift if you noticed on the plays for a PH. Way back season 5, they always focus on the top lane or the bot lane on of the enemy team. It's a mirror, so it's going to be the top lane for them. But now they had a change of mindset. They had a change of, playstyle. They always go for the mid lane.
They do, and that's a big shift, right? That some people would not really notice, but that's a pretty big shift, and you would want to just show yourself on the map, and if you draw out where their paths on the map, that's actually a pretty good pickup. However, of course, in the meantime, JP is gonna be suffering from Wilson, and a lot of the things that Aura PH did before probably are because of the shift in meta, right?
And
The meta definitely shifted a lot.
look
So
at those TPs. My goodness. Coming out from both teams here, KLVJ will probably use the last insanity to get out. But they will actually fight this. Oh my goodness, feathered airstrike is there. Raflesia just trying to get away from Drix, and I don't think there will be a casualty in this. JP who still has to dash out. Drix going in, doesn't really hit anyone, and he might just be punished for this. Oh, Cap
that's
one.
gonna be the punish going in for Cop One instead. Baiting Drix into that one. The green is in the back foot. He wants to go for Drix. That's one very juicy target. Misses on the flame shot, but will probably get some hits done before he also suffers some damage himself. Coming.
Oh! Oh no! Okay. He actually missed. Drix was playing with them, was toying with them. For quite some time, Kilowash got the kill. Festival of
Normal
Blood,
attack. I think
play,
that's a normal attack, yeah.
Festival of Blood, 3 kills. He must be really happy with this.
He is. That's a very good amount of damage output being given to you. A lot of sustain, rather, for given to you by those hits that you are going to be doing with your skills later on. So you can expect Kaluash to go from 0 to 100 real quick later. Let's have a look at the Gillette Instant Replay hashtag Shave the Day here. It looks like a chess game, right? They make a move, then Aura makes a move, and then BSB again makes another one. That's for a check into the main carries of Aura PH. And now might actually see Aura PH push suffer a little bit.
KLVJ, on the other hand, they just stick with the plan. He gets the immortality fast. I like his chances here. As long as he's getting two Firaga armors in the clash, I think it's a pretty good setup here for the side of Aura PH. 7-3 is a scoreline right now. JP is getting the most out of this. I mean, JP, he doesn't have the best KDA, kill score or whatever, but as long as they're not really, giving out these easy pickoffs, there's no problem.
Yeah, because he doesn't actually need to, right? He doesn't need to get the kill score as long as you are getting good gold for your team. As long as the team itself is making push. We saw like games become free too earlier, and then the goalie was just at 6,000, 7,000, right? So as long as they're not giving away too much, they should be absolutely fine here. But of course, BSB is also doing a very good job in taking resources for themselves. Even threatening LVJ here. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be a kill, and Anna, so great, so scary here on the FAMs, fighting for a long time before he eventually does go down.
Kill, wow, KLVJ was the only one who took the bullet there for his team, but JP is having a good time. He is with a positive KDA score right now. As long as they're not really giving out these unnecessary, skirmishes to the side of BSB, as long as they get the favorable fights, I think Aura PH is set to win this. BSB, they need to utilize Drix right now. He's not really getting anything on his side, right?
Yeah, I mean, even if he does have items, which at this point he doesn't, he probably can't do much against the Aura PH lineup at this point. Everyone has a lot of escape. Everyone has a lot of hard crowd control. So right now they're not utilizing Drix. The 0 and 2, he is kind of starved for gold. And I don't know, they just want to go for the fight. This could be a big one for BSB. They are facing off, chasing off against Greed. That's one down. Can he get more? Felicia looks like a very juicy target, and it will be poked there straight by Drix. 4 people up for BSB means they can do a lot here in this fight. But Kiluash, of course, will be making a bit of a return kill, which will be answered really quickly by Drix. Again, it is just point for point, return for return. Kiluash, I don't know what he's up to, but he is not gonna have fun here.
Oh!
Ooh, the prediction.
Oh! Fanning the flames. He will go down. LVJ will go down as well, but I really think he's happy with that. As long as Bing is not getting anything from this victory or this win, they're gonna be happy with that.
That is so much hashtag worth. Oh man, that's so good. And so far, it's better for BSB because they are slowly catching up on resources. The items are also stacking a little bit better for the Yuzhong. So at least they have one viable fighter that can really go all out here in the later parts of the game. Have a look at the Gillette instant replay there. You can actually see that KLVJ, he really predicted where Drix would be run into. And because of that, he was able to pull off a kill. But of course, that is only a consolation prize for Aura PH at that point.
That is true. That is true, Rauhart. Now, question is, if Kilowash can really just make the most out of this lead that he has, 4-1-3 on the Balmond, that's a really good KDA for him. He has a Festival of Blood. I think that he's on his way, slowly but surely is on his way from actually just toying with Wilson and the other stater. But right now, Kagura will get picked off.
Pretty good cleanup there for Drix. That, if you'll notice, that's all that Drix has been doing for the past 5 minutes. Just going for low HP members, not starting the fights. Just, cleanup. He's on cleanup duty right now for BSB.
And yeah, clearly right now Wilson and the others, they cannot stop this Kiloash from actually rotating and spinning around as much as possible, because the damage output on the side of Wilson, it took him to like 1/4 health.
Yeah, that's scary, right? That is very, very scary. Considering you're supposed to be like one of the tankiest heroes in the game right now, right?
Yeah,
So,
clearly.
so right now, again, we are still in a pretty much of a stalemate. The gold looks like it's in the lead for Aura PH, but the map definitely is showing us a different story.
The map, it's everything that Aura PH really wants. They don't want the kills. They do not want these small minion waves, or let's say the jungle buffs. It's not ever going to be their main target here. As long as they are getting the towers, the turrets, they're getting more of the map. And when the other team has less map than you guys, you have more how do I say this? You have more chances to make an error that will be saved by your ally, that could be salvaged by your ally. But if you have less towers, that means it's going to take a long way to where you to actually go back. But there's a fight happening on the mid right now.
Yep, it's a pretty big one, and Wilson is in the middle of it with Kiluash on the back foot, and only 2 members fighting for BSB alongside Drix. Oh my gosh, that is a big blunder there. Ana and Drix are down for the count, and Wilson's gonna follow suit very soon. Kiluash, clean up crew in the house, yo. and he just wants to use that execute. Will go in for the flicker and the clean ultimate into the Farsa.
Mm-hmm. That is true. Greed and the others, they're just gonna go for the push. Actually, Cap One is on the other side of the map. Kilowash here just spins to win. And what a fitting way to end the game, spinning to win. And I
Spin to
don't
win.
really think that Cap One can just defend this by himself. JT
Yeah.
goes in straight, and that is going to be it. The last game for our 6-ban setup has been concluded. 2-1. It goes to the side here of Aura PH.
And I gotta say, a very fitting victory for Aura PH, just securing their dominance over the other teams, obviously in the MPL win. But overall, I still feel pretty good about BSB. Not only did they give Aura PH a run for their money in the last game, in the previous game that we just saw, but they also got a game from them in a very, very strong way. I mean, it was like a head-to-head kind of deal. It wasn't cheesed out. It wasn't like from a very weird play. They
Yeah.
got it in a straight up head-to-head battle, and BSB should be very proud of that.
I'm looking actually at my stats right now. That's why I'm kind of facing this side. And Balmond, this is one of the better Balmond games that we had in the MPL.
Finally, right?
Yeah. I mean, Balmond was only used to just to counter a few heroes, but right now it seems that uh, Aura PH has some new understanding to it. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them play another Balmond game.
Yeah, and they seem to be the team that is super happy to do that, right? And I'm very glad. Looking forward to more from Aura PH as well. So thank you guys for watching. That was an awesome game, but we are not done. We got someone for you. Obviously, that's gonna be Wolf analyzing that game and breaking it down for you. But for the meantime, that's gonna be it for the both of us. I'm your anchor Rockhart. This is your analyst Butters. We will see you guys next week for more MPL. But for now, chill out.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means
Game over.
but the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
Game changing.
choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things. When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Isang magandang umaga sa inyo lahat. Welcome back to the MPL Season 6 as we close the show with a wonderful series mula sa Aura PH and BSB. And anyone that you ask when you tell them, sino ba mananalo, BSB or Aura PH, 100% or maybe 90% will say it's gonna be Aura PH decided game. But BSB did not let that happen. In fact, well, Aura PH still won the series. Pero in BSB, they have so many chances to win this. And honestly, it all came from the draft as well as their execution. And medyo masasaktan siguro yung puso mo if you're a fan of PSP. They came in so many times. So very close so many times, I mean. At talagang heartbreaking if you look at it in a simple perspective. But in the grand scheme of things, the way that BSB played against Aura PH, you are feeling good if you're a fan of BSB. Surely back-to-back losses para sa BSB, but the way that they fought in those two series is really valiant, and there's a lot of promise for this team. Kailangan nilang i-fix, I would say, is more on discipline. Now, let's head into the breaks of the game. Let's start with the draft. And evidently, Aura PH mukhang nakinig sila dun sa ating advice nung game number 2. During their loss, we mentioned that maybe Xborg is a much better pick compared to the Balmond, for example, or to other ones, right? But they did pick up the Xborg to go with the Balmond still. Pinili pa rin nila. They still put a lot of value when it comes to this hero. And the value that you get out of from Balmond is that execute, once again, execute factor of the ultimate. Now, our PH, kinuha nila yung Lee Shin at hinayaan nilang makuha yung Yuzhong. And they kind of felt that they need this Balmond badly. That's why they picked it up. Tapos kumuha sila ng Xborg to go with it. And the Lee Shin, like I said. Now, the Kagura as well as the Popol and Kupa, weird support combination, zero tank setup. But they did this before. In fact, other teams outside of the Philippines, ginagawa na rin tong no tank setup. And it's actually surprisingly good. And kaya nga naman, i-insert mo na si Balmond. You need that frontliner from your team, tapos kukuha siya ng Molten Core, for example, or any tanky item para iwasan kalaban. This is a play, I would say, na turn around ng Aura PH. Look at that dodge coming out from Raflesha and JP. Instead of full back, di ba? Pag nagbabak ka, dapat dire-diretso ka. Tumigil sila saglit para hindi sila tamaan ng dash ni Ling. Now, 5 minutes in, we are gonna see a lot of one-team fights by BSB as they try to come back from this game. But Aura PH really has got their number. And nakikita natin dito si Kiluwash with the strength of the Balmond, the way he tanks the damage, soaks the damage, and facilitates for Raflesha as well as Greed to be the damage dealers in this specific game. Also, Raflesha, kumuha siya ng casual Deadly Blade, which I think is so genius because it helped them in many phases of the game. Now, BSB, 9 minutes in, they're actually punishing Aura PH this time. Lumalamang yung Aura PH, pero once na hindi sabay-sabay mag-execute ng teamfights ang Aura PH, BSB wins it. Now, what is the turning point for Aura PH? Kailan nila na ipanalo itong laban? It will come in the next team fight. And honestly, BSB, this is probably the one that they should be working on. Yung mga late game nuances nila, kung saan lumalaban nila sa mga iffy na places. And you'll understand the reasoning kung bakit sila nag-force ng team fights. However, against a team like Aura PH, you cannot do this. You have to wait for the rest of your squad, then you will fight afterwards. Fight when Aura PH is dissected or hiwa-hiwalay sila, tapos tsaka kayo mag-punish. In fact, nagawa nila to nung game number 2. They also showed a little bit of promise in the start of game number 3. But just imagine if BSB just kept to their discipline, to their lineup, yung Balmond ng Aura, hihina na, yung Ling nila consistent and can take down the Yin for sure, at kaya nilang i-burst down si Kagura as well as Popon and Kupa. However, that did not happen because they were outclassed in the end by Aura PH. Our MVP of the game is Greed's Kagura, just like in game number 1. Wonderful performance and wonderful coordination with his teammates. Kaya nga naman, nanalo pa rin ang Aura PH in the end. Now for BSB, there's a lot of promise for sure. Napakaganda na kanilang ipinakita over the weekend, over the first week of MPL Season 6. And I tell you, there's a lot of potential for this team. They just have to fix yung kanilang nuances sa may late game. Do not be debated so easily. Do not be, wag giggle basically. At try nilang i-take this more mathematical, more discipline as what they did and showed in game number 2. Mga kaibigan, so many exciting things for MPL Season 6. You just saw and witnessed week number 1. And for sure, mas malupit pa yung mga coming weeks na. We're gonna have so many games so far. But this time, we are gonna end it for our first week's broadcast, our triple header for this Sunday. Again, my name is Wolf. But before we go into the conclusion of the show, let's actually thank the reception that make this possible, right? MPL is brought to us by our official sponsors, And of course, just forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte of games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Just dial star 123 hash one or and choose Giga Games 99. MPL-PH. We would also like to thank our official sponsor, Realme, and Realme celebrating the first Realme Fan Fest and hashtag Dare to be Realme campaign. Visit their official page at fb.com/Realme Philippines to know more. Of course, we'd also like to extend our thanks to our official sponsor, Gillette. You can win, get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force backlit select pure gold doors nationwide. Hashtag Shave the Day with Gillette. MPL-PH is brought to us by our partner in eSports, Pay Maya. Get up to 7% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via Pay Maya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until August 31. Our partner in eSports, TikTok. Just search MLBB sa TikTok and you'll have a chance to win premium skins. Simple lang. Just search MLBB sa TikTok and you'll have a chance to win our premium skins. Also, MPL Season 6 official gaming headset partner is Logitech G here like a pro. Of course, everything has been powered by Muntar. On behalf of my co-casters at sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon sa the prod team that made this possible, we are now signing off for week number 1. My name is Wolf. Good game and good night. Enjoy the rest of the night with this wonderful highlights that we had from our last series. Kita kits.
Are you game to be great? 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day. For Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose.
Game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
Game changing.
choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako.
uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter.